also the starting Herdy and Hopkins. Doing right against the run back. So currently at Steady County of Mali, you need to cover that immediately. All ahead. Where at the drop, you can't have a good work on. Also, this video, you need to have it. You need to have it. You can't be right here. The competitors are ready to go out. You need to clear your area. You need to have it out immediately. You need to have it out immediately or out. Just come in.
Before the Gold Coast was a headline, it was a feeling. Hot sand, bright sun, a coastline quietly reshaping itself, grain by grain. Cue the crowd. And the day ignites. Whitewater detonates against the rock. Mick reads the rhythm, jumps in, and vanishes. He reappears locked inside a sandy green chamber, his rail line singing with Russ's didgeridoo. PT lit the fuse, MP defined it, Rabbit drew the map, and Mick, Steph, Parko, and Dingo wrote it into legend. The Gold Coast is our arena. Surfing celebrated, elevated, alive.
Good morning once again from the beautiful Gold Coast here, of course, for the third stop on the championship tour, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. The WA champ, George Pitter, on hand, getting that warm-up in, as is Gabriel Medina, Betty Lou working with Tommy Whitaker there. They're getting prepped. Stephanie Gilmore, the 8-time world champion. They're out in force. The world's best surfers, pumping conditions once again. Italoa, former winner in this contest, Ethan Ewing, putting together one of his best heats this season, is looking ready to go. Lakey Peterson off the back of a victory over there in WA. She's got a big heat on her hands. That's going to be fun to watch. We've got surfers who have started the year with a couple of bad results, looking to get themselves back on track. But we do have to complete the third heat of the second round, as we see, getting piped on the outside, Jack Robinson leaning into a big full rail gaff. Really positive signs once again. What a forecast we've been blessed with this week, as the crowd already starts to fill in on a Sunday morning. That's going to bring us some exceptional surfing out here on this incredible sandbar, which continues to fill in, to pack down tight. Some barrel rides yesterday, and I think on the lower tide today we can look forward to a couple more. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett. Rich, how good is this, mate?
Mate, this is what we get out of bed for. Incredible scenes this morning. The biggest problem for us right now is to try and get everyone out of the lineup. It's absolutely pumping out there. Conditions looking a lot better. I'm not going to jump the gun, but I think it's obvious what's happening today, and this is going to be a huge day of surfing, I think. It's
going to be awesome. Of course, interesting situation yesterday afternoon. Shark was spotted in the lineup. We went on hold. Obviously, we were losing sunlight, and we weren't going to get that heat back underway with enough light to really see what was going on. So we've got to complete a heat. We'll get an update on how that's going to play out, because you've got to wake up the next day, suss the conditions. The judge, the Office of Tours and Competitions, they get together and they determine whether it's the same kind of lineup or similar enough for the scale to still suit.
Yeah, correct. There's a few factors that they need to determine, and we'll get a ruling on that pretty soon. But yeah, there's mandatory things in place. We do have to go on hold for 15 minutes if a big fish is sighted. We basically just ran out of daylight. So anyway, we'll get underway again, and we'll get confirmation on how we're going to do that.
Just thinking back to yesterday, incredible performances. Who impressed you?
Geez, everyone did. Some of the backhand surfing. Nadia Aristabe comes to mind. You know, that the women really took it to Snapper Rocks, and I feel like there's some performances that are kind of growing before our eyes. But yeah, it was just, gosh, it was so full with amazing performances from everyone. Jack Robbo put in a pretty good performance as well.
We know that this year with the cumulative point system, surfers will be dropping their worst two results. There was a number of surfers that actually had duds through those first two stops, Bells, WA, and they've stepped up here on the Gold Coast. I think just knowing that if they have a bad result here, they're hanging on to it.
Yeah, we saw sort of a couple of the newcomers like Mateus Herdy coming through for a really big result. We saw both the Colapinto brothers out of the draw. Some big names went down. Felipe Toledo put in a performance yesterday that was mind-blowing. A full masterclass out here at Snapper Rocks, and that's the new benchmark now. So he sets up an incredible matchup with Gabriel Medina this afternoon. So yeah, it's going to be crazy action all day long.
It is. Well, everyone is buzzing, but maybe no one buzzing more than one of the biggest surf fans I've ever met. Jessie Starling. Morning, Jess.
Morning, guys. Morning, Renato. Obviously, yesterday we had a pretty interesting situation in the afternoon. The boys in the booth were just alluding to it. How are we kicking off action today?
Yes, a situation of extreme danger. We have a rule in the rule book that addresses that. Rule 10.13 that says that if the head judge can deem that they are able to keep the comparison of the heat will be resumed. If not, restart. Decision was made by the head judge. We're going to resume the heat at the same time that it was stopped, 4 minutes and 52 seconds, and the same priority situation. And then following that heat, we continue with women round 2, followed by men round 3, and the women quarters this afternoon. Conditions absolutely pumping. The best morning of the waiting period so far, and we're looking really good for a show of surfing today and probably a finals day tomorrow.
You know, it must be really hard to make the call this morning. You rock up, the surf's absolutely pumping. No, I'm just kidding. It is honestly the best that we've seen so far in the entire competition. Got a big heat coming up against Gabby and Phil. Expecting the beach to be just as packed as yesterday?
Absolutely. We're calling everybody that is watching us, that live in the area, that live on the Gold Coast, come down. It's going to be an incredible day. And tomorrow is public holiday in Queensland, right? So another great day of surfing tomorrow in the finals. We're going to have that heat tomorrow between Mick Fanning and Joe Paxton as well. So a lot of excitement on the line. You can't miss it.
If you're not here, get here. It's absolutely cooking. We are on. Let's do it.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, definitely. If you can get here, make the trip down. If you can't, stay with us on the broadcast as we get set to resume that last heat of the day yesterday. It is Caitlin Simmers up against Fierro, and that decision has been made to just resume the heat at the 4-minute and 52-second mark. Katie Simmers, she had put together a couple of really solid rides in that clash, Rich, a 7.43, a 6.83, and Vahine, she's got a real task on her hands here in these, well, it's basically, let's call it 5 minutes to turn this around. And an interesting situation for the coaches. I was chatting to Glenn Micro Hall before, he'd been sort of observing Tom Whitaker, prepping Katie to basically shut out a 5-minute heat. And there's a couple of different ways to go about it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I feel like if you're Vahine, you're kind of thinking, okay, I've got to get an excellent ride. 8.83, one of the better single wave scores of the entire event. So maybe she's got time to do it in 5 minutes. We know that she can get a wave. She does have priority and get back out in time. So look, that assignment is going to change. If she goes a minute or two here without riding a wave, then it's going to come down to a single ride. Again, she does have priority, so she's got the pick of the lineup. And, you know, Katie, she has to better a 6.83, so I think she's going to actually wait to see what Vahine does and try and possibly put a bit of pressure on Vahine to take a wave, wrestle back priority, and then she can really start to lock the heat down.
I can remember calling Katie's performance here in 2022 when she was victorious. That was back, you know, when she had already turned down a championship tour spot. She'd already qualified in 2021, came back here, you know, got her victory. She just looks so comfortable at this location. I think Snapper's a wave that really suits her style. It gives her the opportunity to do the dance, as she would say, and express herself and thread together maneuvers almost unlike anyone else on tour.
Yeah, she's got this super creative way of drawing unique lines. She's such an individual, how she does that. You know, it kind of makes me think of a Dane Reynolds. You know, his approach to the wave was so unique. No one else was doing it. And I think that's why, you know, Katie is such a revered and loved surfer by so many people around the world.
She's an original, that's for sure. We're going to dive into the GWM recap of what unfolded here yesterday afternoon in the almost the complete heat, and we've only got 5 minutes to go, but this was a great start for Katie. 6.8 for this one. So many different moves on show. Yeah,
she had the variety there, but pay attention to just the flow that she has as well. And this is some footage of Vahine's best waves. Prior to this heat, she came in with just an amazing performance on the backhand. The waves were a little bit more groomed that allowed her to set up, but with turns like that, you can see the damage she can do on the backhand. Have a look at this. Big grab rail, wrapping cutback. And you can just see that sort of steeze, that style that she brings to these walls here at Snapper Rocks. Bang, off the top, and then she's got that ability, Ron, to just go vertical, but then tuck in, and just got a great read, being able to find the barrel. And again, this was towards the end of the day, and she took off on the biggest wave. So much courage and commitment. She had actually caught that line. She was ready to tuck in. If the wave was there, that would have been one of the, like if it opened up to a full barrel, that would have been one of the most amazing rides we've ever seen out here.
It sounds funny to say it. That was obviously an incomplete ride. Katie didn't come out of the tube, but that was the moment yesterday. That owned the everything that unfolded throughout the day. Katie owned that moment, and the crowd went mad. They love it when surfers, the locals that is, love it when surfers get behind the rock and swing and throw themselves into a big wave. And that was one of the biggest that we saw break yesterday, and Katie was willing to have a crack at it.
yet the whole VIP area, the whole surfers area just started screaming when she took off on that wave. And as I said, she kind of knifed it, got the rail set, and she did everything right. Unfortunately, the wave just didn't open up.
And the good thing for her was her magic board, which she's looking so sharp on, stayed in one piece.
Yeah, she looked actually a little bit rattled. She got kind of pounded on that wave, looked like potentially just got winded. The ribs took a bit of a beating. But she looks like she's positioned herself up behind the rock. She wants another one of these barrels.
Yeah, 1 minute to go here, so time flying by for Vahine, and she's going to have to turn this heat with a single ride. She's achieved excellence on the backhand already in this contest. She needs to find something soon.
Gosh, we've seen this happen so often. The free surf is just, littered with waves. Just people riding every single lump and swell that comes through, and then as soon as the hooter goes, the ocean just takes a bit of a breath. And it looks like it's doing that. Only 30 seconds to go. And Vahine, she may not even get an opportunity to ride a wave here.
Well, this is a great matchup on paper, just based on the form that Vahine carried into this heat. We've got so much to look forward to as we roll through this second round for the women. Up next, we will have Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson and Stephanie Gilmore. 15 seconds to go here. Vahine just begging for an opportunity. Katie, though, she's not going to waste the opportunity to ride a wave here, but this one does break it in two. So the heat has come to a close. Katie did the work yesterday afternoon, and unfortunately Vahine never got the opportunity here, Rich, to find an answer.
No, disappointing. And look, you can see her just paddling onto a bit of a wave here. Too little too late, unfortunately. It was a huge score that she needed, and unfortunately she will bow out of the event. But some great surfing nonetheless on the backhand. That's the sort of form that saw her just really dominate her first round.
So Katie Simmers survives that third round. Sorry, survives the second round and moves on through to round three as we get set for yet another clash. We're going to take a quick break here. You're watching day three of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
We're down here today at Snapper Rocks, one of the wonders of the world when it comes to surfing. Because this bank goes all the way from Snapper here all the way down to Kirra, what most people do on the bigger swells, they park in Coolangatta and they walk up. There's different ways to get out in the surf here when you want to surf Snapper, depending on your level. If you're good and you're brave enough, you jump up on them rocks and you jump on those waves. Very scary. Even the best surfers have eaten crap out there. Then there's the little paddle out, which get tricky as well. If you get it right, you paddle around and get some waves. It's like coming to Wet n Wild or one of these theme parks. You line up, you get in, and off you go. You get all the way down there, You come in, you walk up, and you do it again. Because they've built these rock walls out here, it blocks a bit of the sand. So our beautiful government decided to put this sand pumping system in, and it pumps sand and makes this perfect, long, man-made wave now that Mother Nature started, and humans made it even better. People don't realise now, every day, doesn't matter if it's 1 foot or 10 foot, it's always going to break. They say wave pools are great technology where we can test boards, but all my life of making surfboards, I've had the best wave pool there is.
Great to get a surf check with Darren Hanley, one of the best shapers on earth, and he puts boards under the feet of the 8-time world champ Stephanie Gilmore, who's out there in the lineup at the moment. Really big matchup, this one, up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Bit of head-to-head history between these two. Betty holds the edge over Steph, 1-0. So a chance for Gilmore on home turf to even the ledger. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett. We've got Betty Lou taken off here at the moment. Very self-assured, super confident. She's going to kick out of this one. Doesn't see the opportunity down the line.
No, that's 2 quick waves for both competitors. Just positioning themselves in the lineup here. Good matchup. Betty Lou has been on the rise the last couple of years. The defending champion. We, of course, had the event down at Burleigh Heads last year, and we're back up at Snapper on home turf for this lady.
Steph Gilmore survived that opening round, and she is tucking into the pit. And let's see if she'll build some confidence. Got the victory in the opening round, but certainly is capable of giving more with some bigger numbers. Just flowing nicely down the line here. It's a clean pace, not over surfing this wave, just hitting the sections with the appropriate maneuvers. I don't think this is going to go too high on the scale, but she already looks a lot more settled in her performance.
Yeah, definitely. First 2 events, you know, Steph just didn't quite look like the old goat that we're used to seeing. And she even said, you know, there's been a little bit of rust on the hinges, so she seems to be shedding that. She got the WD-40 out. Things are starting to look a lot better. And of course, on home turf here. So she's going to wage a comeback. Let's have a look at this ride. As we check the replay, little check turn, cut down to start off. Now the wave starts to wall up. She eyes up the barrel, gets a bit of vision. Kind of chandeliers as she exits. And then a few smooth cuts down the line. And there's that beautiful flowing style that we're used to seeing from Stephanie. Comes up to the junction, and a creative little layback foam hit to finish off, a redirect. So this will be a decent number.
Really tough heat for Steph in the opening round too. Came up against Erin Brooks, who held a really solid head-to-head record against Steph going into that clash. Gilmore got it done with her barrel riding in that opening heat. That's how she turned in her best score. And you know, it's not spoken about too often, but especially on sand bottom right-hand point breaks, I think Steph's the best tube rider on the women's tour. She can get so deep, she gets really compact, but she has amazing control, can really manage the speed behind the curtain. As we see now, Betty Lou getting started. She's got some tighter angles in her surfing, and obviously was victorious here on the Gold Coast last year, claiming her first championship tour win, and she's on her way to a big number already. Explosive out of the lip, and that's where she might hold a bit of an edge over Steph. If Steph can't find those more vertical sections herself, Betty Lou, you know she's going to attack the pocket of the wave. Yeah, she definitely is, and you can tell there's a little bit more angle to the turns that Betty Lou is bringing here this morning. Lots of power and aggression each and every time. That wave just lined up beautifully for her. Had a great angle to it, almost gave her that little slingshot down the line that just gave her so much acceleration and speed as she went into all her turns. Interesting heat when you think about these two competitors, Rich. We'll talk about their coaches in a minute, but take us through this approach from Betty and just how well she paced herself before getting to that critical section. Yeah, really nice tight calves to start off with. Comes up here and then jams it
So throws that little layback jam. Really aggressive style of a turn. And in contrast to Steph, who's taking a more smoother, flowing style of a line. Betty's angle's a little bit tighter. I think the judges are going to really find that appealing.
We've had some grey, overcast mornings on the first 2 days of competition, but the Gold Coast doing a fantastic version of itself out there today, Kaipo.
Isn't it beautiful, Ron? This is a lovely morning. It is absolutely gorgeous. And the playing field has changed just a bit. Yesterday, we were dealing with a tremendous sweep coming down the bank. Today, almost a reverse sweep. It's a lot easier. It's a lot more user-friendly. There is a little bit of high tide wonk to it right now. We got about another hour until we're topping off on the tide, and then the tide will be drawing after that. But this is just a beautiful start to the day, and can't wait to see what's going to happen today.
Yeah, Betty Lou too is about to win the opening exchange, the real first opening exchange of any kind of value. 6.83 to Steph's 5.17, Kaipo. How did it look from the water?
It looked like you guys were commenting. The smoothness of Steph is not to be underestimated, but the explosiveness of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, it was the highlight there, and I think that's why she won that opening exchange. Just a little more explosive surfing from Sakura.
Absolutely. Kaipo's been watching Betty Lou surfing, just developed since she was a Grom over there at Haleiwa, and I think that gives her a great advantage, Rich, having grown up on that wave, because it does bend back at you through that inside section. Snapper can kind of do that here when the waves start sidewinding across the bank, and you know, she just has the feel for those trickier sections and can really throw some explosive turns on the real powerful part of the wave.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you make. These surfers can sometimes almost shy away from a section that's coming at you and they won't match the power of the wave. Betty Lou stands up to that and she gives it back. And when you do that, that's when you really see all that power and acceleration and energy go into the turn. Produces an incredible amount of spray. And that's what she's been working on the last couple of seasons. Looks like Steph showing some interest.
Well, Steph has got to use her expert local knowledge to pick off the best waves here against Betty Lou. This one doesn't eventuate down the line. So priority with Betty Lou, the lead with Betty Lou. And the early momentum with the Hawaiian at the moment. 24.5 minutes to go. That was a bit of a surprise to see Steph on a wave like that.
Yeah, wave choice, you know, is going to be really, really crucial out here today. But it is lining up beautifully. As Kaipo said, conditions picture perfect. That wind has done a full direction change from yesterday. The sweep, it's gone. So really, the canvas that we have here today, it is it's set and ready for high performance surfing.
Yeah, and it's perfect for Steph's smooth line. She loves a glassy wall. So we'll see if she can recover and get some momentum back in her favour after losing priority there. Well, we had a really short heat for Caitlin Simmers to shut it out and move into the quarterfinals just moments ago. She's with Jessie Starling.
It's not very often you can surf a heat, go to sleep, wake up and continue surfing the heat the next day. Was that a first for you, Katie?
Yeah, that has never happened to me. It was a weird feeling, like last night. I mean, it was definitely, I don't want to say it was a good feeling because I was like in the lead in the heat, but it was definitely not like I got the better kind of situation, because yesterday when like the heat ended, or like I got this like big drop and I kind of ate it, and then I thought it was like this huge alarm that went off, and I like thought it was my ears ringing because I got work, so I like didn't really know what was going on, and then I came in and there was like a rave on the beach, and there was just like so much going on, and I like couldn't really sleep because it was just like a couple moments of like adrenaline that were just like going so much crazy stuff happening in a short amount of time. But I guess, yeah, Vihine was like, I have all night to think about getting a 9, and I was like, just barrel behind the rock, like you got it. But I don't know, I guess I'm happy that there was not really any waves in the 4 minutes. I wish there was more, because it's like as good as it gets out there. I was debating to just be like, maybe I will take the 30-minute restart because it was just like so good, and this is one of the only waves that I would kind of want that. But I mean, I'm happy on how it all turned out, and hopefully I get another couple waves out there.
It's so interesting to go home and think about so many scenarios that could play out in those last 4 minutes. Were there any conversations going down about a 5-minute heat? I mean, that never ever happens.
Yeah, I think Tommy was just trying to get it in my head this morning of like, don't think that you have the heat, because like there's 8s everywhere you look out there, and I got kind of lucky. Bahina got unlucky that there was no waves, and I mean, who knows what would, like I swear 30 seconds before the heat started, there was like 6-foot perfect barrels that Bahina could have just like did her like layback barrel in or something, but I guess I just got lucky, and that's good for me, I guess. Yeah.
I know it was yesterday, but I would love to talk about it. Just that perfect wave you had it. You got it all the way from snapper straight down past Little Marley. You got a little tube out there as well. It's probably hard to remember because it was yesterday afternoon, but just the lines you drew at snapper, it's this perfect canvas for you to get as creative as you want.
Thank you. I've been trying to kind of like not change my surfing, but do some different kind of turns, and it's been fun out here because you have kind of like a lot of different sections. So I just want to like be able to do like different moves and like add turns to my trick bag, I guess. But that wave was really fun. I mean, I feel like I did like everything on that wave. Like I did a cut back, and then I did a snap, and then I got barreled, and yeah, it was fun. I don't know.
We love it, Katie. Congratulations into the quarters. Let's enjoy the rest of this heat, guys.
Absolutely. We're going to, and the winner of this heat is going to be taking on Katie in the quarterfinals. But yeah, we like that. You know, Katie's definitely one of those surfers that tries not to let the jersey change her approach. She likes to find those different lines. She's doing it well at the moment, and on her way to another solid result here on the Gold Coast. 20 minutes to go, another exchange just unfolded. We saw Stephanie Gilmore get herself a 5.67, so building, finding a bit of space. She found this one under priority too, Rich.
Yep, let's check the replay here. A nice clean snap to start off for Steph.
Whoa.
A better carve on the second turn. Little check turn through the inside and then connects with the closeout section. And this was Betty Lou on the wave behind her. So a bigger wave, a more aggressive start with more speed, Ron. I could just see a noticeable uptake of speed. She got caught behind there, though. So some downtime. The judges will take note of that. She does get the finish, somewhat lateral, but I did like the indication on the first turn there. Betty Lou is looking all fired up.
She is. You know, I don't think she put that wave together the way she would have liked, though.
Agreed.
She definitely looked a little flatter on the opening carve than the full rail turn we saw from Steph, even though Steph had a smaller wave. And the second turn, she came out of it a little off balance, and the judges, I think, taken note of that. She turns in a 4.7. So Gilmore, she wins that second exchange of note, and now she's right where she needs to be. Yep. Already, I'm detecting that Steph has washed off some of the nerves she felt against Erin Brooks, and maybe a little more confident coming up against Betty Lou here, because on her front side snaps yesterday, she was kind of sitting down on the turn. She wasn't powering through those moves, and already on her first couple of rides, she's done a couple of really nice snaps.
Yeah, good pick up for sure. There's a difference when you're steering the board as opposed to pushing it through the turns, and really getting your weight and leaning the board over and putting it on rail, and that's when you can really engage into the power. As we look at the Surfline forecast, and we have been absolutely blessed with incredible waves over the last 2 to 3 days, and even before that, the Gold Coast has been pumping for months actually, and we love to see it. You can see all that sort of red and orange energy coming towards the coast in a beautiful southeast to easterly direction. And this morning's wind a little bit more out of the south-southwest, so beautiful offshore, so coming around the point. And 6 to 8 foot faces, so to translate that, head high and sometimes head and a half, double overhead on the sets we're going to see today.
Triple overhead for some competitors.
And for the smaller ones, yeah, sure. And we'll see the wind maybe tick more around to the onshore direction this afternoon. But looking ahead, Monday all through Thursday, public holiday tomorrow. Things are looking excellent again with beautiful offshore conditions, and still this swell is going to be pouring through. And then the rest of the week, mate, we might put on the jersey and have the Commentators' Cup down the line and see who wins.
Yeah, with absolutely no right away as far as the crowd is concerned. But yeah, it's going to be fun to get some waves. But we were due to, you know, cop some clean conditions. And this is a fantastic heat. Beautiful morning. Kaipo watching on it, and Kaipo conditions very different, and even some different tactics coming into play.
Yeah, very different. I explained earlier with way less sweep, right, and almost a reverse sweep. Steph Gilmore decided to paddle back out. Sakura took the ski. Steph was able to paddle back out quicker and secured priority out here. So I feel like throughout the morning we're going to see the surfers having to make that decision, whether to catch the ski or paddle back out for priority. Yesterday it was a no-brainer. You needed to catch the ski because of the tremendous sweep. But today the surfers are going to have options on how to get back out to the takeoff spot.
Hey, Kipes, Steph with priority looks like she's sitting further inside than Betty Lou. Is that correct?
Yeah, she is. And the thing, I feel, if anyone knows the lineup, it's going to be Steph Gilmore. So I'm betting that she's got her spot right there. And I think tactically too, having priority maybe being inside of Sakura's a smart move.
Yeah, I think so too, mate. You know, Steph in particular knows the tides around Snapper Rocks, and this wave does change throughout that tidal shift. At the higher tide, that barreling section behind the rock, Ron, doesn't seem to really open up as much. It's more of a mid to low tide wave, and when we start seeing those real gnarly barrels behind the rock there. So Steph just sitting off onto the corner of the point here, just identifying that on those bigger sets, that's where the optimum takeoff spot is.
Yeah, she knows exactly where she wants to be in all the different faces of this location. Obviously has had some incredible performances here. None better than probably her very first CT win as a wild card. Dipping out of classes at school down there at Kingscliff to come up here and make her charge towards a championship tour victory. And, you know, that was the start of an incredibly dominant run for Gilmore, who is the greatest of all time. And she's been pushed by some unbelievable talents that are right there in that same atmosphere with Steph. Carissa Moore, an emotional victory for her. Her round 2 heat is coming up a little later. She's going to take on Lakey Peterson, who won that last contest. So a couple of the vets meeting in that one. But this is an interesting heat, Rich, for a couple of different reasons. Betty Lou has that previous win over Steph head-to-head. So that's a confidence builder for Betty Lou. Betty Lou has a victory on the Gold Coast herself, but she's also, I think, the most vocal of this next generation talent. So self-assured, we mentioned that earlier, and she's had a couple of things to say about coming up against those formidable multiple champions. Let's take a listen and see what Betty Lou had to say.
Steph, the goat. Title coming back. Why do you want to smoke her? Like, is she ready? Because I wonder, like, I mean, she's a veteran.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
You girls in this next generation has accomplished the last 2 years. Like, they weren't surfing like that in pipeline. Yeah,
I honestly think that our younger generation will smoke them. Yeah. From what they've done in the past is incredible as well. Like, they've took it to the next level, but I felt like we've also took it to the different level, and they haven't been competing as well. And that it's interesting coming back after not competing for a minute. You know, it takes a while to figure it all out again. And of course with Carissa, you know, being a mom and, you know, finding new ways for what works for her, I feel like will be, you know, a challenge in a way, I feel like, because it won't be something she's used to. Yeah, I don't know. I just know if I was a mom, I would call it.
Wow, that's been getting played a lot, that soundbite.
Oh, yes.
Betty Lou, she was in calling heats with us the other day, and she was great. You know, just she was saying in the full context, you know, the clip ended with a laugh, so it sort of came across that that one part of that one soundbite as being a very cocky statement, but you know, she's not wrong in what she says. And Steph has been completely transparent about having some heat rust and not really feeling like she's in sync with the normal kind of mechanics of surfing heats and having a strategy all locked in. But you know, I think there's probably a little bit to validate for Betty Lou in this heat as well, and she's had an opportunity on a nice looking wall and kind of got it wrong herself. Lucky for her, Steph also took a fall there. But Gilmore up on a beautiful wave. How's that carve to get things started? Incredible. This is going to feel good. Will this wave stand up on the inside? We can already hear the crowd getting behind Gilmore, but this wave is going to split and Gilmore's going to kick out. But every time, Steph's a real momentum surfer, and the fall was worrying on her previous ride, but the way she kicked off that last wave, Rick, with that big, beautiful frontside swoop, it might just click her back into gear.
Yeah, the form, it's definitely starting to return, and there's that muscle memory that Steph's had for, you know, the past couple of decades. Big TP section at the start of this ride. Love the carve down there. Really laying it on rail. You can see how she gets compressed as she comes out of the turn, and that slingshots her into the next section. Unfortunately, the wave just tapers down, but really good signs on that first manoeuvre.
How good does that feel, Rick, when you get your opponent paddling up the face and you've got a big, clean wall standing there and you just get the high-pressure hose out and just spray them right in the face with it?
Absolutely. You just get the gurney and really just kind of wipe her out. But, you know, Steph was literally not trying to do that. She was just trying to place the turn exactly where she wanted to. Gets up nice and high. Now she engages that rail. There's that beautiful style, how she tucks that back knee in. And in vintage form here.
And really lucky for Betty Lou that this wave didn't eventuate down the line and didn't stand up and run through that little Marley section, because a big, beautiful opening manoeuvre there for Gilmore. But that one doesn't factor into the heat, really. But this heat's in the balance. You know, Betty Lou with a real edge, having dropped the single highest number of the heat so far, that's 6.83. Has some space between, you know, there between Steph's highest ride. More than a point, and that just means that, you know, when she adds a second decent score, the requirement could be pretty significant for Gilmore.
Yeah, it's definitely an advantage, and sort of just back to the point when we looked at the piece there with Betty Lou, you know, that confidence is starting to build in her, and she's almost building the right to actually make those sort of statements. She's got a couple of CT wins now under her belt, just reflecting on last year's performance at Burleigh Heads and looking at all her heat score totals. Her lowest score was a combined score of 14 plus. Every other heat was in the 15s. So, you know, you're putting down big numbers, excellent rides. So she really earned those victories.
I back it big time. I love it when the competitors get vocal like that. But already Steph Gilmore has disposed of the phenom Erin Brooks, and at the moment she's well within reach of Betty Lou on this occasion. So Sakura Johnson, she wants to drop a big number soon. We're going to take a quick break here as the crowd fills in to get behind the local champ.
Round 2 of the women's 8 heats, 6 of them contain.
Okay.
Welcome back. Day 3 of the event window, and the conditions are dreamy down here today at Snapper Rocks for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We're into the second round of the women's event. Those quarterfinal heats are already starting to take shape. And quarterfinal number 1 will see Gabriella Bryan up against Nadia Eristabe. Katie Simmons waiting to see who she'll come up against. And really interesting, we've been talking about Betty Lou making the statement that her generation is going to smoke the older guard, those dominant forces who just owned the championship tour for so long. But Lakey Peterson's restored the faith for the veterans with a victory over in WA, getting herself right to the top end of the rankings. And the interesting thing about Stephanie Gilmore in this event, if she wants to go on and claim another victory, a 7th win here on the Gold Coast, she's going to have to take on all the best of that new gen. Already beating Erin Brooks, up against Betty Lou here. On track to potentially meet Katie Simmons in the quarterfinals. And then obviously Gabriella Bryan is the major threat on this side of the draw. So it is going to be a lot of fun to watch how this plays out, and the battle of the rising stars and the multiple world champions, the greatest of all time, here competing in this event, as we see Steph now taking another insider here. This one's got a nice shape to it. She's starting to get this forehand carve dialed in, but she's going to need some high impact vert hits as well. As she kicks on the tail, it's a clean combination, and she rides that one right through to the inside. Betty Lou picking off the scraps down the line, and we'll see what kind of work she got done with 5.5 minutes to go. A very important exchange here. Steph trying to catch up after their opening rides.
Yeah, interesting situation here with Betty Lou also taking off on that ride. We'll get confirmation on the priority situation there. Both our ladies opting to paddle back out. We saw the ski utilised extensively yesterday. Bird's eye view here. The Bonsoy replay of Steph. A couple of beautiful wraps. The wave starts to wall up in front of her. A nice smooth arc off the top, and then Betty Lou on this next section, a quick arc into a closeout hit. So only the 2 manoeuvres, potentially a blocking situation.
Kaipo positioning's been so interesting, and some of these swirl lines seem to be a little broken up.
Yeah, but veteran move by Steph Gilmore. Right before that exchange, Steph was up behind the rock, giving herself a lot of space. I was surprised that Sakura was so far down here, and she utilized that to play a little bit of defense. But what I was thinking is Steph, in a wily move, could maybe get enough of a ride before she got to Sakura to get that 5.87 that she needs to turn this heat. I just think that was a brilliant strategy. I don't know if the number's going to come in, but that was a brilliant strategy by Steph Gilmore.
Yeah, it's a really good pickup. As you said, you know, Steph, her positioning has seemed so spot on so far. She hasn't converted on a key ride, but she just turned in a 6 to get herself into the lead here with 4 minutes to go. And Betty Lou, even though she got busy and got a little combination in, it was only a 3.27 on the end of that ride.
It's almost like she jumped the gun in playing defence, because what she's also done is relinquished the lead and given priority back to Steph. So brilliant move, veteran move from Steph Gilmore to get that wave, build up those points before Sakura went and did the block on her, and now she's found herself in front.
Veteran move indeed. Steph was on one last year. She certainly the event as a wild card up at Burleigh Head. She was dropping big scores and had a really tough heater against Erin Brooks. Ultimately lost out, but she had the momentum. And she is someone who can really build through an event draw. Obviously, starting in that first round, there is going to be some nerves if you've had a bad start. Steph using her priority here. It is a smaller wave, but it's got a steeper face on these opening sections. And Steph just glides over that section and now really hands that control back to Betty Lou. And she hasn't been able to establish the kind of lead that put her in a position of power in the final few minutes here. Betty Lou only needs a 4.84, so falling on that ride was a huge error for Steph.
Yeah, we'll just have a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay, just disconnected from the board slightly. And that wave actually looked like it had a few more points on it down the line, so Steph could have maybe built the requirement, but Steph actually had to go because that wave definitely had you know, 5 points on it, and Betty Lou was really showing some interest and forced the issue, and Steph gave up priority.
We saw it in Carissa Moore's heat with Tia Zabrowski, which went right down to the wire and was decided on the sand. The judges having to review what had unfolded in that heat, because Carissa's surfing, beautiful deep rail turns, but a little more rounded, and Tia Zabrowski got on the attack, vertical approach, ditched the fins, and it's almost similar, the approach of the two competitors out here in this lineup. Betty Lou, with just that same ride, could have easily turned in a 6 on that wave, I feel. Just the way she attacks and swings the fins.
Yeah, it's almost like Steph likes to have a little bit more room to move, get that elongated turn going, whereas Betty Lou, she can get some work done in a short space of time. Breitling, we're at 2-minute warning. We're under that now. 1.5 minutes to go. And really, it's Betty Lou needs to find a wave here.
I think some of that heat rust for Stephanie Gilmore on show here, but also some glimpses of just some veteran knowledge in just this location, finding space, getting the lead back, and then, you know, just an uncharacteristic manoeuvre here at Snapper Rocks. You don't often see Steph fall here, and Betty Lou now, with just under a minute to go, has an opportunity to bank a 4.84 and seize the lead. This wave stretching out, and Betty chasing the open face. Was there enough in that to turn the heat, Rich?
No, it's not a 4.84, and when you look at what's transpired, the 4.7 that Betty Lou had last wave, it doesn't match up to that. And Steph, wow, she's starting to move down the point here. She's so experienced. She knows that with priority and 30 seconds to go, she'll be able to close this one out. She needs to get down the point and cover Betty Lou here in case one of these swells goes wide.
Well, this is intense. There is still definitely waves that will provide that canvas to drop a score way down the line. She only needs a 4.84. She's looking at this one. It's a late takeoff, a prone takeoff, and she's trying to get in front of it, but she won't be able to get to her feet, and the opportunity is lost and reeling down the line without Betty Lou. And Steph Gilmore, she survives a shaky heat. It looked like a nervous heat for both competitors, Rich.
Oh, wow. That was such a clutch finish. And that wave that Betty Lou took off on, if she was a half a metre further out, she would have had that wave, because that thing reeled down the line. She just couldn't quite get to her feet. A late takeoff. Wow, there's some takeaways from that one.
Huge.
A couple of things to clean up.
6.83 for Betty Lou is the highest ride of the heat, but she wasn't able to back it up. She took some falls. Her wave selection was a little funky. Just the strategy was interesting. Gave Steph a lot of space without priority, and wasn't able to cover her in time. And as a result, last year's event champion here on the Gold Coast, she is falling out of the mix. But here's that wave. Look at this wave reeling off.
Gosh, I wonder if she had just jumped to her feet really quickly as soon as that whitewash hit her. She may have been able to engage, get that bottom turn, and drive around that section.
Another one for the veterans, Rich.
Yep.
And Steph Gilmore, she knows she's got a lot to clean up, but she did, again, there's some silver linings to that performance.
She doesn't even know. She didn't even quite know that she'd got the win there. She's getting confirmation and pumps the fist. And she'll take a bit of time with all the fans, so popular down here. All the board riders crew down to support her.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break here. Steph Gilmore survives the second round. Molly Picklum and Yolanda Hopkins are up next with Jessie Starling and Felicity Palmatier in for the call.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, by Breitling, official watch and timing partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour.
Sun's out, surf's pumping, and the best surfers in the world are doing their things right here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by one of my good friends, Flick Palmatier, and we are currently powered by Mophie here in the booth. There is so much going on. It is electric out in the lineup right now, and the GOAT getting it done in the last heat.
I know, through to the quarterfinals, disposing of the younger generation, you know, first Erin Brooks and then now Betty Lou. So yeah, it was pretty exciting. I rocked up this morning and you know what, I was so pleased to see that we've got a classic Gold Coast day. It's just, you know, bluebird skies and absolutely groomed surf. There's crystal clear water and I'm looking forward to today. It's going to be amazing day of action.
It's one of those days where our job is really easy because we get to talk about pumping waves, but it also becomes a little bit tricky because you want to be out there. It's just that good. The surf is honestly pumping. We've got another big heat in our hands right now. Molly Picklum, our reigning world champion, taking on the rookie Yolanda Hopkins, who is arguably one of the hardest working, most competitive women that we have on the draw this year. Yo-Yo, before every heat, before every morning, runs 5Ks and still is the first person out for the early morning free surf.
There's no question of dedication when it comes to Yolanda, that's for sure. She is so hardworking, and I think, she's been trying to qualify now for, let's have a look here what happened during the break. So Yolanda just up on a wave, opening her account, a couple of nice swooping carves here, and kind of getting things underway pretty early in this heat. We'll see if this one kind of walls up through the inside, if she can kind of get up into the lip. Kind of looks like it might be tapering off a bit as she moves through, but trying to get a little bit of an early lead on Molly at the moment. I mean, probably no massive score coming from this wave, but, you know, priority rotation sort of beginning, and nice to probably get the feet in the wax and, you know, have a completed wave.
Yo-Yo, she just is so driven to be on the championship tour. Took her 10 years to get here. And there is a fear factor that comes in for the rookies of falling off. You know, they work so hard to be here. So Yo-Yo starting the year with a 17th and a 9th place. She knows that a big result here would do her some service going into the back half of the year.
Oh, totally. I think, look, it's a long year, and I think because we've changed format this year, you know, we've obviously gone to the accumulative point system, which is, you know, what we had, 5-6 years ago prior to WSL finals. And I think one thing you got to remember is it is a long year, and although she probably hasn't had the start she's been wanting and hoping, there's so many waves coming up that are going to, suit her style of surfing as she looks here on the outside.
Yo-Yo, we know she loves a tube. Let's see if she can find one here. Good looking wall ahead of Yolanda Hopkins here. Carve to start off. She's going to give way to Molly Picklum down the line, who's trying to gain some speed. You can see positioned herself a little bit wider. We talk about this on that high tide, that the takeoff peak is a little bit further down the line. Yo-Yo identifying that now, vertical on the first section. Bit of foam on the face here. She's doing well to navigate it, checks it in the pocket. Now starts to push a little bit harder, moves that tail around, is getting nice and free with it. Goes up for a finishing floater here, so Yo-Yo, she's building. Every time she's up and riding on her feet, it looked a lot more comfortable on that wave than her previous ride.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, there was a couple of moments where she was able to get up into the lip that provided a little bit more steeper face for her. I think one thing for me, I've already noticed it this morning, I noticed it in the opening round of the women as well a couple of days ago, is the judges are really appreciating that in vertical surfing, that the vertical approach up into the lip, right? I mean, obviously the beautiful carving arcs, you know, they do score, but I just feel like it's been pretty night and day for me. Like, that's where the big numbers are coming from. They want to see you go vertical. So I think that wave selection is going to be crucial, because you're going to have to find those waves that allow you to go up into the pocket. As we just watch this one here from Yolanda again, gets the finish. So look, she's got a couple of scores on the board. Are they probably going to be massive ones? No, but good little start to this heat.
She's going to have to bring her A game. She's coming up against the reigning world champion, Molly Picklum, one of our favourite world champions. She's moving through to the quarterfinals. Steph Gilmore down on the glass with Vorno.
Thanks, Jess. Steph, wow, I mean, we turned up this morning. It looks like it's absolutely cooking. And in that heat, you two kind of got more into a combat headspace rather than just, finding the waves and the platform to do your best surfing.
Yeah, I feel like you get so excited watching all the free surfing, and it's just like, wow, there's so many barrels through the inside here. And then, I don't know, it felt like in our heat, maybe the tide had just come up that little bit more, and the east current or the east swell just sort of separated a bit. And next minute you're taking off on one thinking it's going to grow, and then it would like race off and close out, or would be too fat. And yeah, I don't know, I was pretty, I was in two minds out there. But Betty Lou, she's such an incredible surfer and fierce athlete, and I just thought, okay, if she's going to, because she sat really wide for whenever she had priority, so I was like, all right, I'm just going to sit up top, try to squeeze one in, and it was pretty satisfying getting my last hit as she's taking off, because I don't think I'd make that section anyway. So yeah, to get that under priority was just a really good confidence boost for the rest of the heat, but it was so sketchy all the way up to the end.
Mate, that was a masterstroke, creating that space. Even the commentary, could see that there was too much space there, and that was leaving the door open. But so, class, experience coming to the fore there. But then there were other decisions in that heat where I bet you were just giving yourself uppercuts.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, that first wave Betty Lou got with priority, and she kicked out, and I looked at it and I was like, I think that's a really good wave. I was really bummed that she took off on it, and then when she kicked out, I was like, oh, that's good for me. But I almost didn't want to show it. I wanted it, and then I just let it go. But yeah, I turned around. I think that was the best wave of the heat. None of us were on it, so a lot of bad decisions were being made by both of us. It was kind of like first heat of the day, nervous. I haven't surfed a heat against Betty Lou, well, maybe ever, or in years. So yeah, it was a really tough one, but got there in the end, so I'm very happy.
Yeah, and everyone on the beach is extremely happy as well. They're going to get to see you surf again in this one. You said yesterday there's a little bit to clean up, but that's two heats still. That's two heats though now, and it feels like, when you get those heats out of the way, you can really start to open up and relax, because you're kind of reminding yourself of what to do and what not to do in heats.
Totally, and I've been in I've tried 4 different boards, and I've I've been all over the place with my boards, and I'm just feeling very rusty. So it's been quite the journey, but very happy to get another heat win, and I just want to get barreled, I just want to get barreled in the heat. So hopefully this afternoon, a little less water on the bank, it should be some nice little head dips for me.
Surf is absolutely firing. We can't wait to see you back out there.
Thanks, woo!
I love the woo from the 8-time world champ Steph Gilmore into the quarters. Pickles deep in the tube and makes the exit here. The beach is going crazy. Got a round of applause from Steph Gilmore. Molly with a really uncharacteristic fall on what looked to be a really good wave, and making up for it on that last one.
Oh yeah, totally. That was beautiful, right? It was just, I just love the watercolour of today. It's just classic Gold Coast, right? And I mean, she absolutely tore that wave apart. A couple of nice moves before the tube, and yeah, rode out in front of it. Probably would have loved a little bit of a cleaner entry into it, but really for today and for this morning, this is a great wave. I mean, if you look here, she's got a couple of manoeuvres. She goes to the little layback jam there, and then a bit more variety up into the lip, and just slots straight into the tube, and nice clean exit out. So that's going to feel super good. I'm interested to see where that wave goes this morning. I think, Steph kind of alluded to it, it's her heat was the first heat of the day. Judges are still setting that scale. It's still early days, so looking forward to seeing where this one goes. But yeah, I really liked the look of it.
Just in that replay as well, looking at where Molly got into that barrel, it was so late out the back here. Yo-yo on a good-looking wave. She's going to pull up and into it as well. She goes high, but she gets the exit here, comes around. There's a big wall ahead of Yolanda Hopkins right now. Carves back as well, looking for a little bit more energy through the inside. Now it's going to bowl up, swoops all the way down, holds that carve, extends it out. She's got more room to work with down the line. This is easily one of the best waves we've seen come through. The shape, the quality, it is absolutely pumping today. Yo-Yo still laying it on rail. Her legs would be absolutely burning right now. Taking it all the way through, looking to go vertical here, lays into a good-looking carve. Look how far down the beach is. She's well past Little Marley. She's in Greenmount territory, and she gives a look back to the crowd. Yolanda Hopkins just picked an absolute gem.
Oh, that was cool. I loved the 1-2 there. I loved, you know, Molly's wave, the 2 punchy manoeuvres followed by the tube, and then behind her, Yolanda just takes off on this absolute bomb. Probably the biggest wave we've seen all morning, ridden and pulls straight into the tube. So this is really cool. I can't wait to see where the judges go with that score, but Molly's locked in an excellent wave.
Molly, 8-1-7 for that last wave. Yo-Yo, what a way to answer back. Right now, she's only looking for a 4.38. It is absolutely going to be that score. And, you know, when you think about last year for Molly, having the world title, having so many excellent scores, so many final appearances, you would pick Yo-Yo to be the underdog, but she's got to answer back to a great wave here.
Oh, this was epic. This was so cool. It was so critical. You know, just the commitment of the takeoff, just the sheer size of this wave automatically. Obviously, you know, we're not scoring on size, but what comes with size is so much more energy and power throughout your turns. I mean, that was a big hack. And this wave kind of maintained its height pretty well down the bank. So, look, so she followed this up with a nice couple of carving manoeuvres. I mean, she's obviously got the 4.38 and more on this wave. It's going to be a nice contrast to see where the judges do go on this, you know, compared to Molly's 8.17. Molly's 8.17 was the 2 cracks into the tube. This one, you know, different sort of approach. Bigger wave, tube from the beginning, and super long, you know, with a series of manoeuvres afterwards. So this is going to give us a really good indication of where the judges are at this morning, as we see a quick in and out from Molly.
That wave was 50 seconds long.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
11 turns and a tube on that wave. This is why we love Snapper Rocks. How often do you get to say, yeah, I caught a 50-second wave, did 11 turns and got a barrel? It is just screaming volumes to how pumping it is out there right now.
Oh, and also just speaks to, you know, the athlete of the surfer, because this is going to get your heart rate high, right? I mean, you've just rode a wave that's like almost 200 metres long, probably longer, and then, you know, you're jumping on the back of the ski. You've got that high heart rate. You're getting back out the back. You've got to adjust again, as we see, yeah, the IC score breakdown for Molly Picklum, the 8.17. You know, a couple of judges going as high as 8.5 there. But, yeah, I mean, it was beautiful, beautiful surfing, and super critical from Molly.
Yo-Yo score locks in. It puts her right back in this heat. It's a 7-point ride, so if we compare those waves, obviously there was a really long wave to break down there from Yo-Yo, but Molly's barrel, a lot more critical than what we saw from Yolanda Hopkins.
I think when I look at that, I think I think the points are coming from Yo-Yo's barrel because it was critical off the takeoff. But then where I see the difference is that Yolanda was forced out onto the face, right? Whereas Molly was super critical and up into the lip. And I think it was just speaking to that, what I was saying earlier, is the judges are really appreciating that through that more vertical surfing and approach. And I think that's where the 8.17 comes from. I think after the Yolanda's tube kind of just forced her out into the face a bit.
We have seen so many legends come down to the beach over the last couple of days, and Vorno's been getting to chat to so many, and I hear right at this moment he's fangirling.
Big time, big time. In the presence of Australian sporting royalty down here, Emma McKeon, who is our most successful Olympian ever. 6 gold medals, 14 medals total. Your excess baggage when you're coming home from the Olympics must be that psycho. I don't even want to know how much it was costing, but thanks for coming down. And of course, Ash Barty, a 3-time Grand Slam winner, world #1. Welcome to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. What have you made of the action so far?
Oh, it's been incredible. This is my first surfing event, so finally got to one, which I'm excited about. Just watched Steph smash it, and currently watching Molly kill it, so it's awesome.
It's awesome. Ash, you're really good friends with Steph and Molly. How how exciting was it to get down here and watch Steph take off this morning?
Oh, it's so good. It's been a long time since I've been able to watch Steph live. So to be out here first thing in the morning, waves are pumping, like just saw her come past. It's so good to see her out there doing what she loves, doing what she's the best at. Massive smile on her face. There's nothing better. And now Pickles is out there running the show, and it's good fun.
Steph has come back from a huge break to compete again on the World Tour. Is there any chance we'll see you guys coming back to your respective sports, swimming and tennis, obviously?
No way. Not a chance. Body's past that now.
Classic. So what about right now in women's surfing? There's this huge new generation coming through, you know, and we've got Steph and the legends sort of, you know, trying to take that generation on. You know, what was it like for you guys when you had whippersnappers biting at your heels and trying to take those crowns off you?
Yeah, I mean, it's scary. I think the next generation is always going faster, better, but they've got so many incredible people to look up to as well, and they're leading the way, so the sport doesn't grow without those people.
And Ash, what was it like for you to see Molly, you know, a friend, win that world title last year? You know, the dream when you're a kid is always to be #1 in the world, and you got to see her live that.
Yeah, you get to see her live out a dream, and I think what I love most about Molly is that it hasn't changed who she is as a person, and I think that's what really is fulfilling to athletes, is when you're able to achieve a dream as an athlete, but then really just stick to what you love as a human being. It was really special. It was nice to catch up with Pickles after the season last year. She literally came over to my place and played with diggers and trucks with my 2-year-old son. Like, it's pretty cool that she's exactly the same person who she is, but she's out here living out a childhood dream. You know, all the little groms on the beach who are watching her, it's pretty special.
She's inspirational, and you're absolutely right. She has not changed one little bit. But guys, thanks so much for being an inspiration to all of us in Australia. We love seeing you succeed, and we wish you all the best. Have a great day down here at the Gold Coast Pro.
Thank you. Beauty, thank you.
Thanks, Vorno. A couple of absolute icons. I was completely fangirling. I got to meet them this morning. I actually got a photo with Ash, our 2021 ITF World Champion, and then Emma McKean, like Vorno mentioned, 6 gold medals, 14 Olympic medals. They really are just sporting royalty back here in Oz, and global sensations, which is quickly what Molly's becoming. I love that Ash alluded to it. You know, after that she won the world title, she hasn't changed. She really is just still a grom who loves surfing.
I feel like even the first time I met Molly, you can kind of really sense that she's got that real like, I guess, genuine nature to her. And I always knew, even from, you know, those little grom days when, you know, everyone refers to her as Pickles, you just knew she was never going to change.
Need some swimming? That's an early Yeah, it's say good day.
Yeah. Cool. Unreal. Little interview.
So many goats in one screen there. It's actually hard to comprehend. But Molly, yeah, I love what she's bringing. She's just locked in another really good score, a 5.5, so backing up that 8.17 really nicely here, Flick.
Yeah, this is the cool little wave. I mean, it's just so beautiful from this water angle. I absolutely love to watch it. I think this next turn, this big, powerful float over this section, she just propelled out of that with so much speed. Wave went a little bit weird here, but she did her best. You know, she just wants to back it up, the 8.17, put more pressure on Yolanda and, you know, make that requirement just that bit more. But she finishes. She's looking so strong. On the flip side, right, like coming into this heat, Yolanda, you know, she is the underdog, essentially. Molly, obviously, reigning world champ, all the momentum going her way. You know, as we see Yo-Yo, let's see what she's got.
Nice looking wall, and just loses the fins here for Yo-Yo. Molly, she's looking so good. Her equipment looking really sharp. What are you making of it, Kaipo?
Yeah, Molly looking, like you said, looking so sharp. We expect that from a world champ. Just great technique. But also I wanted to get to, you know, the mind game, right? Both Ash Vardy and Molly Picklum, you know, really taking some advice from the motivational speaker, Ben Crow. Ben being able to put positive thoughts in athletes' minds. And we know that as physical as surfing is, it's also mostly a mental game. And I feel like with a Molly Picklum, you have a strong surfer foundationally, but also a strong mind, keeping that focus and staying positive all the time, no matter what the circumstance.
She really is an inspiration to that next generation as well. She happily passes on any knowledge she gets from these incredible people that she has in her corner here. 14 minutes to go in this one. Molly holding down a really nice lead here. Yo-Yo nowhere near out of this one, currently chasing a 6.68. And thinking back to that 7, that barrel that she had, it was quite short. It was out the back, but you can see where she's sitting. She's hungry for more tube time, and because she's so good in the barrel, she's going to need to use that against Molly right now.
Yeah, I think if her wave after that tube, the 7, if I reflect on it, if it had steeper face where she was able to actually go up into the lip, because you compare the 817 of Molly's to Yolanda's 7. The 817 of Molly, she had 2 critical turns followed by a tube. Whereas Yolanda's wave, it stretched out for 200 metres, but we're not scoring number of manoeuvres, obviously. I just feel like it was lacking the sort of vertical approach, right? So she just needs, look, if she can find another barrel and then with a couple of vertical manoeuvres followed by that, she can get up into that excellent range. But yeah, she's got a tough heat on her hands. Obviously the reigning world champ, she's definitely the underdog here, but she's going about it the right way. I mean, she's keeping at pace currently with Molly.
The good news is Snapper is absolutely pumping, so she's going to get another chance here. We've got just under 13 minutes to go. Our reigning world champ holding down the lead right now. She's already gone excellent early in this heat. Yo-Yo chasing that 668. She's the sole woman flying the Portuguese flag. Let's see if she can answer back in the next 12 and a half minutes. We'll be right back.
Hopkins in second. Right line of 7 points is your best. Back to the 4.5, you're chasing a 668. 668 is the number for blue. Plenty of time remaining, 11 minutes on the clock. As we look ahead to these upcoming heats, Dinsey, some great matchups on.
It's all yours if you want it. The beautiful things in life is on the other side of your comfort zone.
Having a crew to do it with, that's what makes you love it.
It's kind of weird that you can be friends with your biggest rival.
You want to look back on your career and be like, we really paved a new path for the next generation.
I'm very determined. I don't like to lose.
We want to beat each other, but it's not like we're going to stop being friends after it. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for each other. We need each other to push.
Kind of like press play from here and watch what unfolded.
Are you kidding me, dude? Woo! Thanks.
Red Bull Nowadays, an absolutely iconic film that just premiered worldwide on May 1st. You can watch it now on Red Bull TV and all Red Bull streaming platforms. I was lucky enough to be there for the Australian premiere of the movie, and it was such an incredible night and an absolutely groundbreaking movie. I mean, some of the waves caught there. I don't know if you had a chance to watch it yet, Flick, but there's a part in that film where Sierra and Katie go to Pasquale's over in Mexico, and I've never seen bigger barrels that Katie and Sierra have charged before.
Oh, it's cool, right? I just feel that this next generation, it's awesome to see, you know, what they've been able to do. Like, the industry has changed so much, even in the time that I've been a part of it, right? And given the platform they have and the support they have, they truly do, they're not questioning themselves. They know they belong. They know they should be there. They know that they should be given these opportunities. And it's awesome to see sort of that growth happen within our sport, and especially towards women's surfing. And I just think the platform that they have, and they're fully taking opportunities and running with it. And it's awesome to see just how much progression, you know, we have from those women. And yeah, I've heard that there's some first evers as well when it comes to aerial manoeuvres, and I've seen clips of the movie, and yeah, I couldn't be prouder of that generation, because yeah, it's awesome to see. And obviously Molly Picklum was starring in that too. So it's cool when you think about the women that are in that cast, and you know, there's 3 of the last world champs in it. You know, your Carolines, your Katies, your Molly, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what those younger generation can do too, because they're pretty incredible.
Yeah, it really is a phenomenal movie. Great soundtrack as well. I've already started downloading some songs to listen to. Kaipo, there's just under 8 minutes to go in this one. Yo-Yo with a bit of work to do.
She does have some work to do. I mean, this is kind of like ultimate heat control by Molly Picklum with the lead and priorities. So, hey, world champs probably not going to make mistakes, and so she's going to hold down that position. Yo-Yo looks like she's sneaking one under here, though. Belts to lip. Let's see if she can come around this section and take it away, Jess. That's not what she needs right there.
It's not, Kaipo. I totally agree.
And I guess that's an example of the steely nerves of Molly Picklum holding priority, just going, hey, she knew that the score wasn't there in that wave and just let her go. So that's what world champs do.
Kaipo, while we've got you, how's the sweep out there today? Because yesterday the athletes were talking about it was pretty rampant.
Yeah, no, minor. It's actually a reverse sweep today, where it's actually sucking a little bit further up the point. So paddling back out is an open option today. Yesterday you needed the Red Bull jet ski. Not today. You can paddle right back out.
Love it. Thanks, Kaipo. Enjoy your time out in the water there. You can see just how incredibly groomed the lineup is. The conditions are better than yesterday, which is pretty crazy to say, because we had some incredible performances. Just thinking back to Felipe as well, getting 18 points. We're looking for a big moment to happen in this heat right now for Yolanda Hopkins, chasing a 6.68. There's 6.5 minutes to go here. It's a bit of a head scratcher when you think about these two ladies out at Snapper Rocks, as this is actually their both of their first times competing here as a championship tour event. When Molly qualified, Snapper wasn't on as a CT. She competed here a few times as a Challenger Series, but she's got so much class and just growth about her now that Molly at Snapper is this really beautiful combination.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously she hasn't competed here at Snapper yet. You know, last year we were up at Burleigh because we had no sand here. But I think, you know, Molly being a part of the Rip Curl team for so many years now, she's spent so much time up here. She's no stranger to Snapper, as we see Yolanda.
Yo-Yo tucks into this one, chasing a 6.68, stalled as hard as she could for that wave to really lengthen out that cover time. Forced to a rail here. This wave starting to taper a little bit down the line. Hope that it has a second wall through Little Marley down towards that Greenmount section. She's seeing something. She's going to stick with it here. Waiting for another big moment. She'd love to have a strong finish. Building speed through the inside. She's going to tap it here. And you can see the shoulders just dropping a little bit there from Yo-Yo. It's a good start. Did everything she could. Just that wave, unfortunately, letting her down at the end. World champ from 2025, swooping on her rail. Now starts to push harder through this second carve. You can see she waited a while for this wave. Same story. Is it going to grow down through Little Marley? She's going to stick with it. Starting to pace herself, not over surfing or trying to out surf the pace of this wave. That's all it's going to be. But both of the ladies really capitalising on that out the back part of the bank.
Oh, totally. I think, you know, Yolanda obviously the tube from the beginning, and then Molly just absolutely tearing the bag out of it. And we see some pickle powers. Woohoo! Getting amongst it.
Tully Wiley is a coach down at Bell's. Challenger Series competitor Kobe Enright. She's had a couple wildcard appearances into CT events as well. Bells Beach, Snapper Rocks, and both incredible surfers. This coastline is littered with incredibly talented people, and that's why Snapper, when there isn't a comp on, it's really hard to get waves because there are so many good surfers out here.
Oh, totally. You know, the free surfs out here are just crazy. I think even if I go back to what I was talking about before, you know, Molly, even though she hasn't surfed out here in a championship tour event, she still had so much experience out here. Let's break down what Yo-Yo did on her last wave. So little tube from the start, But look, the thing that's going to let her down here, she just didn't find that vertical face, right? Both these waves, you know, Molly's as well, kind of just tapered a bit, and they didn't really have that second sort of section. I think, you know, we can kind of see, you know, as Yo-Yo kicks out on this one, she kind of knows. I think she knows she needs more. It's an awesome little wave. I mean, if you're free surfing and you get that little tube from the beginning, you're absolutely stoked. So, look, it's a fun wave. Is it going to be the score? Probably not. I mean, I was looking forward to seeing this front-on angle of this first carve from Molly. You could just see with the angle that she had there, it's kind of like it gives you feedback and so much power on that first carve. So, a couple of really epic moves at the beginning there. But, yeah, a little bit of a tapered finish here for both women. Obviously, points going to come from the start of both of those waves. But, yeah, I think Yolanda's going to be chasing more.
Yo-Yo score locking in. It doesn't go into a top 2, so a 4.27, and essentially only coming from that barrel. So still chasing a 6.68. However, Molly still with a score to lock in here. Has to better a 5.5. But going based off instincts, Flick, that was a really punchy start to that wave, and it could easily challenge that 5.5 she has in the lineup.
Yeah, the first couple of turns were really powerful, right? I mean, I don't think... just when you look at the technique too, I think there's real maturity and sort of strength that she carries throughout those turns. She does not look like she's baubled. There's no baubbling in the rail. She holds the line really well. It'll be interesting though, because you know I'm looking forward to see. It's going to be interesting, and there you go. There's the score.
Extremely interesting. In fact, 7.5 last wave for Molly Picklum. So adding to her total now. Check this, Yo-Yo gone from needing a 6.68 to an 8.67, so score really ramping up here. She needs to go excellent. There's not a lot of time left on the clock. We're coming down to that Breitling 2-minute warning, and it's going to be all about wave selection here from Yo-Yo. Good news is she has priority. Molly's situating herself quite a ways down the point. She's actually going to go this wave here. She's going to leave Yo-Yo out the back with priority, looking for a score. Roundhouse to start off from Molly Picklum. She's going to pull in. You can see she's moving, but unfortunately that wave closing out down through Little Marley. Let's break down that decision though. It had a weird little wobble and it did close out. There's 90 seconds to go, so door's still very much open for Yo-Yo.
Yeah, for sure. I think probably the free surfer in Molly at the moment is getting to her. She's like, oh my God, I know this is so fun. And when you get the feedback from your last wave that it's a 7.5 for those two powerful turns, I think she's just wanting to surf and get the reps in. But yeah, to your point, yeah, definitely, you know, she's as we look at this water cam footage, it's just beautiful. Not going to come out there, but yeah, beautiful angle from the water.
Had a little ridge in that wave. If it didn't have that, it could have stayed pretty open for Molly to get a crazy barrel. She's got such good technique. You know, we've seen her over in Hawaii where she's really been pretty groundbreaking for what women can do in that wave. Obviously, Moana Jones-Wong really setting a new scale for females over at Pipeline. Cannot wait to finish the year there. 15,000 points on the line. And that's where we're going to see our world champion crowned with this year's new season format. 30 seconds to go. Yo-Yo with an opportunity here. Vertical on this first section. She needs excellence. It's got to be an 8.67. I'm not liking the look of that tapered wall here. And Yo-Yo goes to cut back, but unfortunately on that heel edge rail and knocked off with that whitewater. There's going to be 10 seconds to go. There's always a wave behind a set here at Snapper Rocks, and Yo-Yo's going to capitalise. Swoop to start off. It's a little bit of a smaller wave, and it's never convincing when a surfer looks out the back to see if there's more. And you can see as those shoulders drop, she knows that unfortunately her fate is going to be set here at Snapper Rocks. She's got to surf pumping waves, but Molly's just proven that she's a really hard task to get a jump on here.
She's going to be difficult to get past. You know, that 7.5 is really coming from the strength of 3 manoeuvres, 2 of them just being really those big carves. And I think there's such a maturity in her surfing. Her technique is so good. She's dropping scores, and I still feel like she's got more to give too. So this is pretty scary for, you know, whoever she ends up matching up against. You know, she's either going to have Isabella Nichols or Sawyer Lindblad coming up in the next heat in her quarterfinal, and she's looking pretty dangerous.
Yeah, Molly just locking in the second highest heat total of the event so far on the women's side of the draw. So really just flexing that world champ authority. She means business here at Snapper Rock. She spends a lot of time here now, so looking really comfortable out in what is an absolutely pumping lineup. Like you mentioned, Molly's going to come up against either Isabella Nichols or Sawyer Lindblad. We're going to break down their heat right after this. Gold Coast is absolutely providing over the last couple of days here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Our reigning world champ, Molly Picklum, just getting an absolute incredible win over our rookie, Yolanda Hopkins. Yo-Yo putting up a great fight. Molly got barreled, showed us a really strong rail carve and some nice tight turns in the pocket. Going into a second family now, the Wrights. That's where she spends a lot of time with when she comes and stays on the Gold Coast. And with a smile like that, you can't help but smile as well. Molly Picklum is through to the quarterfinals here, Flip.
Oh, yeah, and she's just looking so good, you know. I know we've only had, you know, the remainder of that heat this morning with Katie and Vahine, and then, you know, the heat previous with Steph taking the win over Betty Lou. But out of those, I mean, wow, you cannot deny Molly's talent and how aggressive her approach is out at snapper. So she is looking dangerous.
We've got another big heat in our hands here. Heat number 6, Isabella Nichols taking on Sawyer Lindblad. This is the Taylor's oldest time. Would you rather be goofy or regular out here at Snapper Rocks? And we're going to see which one is going to come out on top here between these two. Obviously, Sawyer, an incredible goofy footer. Isabella, a really loved natural footer here at home. Wow, Sawyer with a huge first turn here. Get a little bit stuck behind. Not a lot on offer down the end, but that's a bit of a statement to make for your first turn at Snapper Rocks this morning.
Oh, she came out of that with a lot of speed for sure. I think, yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup. I think, you know, for me, the last couple of days, the backhand has fared well, especially on the women's side. And then yesterday, what I saw from Connor O'Leary was just absolutely insane. He went Looney Tunes. I feel like I've watched his warm-ups. He's looked incredible. And, you know, it's favoured the backhand, but this is a hard matchup coming up against Isabella Nichols. Isabella Nichols grew up on the Sunshine Coast. She now lives on the Gold Coast. And so she is no stranger to a right-hand point break. You know, she's cut her teeth on these kind of waves, and I think this is going to be extremely hard for Sawyer because there's just a certain type of surfer that knows how to surf point breaks, and it exposes all the flaws in your surfing. I feel like I've seen Isabella Nichols put together some incredible waves out here. So this is going to be a really tough matchup.
Pretty interesting. These ladies met last year over at Trestles, and that was their first ever head-to-head matchup. And Sawyer actually getting the jump on Bella over there in her home court. Now we come all the way here to the Gold Coast. Isabella kind of acting as like the lobby of the women's side of the tour, where this is, although she grew up on the sunny coast, this is really a home court advantage for her right now.
Oh, yeah, and how nice to be able to wake up in your own bed, you know, cook in your own kitchen and just kind of really settle into this event. And it's your home event. So, and also to have all that support here, you know, she's been living here for a few years now. So, you know, she's developed her own community here. She's going to have so many, you know, amazing people on the beach supporting her, and it just feels nice. So, yeah, it's got to feel good for her this morning. But, yeah, I'm going to be interested to see where this goes. Obviously, I was speaking to the advantage of Isabella Nichols before, but then you think to Sawyer on the backhand and what I alluded to just with Connor O'Leary and the performances, you know, from Vahine on that opening day and Nadia, Caroline, you know, there's been some incredible performances because you're able to square up and just go so tight in the pocket on the backhand. You can also, you know, find yourself in that kind of rhythm. The only thing I will say about this morning's conditions, though, is the swell is kind of a little bit broken up, right? We've seen, like, not those really clear, defined, groomed lines, and it's probably due to, you surf out here more than me, Jessie, but I'm assuming the high tide, right? Like, as the tide drops, I think high tide's at 8:30, so we're right on it now, but as that tide starts to drop, I'm assuming we're going to get those more cupped out long walls. So, yeah, it'll be interesting, because from what I've seen this morning, it's just looked a bit disjointed still.
Yeah, you can see high tide 8:30, low tide 2:22. It still looks so fun out there, and Molly making it look unbelievable. I really want to go surfing at this point. She's into the quarterfinals, and she's with Vorno on the glass.
World champ, light it up. Yeah, what a morning. That was a sick heat. Super fun.
Yeah, for sure. It was tricky though, like we were just talking about. The high tide kind of made it just like shifty and, I don't know, split up a little bit. So, I mean, I still got some dreamy ones though. I was happy, like I got myself a little barrel and a couple turns. So, yeah, it was good. I'm happy to be making heats.
Mate, whole beach is just lighting up. Deluxe. Yo-Yo got some sick waves in that one as well, so it was a good battle.
Yeah, I know. It was kind of like you could run away with it, but then she got like that one bomb, and honestly, it was such a sick wave. I was like, oh no, I hope like it goes a little fat or something, but she absolutely lit it up and got a 7. So yeah, it was cool. Like, it's obviously why we love sport, you know, like you want the pressure and then you want that opportunity to kind of jam 1 turn, 2 turns and get a score. And yeah, so happy that I could provide on the 7 and, you know, secure it a little tighter.
Let's talk about those jammed up turns, mate. Fast, furious, fierce, just through the lip. The rail just absolute hot knife through butter. Board's looking that good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously Darren, like he shapes all his boards for here, so I've got the absolute magic quiver. And yeah, this wave, you just get so slingshot off the bottom into the lip, so you kind of can't go wrong really in these boards, these waves. It's a magical kind of combination coming together.
There's a lot of power down here today, Mol. There's so many people on the beach. I was just hanging up with your good mates, Emma McKeon and Ash Barty upstairs. Steph got through her heat this morning, just Aussie queens all over the place.
I know, it's good to be back here, honestly, because everyone does come here and we have so many good athletes. So I was able to catch up with them yesterday and just hang out, and obviously they're goats of like they're Aussie icons, you know, and it's cool that they take a little interest in surfing and what Steph and I are doing, and I'm happy to obviously be winning for the team, you know. Let's keep it going.
Well done, mate. Into the quarters. Look forward to seeing you again later on the Savo.
Yeah, let's go. Honestly, it should get pretty fun with the low tide and stuff, and I'm hoping, like Phil was kind of like, hey, you're going to get a low tide here, which would be sick if we're just trading off tubes, you know. So I'm happy that quarters are on, and let's just keep trying to make heats.
Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Pickles surfing so good and looking really relaxed, which is probably the scariest part to Molly, and moving on to the quarterfinals is she just seems to be having a lot of fun right now. And so do the women in the water. We had a couple waves to break down in that interview here, Flick.
Yeah, so Sawyer getting absolutely vertical on the backhand here, kind of brings this one through to the inside, and she absolutely cracks this end section, but has a kind of a little bit of a tricky time, just kind of riding a bucking bull at the moment there, just trying to ride out in front of that whitewash. But she does, and then Isabella, you know, she opened up her account too. So a couple of nice swooping sort of carves from her. You can see just that beautiful style. It really is a trademark of hers, the sort of that big forehand carve. I think she probably was wanting more from this wave. You know, I think Isabella's so good and critical when it comes to going into the lip, and I feel like, you know, it sort of separates her from other, you know, natural-footed surfers, is her ability to go so critical. So I think she's probably looking for more of the wave that's going to find a steeper face, but nice opening waves from both women.
I really loved that finishing turn from Sawyer and how hard she fought to hold on. She knew that there was points to be had in that last turn, just with how critical it was. And then Isabella has this innate ability to finish her calves back in below the power source almost and still keep her speed. She goes almost past the foam, which then puts her in a good position to go back up in the pocket. So Isabella, she's going to kick this heat off with a 4.83. Sawyer, we're still waiting on that score to lock in. She got a 3-point ride just for that one big turn. It is absolutely pumping. Thinking back to a mistake that Isabella made in a Challenger Series event here a couple of years ago that she's openly spoke about wanting to clean up. She gave Erin Brooks her 10-point ride. So Isabella would be looking for a little bit of redemption, not just in competition, but with snapper, trying to find good waves where she can. It's absolutely pumping, so she's going to do that here. Just a quick in and out for Isabella, but to clean up a moment like that, this is a great opportunity for her to do it with the conditions we have today.
I was in the booth calling that heat when that happened, the Challenger Series event a couple of years back, and I think it was like Isabella let this wave go and Erin just said, thanks very much, I'm going to take it. And you could just see Isabella looking back to the beach afterwards. Obviously the crowd erupted. You know, Erin got this a 10 and it was like incredible tube. It's probably one of the best tubes I've ever seen ridden on the backhand as we see Isabella.
A little bit deep on this one. You can see she's past that first power source. She really wants to maximise the start of this wave. There's a lot of points to be had, and that is proven in that last score of Soy Lindblad. A 7-point right there, Flick.
Wow, yeah, that's a big score. So once again, I just feel that reflects, you know, judges want to see you go critical. They want to see you up in the lip. They want to see you connect with that most powerful part of the wave. You know, like obviously, you know, these beautiful carving maneuvers, they're pleasing to the eye, but the big points are coming from, you know, getting critical and squaring up nice and tight into the lip.
Sawyer, she's also competed out here before in a Challenger Series event, had a couple ninths, and then came and got a second here in 2023, lost to India Robinson. Looking for redemption. That's a really, really nice first turn here. A lot of power in Sawyer's surfing, and this wave is just allowing her to put it on display. Let's hope this one bowls up through this next section so she can get a big looking finish. Bit of a weird wobble here. She's going to stick with it. She'll click over the foam and get out of there. So Sawyer just really put in this exclamation mark on those first opening turns with how much water she's throwing out the back.
Yeah, you're not wrong. The power she has it's pretty good for this morning. You know, I mentioned the way she's identified to have been really ones that have allowed her to really square up. Let's have a look from this front on angle. I was really interested to see that first turn, just how critical it was, and then backs it up with a second one. You could just see how much water she was displacing. You know, sort of cutting that wave in half on the second turn, just with how much water and spray she threw. But yeah, the wave obviously gets really tricky and weird on the inside here. She still manages to finish, and look, she's going to better her 3, no doubt. Back up the 7 nicely, and immediately put some serious pressure onto Isabella Nichols.
Kaipo, I'd love your breakdown on this Goof v regular matchup. I feel like I know what way you're going to go, but I'd love your breakdown on it.
Theme, right, Jesse? There was a lot of success for the Goofy Foots, for the backhand attack out here, and we'll see if that theme continues today. But there's definitely, I love to see right points, Goofy Foots doing their things, going up and down vert. I mean, we're just a nation all in itself. They've had success yesterday. I like what I'm seeing today. Flick, what do you think about the Goofy Foot Union?
Oh, I'm all for the union. I'll dedicate myself. I'll be the captain of the Goofy Foot team. No, I'm all for it. I love to watch Goofies be successful out here. Like I said, I absolutely loved watching Connor O'Leary yesterday. I thought he was really, really impressive. But yeah, one of the challenges obviously over the years for the Goofs is to try and get variety in their surfing, because they can obviously get stuck in that repetitive pattern, as we see Isabella Nichols.
Oh wow, good looking wall here. That's a great first turn for Isabella. Steeper section on that second one. She's got to move quick. That wave is running really fast, and you can see perfectly barreling. Just unfortunately just coming down with that airdrop out of that wave, putting her slightly out of position for that goal.
That is hard to watch, and I mean, she is going to know that too. That wave was just an absolute jam, the way it reeled off down the line. You could see it had a lot more, you know, scoring potential after that. But yeah, conditions this morning, I mean, you just cannot argue with how beautiful this looks. I mean, you know, anyone watching this is just, you know, dreaming of surfing this with only one person out there. But as you look to that wave, it just, I mean, Isabella Nichols, she's going to know that, wow. There was so much more scoring potential on that wave. So unfortunately, just getting that little bit hung up on that second turn.
Previous Goof winners, I mean, back in 2019, Caroline Marks won here. We've seen Chelsea Georgeson, she won here as well. So a couple of goofy world champions finding success here. Haven't seen a winner previously until Caroline Marks in 2019. So the Goose would definitely love to get one back right now.
Oh, totally. I think for sure. I just, yeah, like I was mentioning before, I think the challenge for the Goofies is to try and get that variety in their surfing. And, you know, I think back to the men, that have been really successful out here on the back end. You know, I think Owen Wright, I think Matt Wilkinson, they've been able to show that variety. You know, Wilco especially on the backhand, just with that variety. And it made me think, you know, in the warm-up, obviously to Snappy, you see everyone dropping clips, and Connor O'Leary was dropping these clips on socials, and it was reminiscent for me of Matt Wilkinson and just the sort of variety Connor was able to get on his backhand and keep it really interesting was cool for me to watch. And yeah, he was able to back it up in the heat yesterday, so that was cool. But on the women's side, yeah, of course, it'd be cool if you know, a Goof could take another win here. But yeah, at the moment it's looking good for Sawyer because she's backed up her 7 really nicely.
Yeah, over the years we've had 22 regular footer wins and 5 goofy footer wins. So definitely outnumbered at this point, but the goofy footers putting up an incredible fight. And that's exactly what Sawyer's doing right now. A 7 and a 6.43 here with 18.5 minutes to go, putting Isabella Nichols slightly on the back foot. Needs a 7.76 to start to answer back. She's got a 5.67 for that last wave. You alluded to it, Flick, just a lot of points left on offer there. And let's listen to the Queens.
Yep. Somewhere in it.
Thanks for coming down, guys. Early morning.
Wow, so many incredibly talented women in one photo there. Sawyer trying to do it for the goofy footers. This is a way to do it, going upside down on that third section. This wave feels like it's got more to give down the line here. She's picked a good-looking wave. Swooping and carving, waiting for this one to start to bowl up again through Little Marley. Here it goes, Sawyer absolutely in attack mode here. Going all the way through to the inside. I love how she's not trying to outpace this wave. So many clutch, critical maneuvers in that, and it feels like she's going to keep adding to the scoreline right now.
Oh, she's got to add to the scoreline for sure. If I could single out one of those maneuvers on that last wave, I think it's the third turn, the way she was able to really identify the section and square up so nicely. You know, when you think about Sawyer on tour, she's not the biggest woman on tour, but she is, just look at how much power she has, you know, as we look to this replay. Just the I think it's this next turn, this third one, how tight and critical that was, how much spray she's throwing. You know, physically on tour, she's not the tallest or the biggest woman, but she is just so powerful. It's speaking volumes probably to all the training, all the effort she's putting in on the off season. She is looking so strong. It's not easy to throw that much spray and just keeps this wave. I mean, look, she's going to improve on the situation. There is no doubt in my mind, and it's epic to see. I was interested to see how, you know, Goof was going to fare this morning. I mean, look at this turn. Wow. It is just so critical. It's all in the bottom turn for me. You know, obviously we watched the top turn element from that wave, but it's to be able to square up that tight and critical, it all happens from the bottom turn and just so deep, and where she was able to eye off that section, it was really impressive.
Yeah, big looking score locking in right now for Sawyer Lindblad. A 7.83, there's the IC scoreline. Some judges going as high as 8, and yeah, there was definitely excellence in that wave.
Yeah, the 3 judges that are going 8, I agree with them.
Same.
For me, like when I watched that, I was thinking excellence for sure. I feel that was it was incredible surfing, and I just think her placement and her read this morning on the waves, especially being on the backhand, has been pretty special to watch.
It's really starting to apply a bit more pressure on Isabella Nichols here. There's just over 15.5 minutes to go. Isabella Nichols is currently chasing excellence. It's a 9.16 that she's chasing. She's got time to do it though. Let's see if Isabella Nichols can answer back right after this Bonsoy brew break.
With a 5.67 and a 4.93.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
It's a huge day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, and look at that Bonsoy contest site. It is absolutely packed. The crowd is really starting to fill in now. Yesterday, I had friends who had to park further than Kira and walk to the event. That's how many people were hanging down the beach. It was packed from all the way on the rocks at Snapper back down to Greenie. Right now, though, just under 12 minutes to go. Isabella Nichols just needed to get a little bit of work done here. There's still plenty of time to do it. It's absolutely cooking, so we know that a good wave's going to roll through. Needs a 916 though, Flick.
Well, she's got a lot of work to do. Look, for me right now, Sawyer, I mean, she's really executed this heat really well, and especially coming into this, you know, when we're kind of breaking it down and, you know, we're talking about the matchup, kind of alluding to Isabella, you know, having the advantage here, the home court advantage almost essentially, and growing up here in Queensland on these right-hand point breaks, but a couple of potentially like mistimed manoeuvres, you know, where she's kind of missed the section down the line, and a couple of little mistakes that, yeah, she's probably, you know, she's going to know that herself, which, you know, she's going to have to clean up if she's going to chase this 916.
It definitely does come down to wave selection. This wave during the break, unfortunately, went unridden. This was definitely, it had probably excellent score in this wave.
Look at that cylinder. Just so dreamy. That would have been an absolute keg. That was the 917. Holy. It's so good out there, Jessie.
Look at that cylinder.
So beautiful.
I love that. Just turquoise barrels out there. You're just mind surfing all day. Isabella Nichols, we alluded to it earlier, let a 10-point ride go under her priority in a Challenger Series here a couple of years ago. That wave, it had really just that perfect cupped out wall. So Bella looking for more here. She feels like that there's going to be a better wave with over 10 minutes to go. Still can easily break that down in two. Sawyer, she just keeps building. I mean, that 783, it just felt like, yeah, she went into second gear, but it still felt like she had so much more to go, and that's quite terrifying for a competitor.
I feel like she's had her waves have been a little bit disjointed still, right? And I think that's just because of the high tide. So if she's dropping 783s on waves that are not perfect, like if she gets a perfect wall in front of her, watch out, because that kind of surfing, I mean, she's going to go excellent easily. As we look to this fat boy ride of the heat, the 783, this thing was a thing of beauty. I mean, look, you can see how hard this thing was to read, but the way she negotiated every section was really well done, right? And I think, just to my point before, if she gets a wave that, you know, has that nice groomed wall, she's going to do some serious damage. She's going to go up into that excellent range really easily, but yeah, just demonstrating so much power, so much finesse, and so much strength through her turns.
Even that inside section, she was just going through the motions, just absolutely belting every single lip line coming towards her here. So she's got a good, solid chokehold on this heat right now. 9 minutes to go. You can see where they're sitting. That's the general takeoff zone when it does get to that higher tide. We know that it doesn't really push back behind the rock when there's a little bit more water on the bank. So looking for Isabella Nichols to try and fight her way back into this one. She's going to have a look at this wave here. Chasing a 916, beautiful bottom turn into a carve to start this one off. This wave, it's got a nice bowl through this next section here. Belts it again, you can see that board just free falling out underneath her. She's going to go back to the rail and get the finishing turn here. She gives herself a clap. The beach loves it as well. Needs to be the best wave of the heat. It's definitely going to be a moment that's going to fight her back into this one.
That was crucial, and it was big, right? I got a really great feeling as soon as I watched that wave. It had a beautiful open face to it. You could see that she was pushing hard too. I think the pressure would have been on for her then. You know, she took off on that wave with, only 9 minutes to go. She knew it kind of was do or die, right? Like, if she's going to do it in 2 waves, she has to take off on a wave then, to give herself the opportunity to get another wave. But I am looking forward to breaking this down because I feel like there's going to be some serious points come from this wave. It just looks beautiful and dreamy from the beginning. I mean, so critical. Look at how much spray she throws. Nice wrapping turn here. Then she's able to get a little bit more critical there, that moment. Almost lost it, but she keeps it and regains control, and then just another critical finish. So I think this is going to be a, push up. This is going to rival Sawyer for sure. I really loved it. I just think, you got to take your hat off to her and her mental strength there, because this is going to be a massive number. And yeah, really critical moment in the heat for this moment.
Just excellent turn after excellent turn, not trying to outpace this wave, but just giving it her absolute everything when the section approached. And the judges, they're really going to reward it right now. It's an 8.83, best wave of the heat so far. And Isabella Nichols is right back in, only chasing a 6-point ride now, Flick.
Yeah, I see that, and I totally agree with the judges. If you even look at the score breakdown, 3 judges threw a 9. So, I mean, she was almost there at the 916. It was pretty incredible. If you look to the IC score breakdown there, that's what I'm talking about, the 3 judges throwing 9s. I'd probably almost agree with that. It was incredible surfing. I think you could really see the intensity click up a level as soon as she took off on that wave, that she was just kind of leaving no stone unturned and really pushed through all of her turns. She almost lost it on the 3rd one. You could see how much she was just like, I think she's obviously knows I got to go critical here and I got to give it my all. So now she's job done, right? She's broken down what she needs, broken down that score. She's only chasing a 6 now with 6 minutes on the clock. So, it's kind of like a false sense of security for Sawyer right now, because although she's got the lead and she's dropped a couple of 7s, and she's got priority, she's not going to feel safe. When you hear your competitor drops the highest wave of their heat, the 8.83, and it's Isabella Nichols, you think to the year she had last year and how strong she was. Isabella is going to, kind of try to force the issue right now. She's going to try and force Sawyer to take a wave. And, you can see how close she is, just really trying to get Sawyer to think about, her options right now.
Even just the paddle that she had for that wave, it was never going to break. And she just was really trying to force Sawyer to make a decision and relinquish that first priority. Sawyer, she's not going to go again. She's going to keep her cool. She's a really steely competitor where she doesn't usually get phased. I mean, thinking back to her opening round heat, Dimity was deep in the tube, and we've seen so many collisions happen in the free surf in that exact scenario. But no, Sawyer went, and she was definitely blocking it. It's interesting, there's a couple of different ways Sawyer can go about it. Let's take a look at the Stonerwood slow-mo here of this 8.83, because Isabella was just pushing to the max.
Oh, totally. I really was hanging on to see this front-on angle. You're going to see she's leaving no stone unturned there as we look to Sawyer.
Ooh, a bit of foam on that section there. Not sure what she did out the back. That's a better looking turn here for Sawyer. She has to better a 7-point ride. And too shady Isabella Nichols, because that wave didn't have 7 points of bettering on it. So Sawyer not bettering what we assume is her situation right now. We'll see what she got done out the back. There's 2 ways that Sawyer could really go about this, defend or offense, and she went for the offense attack.
Yeah, Isabella sold her a dart, that's what it looked like to me. And it had a taper to it. I'm not sure what she got done before that turn, but job well done to Isabella. She needed to sell her a wave. She needs to get priority. That's what she's done. Now, I mean, time could be the enemy. She's just got to wait for a score. But look, you look at the strength of just even two of the turns that Isabella did on that wave. You know, a 6 is achievable in just 2 turns. You know, if you reflect on the 883, I feel like her turns are so strong and so powerful at the moment. It's possible, but look, you can see Sawyer now. Okay, let's have a look what happened at the beginning stages of this wave. So Isabella sort of looks at it, Sawyer decides to pull the trigger, and yeah, she gets a little bit hung there. So this is where we got caught up with this wave. And look, she's not going to better her situation. So yeah, it's sort of a bit of a chess move from Isabella Nichols right there.
Kaipo, Isabella really selling Sawyer on not a great wave.
Yeah, that was a great tactic. And I just wanted to comment that 883, you guys, from the water was incredible. I mean, Isabella went to town on that wave. And so she's done the work right now. We got 3 minutes, and she's put herself in a position to turn this heat. So really, really keen to see how this is going to play out.
What's the energy like out there? Is it a little bit frantic between those two?
I feel like Bella's actually pretty calm. She's pretty stoic right now. I think she understands the gravity of the situation clearly. And so she just needs Snapper to cooperate and give her a wave.
Yeah, it's really interesting. 2.5 minutes to go here. 6-point ride is absolutely next to nothing for the caliber of Isabella Nichols, just the form that she started the 2026 season in this year. Obviously last year, Isabella winning the GWM Aussie treble. She got to take home the tank. She wants to add another one to the collection. She needs a wave to roll through right now and needs to stay alive if she wants to keep the dream of taking home 2 Aussie trebles. She's found a little lump pushing a bit wider. That looks like the type of wave we saw Callum Robson take on that first day. And now Sawyer gets to put her sales cap on it and try and sell Isabella on a dud. So these guys are really fighting right now. Look how close they're staying to each other as we just passed the Breitling 2-minute countdown.
Yeah, I like, what Kaipo's, pickup was from the lineup, that Isabella doesn't look nervous. I don't think she would, because even if you reflect on where she was before she dropped the 883, there was only 9 minutes remaining when she took off, and that's a huge number needed. And I think she looked pretty relaxed even then, and sure of herself. So right now, obviously, we're coming down to crunch time, but yeah, I don't think she looks too frantic. I think after hearing the score drop of the last wave, you've got to be pretty confident in your surfing and your ability and the form you're in.
Isabella, she's going to have a paddle here. Chasing a 6-point ride. There's a bowl ahead of her. So carve to start it off. This one, it needs to go all the way through. Really pushes hard in that second bowl. She's going to keep sticking with this one. She's still on the rail. Giving us some nice carves here. She'd love to go vertical, though, to really push it up in that 6-point range. We're under a minute to go here. You can see she's going to stick with this one. Is it going to grow down the line? Pushes hard again on another carve. And a 14th, it feels like, as we move through this inside section. There's not going to be that big final closeout moment. Does it get across the line of a 6-point ride?
I don't know. I feel, for me, immediately, it wasn't super convincing. The only reason I say, look, I could be wrong, but the only reason I say that is because I just know how much the judges are appreciating that vertical approach, and that wave kind of didn't really offer that opportunity. I just feel like they've made that super clear as we see Sawyer.
Smart move by Sawyer. She's going to take another wave just in case she needs it. She's forced her a rail as well, carving maneuvers to start off here for Sawyer Lindblad. Now she starts to push a bit harder. There's a snap in the pocket. She's going to get a nice inside click as well. She needs to better a 7-point ride. The feeling I get for that, it's probably not going to better that 7 when we think back to just the caliber of the surfing on that wave. So really going to come down to that last one of Isabella Nichols. It had some really solid moments. Her rail game is definitely one of her strengths. Is it going to get her across the line? It's a really tricky question to know. And the judges, they weren't feeling it flick. It comes through, it's a 4.63. So it's not going to be enough for Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, it's tough. I think we kind of both had that feeling, up here calling the heat. I just feel like because it lacked that sort of vertical approach, and it's been pretty clear to me this morning that judges want to see these women going up into the lift.
Sawyer Lindblad with a big smile on her face and almost a sigh of relief there. She's going to go through to the quarterfinals where she will match up with our reigning world champion, Molly Picklum. And an incredible matchup between those two. But Sawyer, that backhand surfing was undeniable for the lead. coming up next, one of the greats, Carissa Moore. She's going to take on our Marks champion, Lakey Peterson. Those two ladies with a great looking matchup. We're going to have a change up in the booth and we'll be right back.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland, by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia, by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia, and by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company. It's a beautiful, beautiful Sunday morning here on the Gold Coast of Australia. Heats have been fun, the wind is favorable, it is unbelievably perfect out there at Snapper Rocks. This is truly the Dream Tour. Round 2, heat number 7, features 2 icons of the sport. Lakey Peterson taking on Carissa Moore. They've had so many matchups over the years, but it's also a great time to be hanging out in the booth. Joe Turpel, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and rookie phenom Tia Zabrowski joining us for the call, and her first time to enjoy the booth. Thanks for coming in, Tia.
Yeah, thank you. I'm super happy to be here. A bit of pressure right now, but I'll do my best.
No pressure at all. I want to be like you when I grow up. You know, so much to be grateful for in your young career, going so fast. What have been the funnest moments so far of being on the championship tour?
I think is my heat yesterday with Carissa, and she's in the water, so I'm really happy to be here and Carissa in the water. So. I wish I'd be with Lakey, but it's like that. It's competition. But yeah, I just like tried to push my limits yesterday, and it was really a dream coming true to be against Carissa. She was like the one that inspires me the most since I'm little, and she's also the first World Tour surfer that I've ever met. And yeah, she's incredible. She's a true legend. And yeah, yesterday was like a heat that I will never forget, but yeah.
Yeah, such an impactful heat, and the reaction afterwards when Carissa came to tap you on your shoulder to give you a big hug. What were those words like from Carissa to you?
It was incredible. Eventually I was really sad. I was just keep crying because I really wanted to make that heat, and I lost. It was like my 3rd time that I lost on the first tour. So it was really hard. It kind of hit me in the back really bad, but yeah, when she came and did a hug to me, she said that I'll do incredible things in the future. I'll win more titles, and I was like, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I just keep my head up and try to do better the next time. And yeah, it's just learning, and yeah, I just keep going.
Fantastic. Tia, thanks for joining us for the call. This will be fun. We've got Carissa Moore taking on Lakey Peterson, and Riss will draw the first line on the open face. Instead, this is your heat. Actually, I got excited here. This is what Carissa was doing in the matchup with yourself, Tia. Have you watched this tape back yet?
Yeah, I did. I did watch it a lot of times to see all the bad things I did and try to not do the same after. And yeah, it was incredible heat.
Did you realize how emotional it was for Carissa as well at the time?
Yeah, and it was actually my goal when I went in the water. I knew that she's just a competitor that kind of do like nothing wrong on her heat. She always like, yeah, she's just like a perfect heat all the time. She's super consistent too. And I knew that if I wanted to beat her, I need to put her pressure on. And actually it kind of worked because she fell a lot on her waves too. And she kind of lose on the rhythm too. So yeah, I was really happy, and even me was really emotional to do that.
Yeah, on both sides. I think we all were tearing up in that emotion, seeing your response, a tough loss, but also having to be someone you've looked up to your whole life, and how powerful that emotion was for Carissa Moore. Bugs, you've known Carissa since she was just a little teenager coming out here, and when she had the wild card at 14 and made the final with Chelsea Hedges, and you still have a great relationship with Riss today.
No, I do remember, you know, when Carissa first came to Snapper, I mean, she was so young, and I kind of, she reminded me like of a young Kelly Slater. Like, she was that good when she was so young. And yeah, I had the privilege of doing some coaching with her. You know, Carissa had different coaches at every different spot, and it was a real privilege to be able to work with her. She's amazing, and you know, you get the thrill when she has the win, and it was just a great experience.
And also, well, we've got maybe the first wave here. Looks like Carissa wants to take pole position, airdrops, stomps it on the lost surfboard, and just a perfect snap, but the foam ball was shoving out of the barrel and takes her board out from under her feet. Now it's Lakey's turn to see if she can capitalize on the fall. Peterson on the windup, tags it in front of Riss. Pushing down the line, fresh off her win from Margaret River, looking comfortable. This thing is just spinning perfection. She will light it up with some beautiful rail work. How about that transition to shut it down? Lakey still on fire from her win in the West. It was a short turnaround time to switch gears here on the Gold Coast. But Lakey, being a past champion at this event, knows how to work the system on this running right-hand point break. So Carissa starting with a big turn, but that foam ball takes her board out from under her. Tia, it's kind of interesting with here at the Superbank where the whitewater's just shoving down the line on the face. And I think that really surprised Carissa there.
Yeah, it's kind of, it looks like a beautiful and easy wave to surf when you're watching the videos. But when I first came here, I was like, oh, it is actually hard. Because the wave is like super fast, and then it went slow, and then you have the foam ball coming when you're doing like the cars like that, and then it's just the wave is super powerful, and it's hard to stay on the wave. But yeah, it's hard, but you have to adapt it, and that's surfing. You know, you're against nature, not just against your competitors. So it's like that.
And Lakey Peterson really did well, especially on the combination to finish, Bugs.
Yeah, it was a strong ride, and you know, Lakey's on a high. She's surfing with a lot of confidence, a big win behind her, and you can see what that win meant to her over in Margaret's.
Yeah, what a fun time to qualify for the championship tour, Tia. You know, it's right in front of us, seeing legends like Lakey Peterson, who's been around since 2012. You know, both Lakey and Chris are in their 30s, and then you're breaking records of being the youngest ever to qualify to fit into the mix. You know, we look at this roster on tour that you're a part of, and we're going, there's never been a better top 24 on the championship tour. That must mean a lot to be a part of, not just, you know, seeing the legends like you've already spoke about, but having a fun rookie class to come up with an impactful qualification from the European force as well.
Yeah, it was an excellent year for European surfers with Yolanda, Kika. We all qualified at the same time, and they're also good friends too, so that was cool. And yeah, qualifying with Carissa, Steph coming back, it was just incredible. I was like, oh, I'm finally gonna get a hit against them, and it happened yesterday. And yeah, it's just incredible. Like to be part of all these incredible surfers that I looked to when I was 8, and just at 15 being guesser already is just incredible, and yeah, it's just amazing.
So good. 24 and a half on the clock. Lakey 6.67 to start. Carissa a 1.0 with the fall. Last heat was won by the Goofy Foot from San Clemente. Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer's with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joey. Sawyer, it's a beautiful Sunday morning. The surf is absolutely cooking. Vibes are high, and you are into the quarterfinals. Dreamy start to the day.
Yeah, it was really fun out there. I just had a blast. I mean, this is what I dreamed about when I was younger and watching this contest. So, yeah, I'm so excited to make it through.
The inner surfer in you, when you paddle out and it's just that turquoise canvas, just perfect and blue and sunny, and you just get to really unwind and showcase your best surfing. Must be such a joy when you're just paddling into these things.
Yeah, it's so nice to just have so many waves and so many opportunities. I feel like a lot of the time when you're competing, sometimes like you don't get the chance to actually surf. So this event is so special because I feel like everyone gets to showcase their best surfing.
There was a really cool moment at the start of that heat where you just got a one turn off, but it was such a big turn. You just bashed it so hard, and then that really set the platform for you to just get the better running waves and really feel confident about attacking lit.
Yeah, I just wanted a quick start, and we were kind of getting sucked up the point and like kind of battling. So I just got that one, did a turn, and then just paddled down towards the point. With the high tide, I feel like the ones further down were like really good in our heat.
And a bit nervous at the end there. We knew Isabella was going to come at you at some point in that heat. There was just so many perfect waves. She got a great score. Tell us about sort of the wind-up in the dying moments.
Yeah, I knew that there was going to be another good wave, and I knew that she was probably going to get a huge score if she got it. And she got that 8.83, and then it was pretty stressful at the end, but I just stuck to my guns, and yeah, happy I made it through.
It's been a great Aussie leg for you. We're really stoked to see you in the quarterfinals again, and congratulations. Look forward to seeing you surf this summer.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Vaughn. Sawyer Lindblad absolutely ripping, taking out Isabella Nichols as we catch up to the run of Carissa Moore. Fell on her first wave, making up for it here, tagging some good points, and went for the fin drift reverse. Ends up spinning away out the back. Those reverse type turns she got really comfortable with in the early stages of her career. Her dad always talked about just the young crew that he works with, kind of getting a 360, getting loose and knowing how to slide your fins both directions. Something he works on with a lot of young groms at Kewalos on Oahu. But Carissa comes into most venues as a past champ with what she's accomplished, winning in 2011 and also in 2015. Let's watch this one, Bugs.
Yeah, so the wave itself isn't clean. It's not a line all the way through, but Carissa does super well here. This part here, she knows that she's got to link these sections by racing down the line. She keeps the speed and goes into a great carve there. And this, the wave kind of got it very weak at that point. Didn't have enough strength to allow her to get that final move in. But at least she's got a wave under her belt. And, you know, Lakey has started very well with that 6.67. Carissa just coming with a 4.5 there, so that would be probably a bit of a backup wave in the end, maybe.
Yeah, so things just getting started here. Steph Gilmore at the press conference was calling it the luxury tour because you've got perfect waves, one surfer out, jumping on the Red Bull ski to do laps out the back. And I was thinking with your connection with Tahiti, was it pretty normal for you to jump on skis? And it's are you pretty familiar with that?
Yes, I'm kind of have. I've been using jet ski a lot of time in Chopo when I was like falling on the barrel, and then they came like picking me up, and you have to be really quick. Like when you're in heat, you try to be the quicker as you can to win some time. And yeah, but I mostly I grew up in France with like hard waves and try to adapt in the conditions, and it kind of helps me a lot to my surfing too, to adapt. And you never know what, like everything can change. Like it can be like the wind can come and everything, the tide. It's a really hard sport, I think, because like basketball is just you, and you have to make, you know, and surfing is also nature, the waves, the ocean, and you have to adapt. So it's a really hard point to progress on, but when you have it, it's just super easy after.
Last score for Riss, a 4.5. The opener for Lakey, a 6.67. So Lakey still controlling the heat with priority. And growing up in the southwest of France, surfing Hossegor a lot, that must have been a fun way to grow up, finding beach breaks, looking for sandbars, so many options of finding world-class waves in your backyard.
Yeah, it's a really cool place to grow up because you have like every kind of waves, and it's really hard to find the good wave, the good sandbank, because it's always changing with the tide and the swell. So sometimes you have like 2 weeks without surfing because it's like too big or too small, and it's just really bad. And sometimes you have like just one spot where it's just like point break right and left, a bit like trestle, and everyone's in the water, so it's kind of hard to take some waves, but it's all your friends, so it's kind of cool. But yeah, it's a really fun part.
Stoked. Having a blast with Tia Zabrowski, rookie on tour this year. Stop number 3. Here's the final stop of the GWM Aussie Treble. And checking out the rankings, you got Lakey Peterson right there, tied on points with world number 1, Gabriella Bryan, the front runners to take home the GWM Tank 300 bucks.
Yeah, this is amazing. And Gabriella yesterday was outstanding. You know, her power surfing just came to the fore, and you know, she was well rewarded for it. But wow, she really showed intent that she is out to do well on this event.
Tia, do you have your driver's license yet?
No, I'm only 15. In France, you have your driving license, I think 17, 18.
Okay, yeah.
I still have a lot of time.
A lot of time, so you got to get rides to everywhere. Yeah, that's great. It reminds me when Caroline Marks qualified, she was down here and she's just said, can someone give me a ride to the beach? That'd be great, you know. Accomplishing so much, breaking Caroline's record to be the youngest to qualify is a big statement, and a lot of these surfers on tour kind of felt that at the same time. Sally Fitzgibbons was that surfer when she qualified. Lakey's got a movie 0 to 100 because she started the QS and was like, oh wow, I'm on tour, I better figure all this stuff out. And I know you have a pretty great support crew on the beach. Who are those people that are helping you get up to speed with everything that comes with the championship tour?
Yeah, for sure. I have like incredible support team. My whole family, since I'm tiny, they have always supporting me, and they've always been here traveling with me all around the world, whatever contest it is. Yeah, and they're still here on the championships tour, and I really need them because I don't have my driving license and I can't take the plane by myself. So they're always here to support me, and yeah, and they're incredible. They were like, both of my parents were both athletes in snowboard, so they had helped me so much because they know what you have to do to become better as an athlete. So they're incredible, and also the French Federation helps a lot with all the coaches, with Joan Derue, Thomas Malem, Jeremy Flores, and another guy. And yeah, so I have an incredible support team all the way everywhere I was going. So.
Oh, that's fantastic. Tia, do you mind taking a question from one of your fans out there?
Fans?
You have a fan calling in. Kaipo, what do you got?
Hey, Tia, we spoke on Meet the Rookie. We had a great conversation. I do have a question for you, though. Your thoughts on the next stop, Raglan coming up?
Yeah, Raglan is my first time I'm going to New Zealand, so I'm really excited. It's a new stop and a new country to discover, and I'm really excited. It's a left, so I think it's going to feel good because since Hawaii, I've just like been surfing rides and rides for Margaret, Bells, and here Snappers. So I think it's going to change a little bit all the strategy and everything, but I also really like my backside. So yeah, it's just incredible to have left and like Fiji. So yeah.
Love that, love that. I mean, I saw you're surfing all year long on the Challenger Series. I think you got world title talent, and I just want to leave you with a quote from Art of War Sun Tzu. The wave is never conquered, it is just understood.
Yeah, for sure. That's true.
He reads a lot of books. It's a great one. It's definitely his favorite one, and it's cool to have those little quotes and inspirations before you paddle out for a heat, Tia. Do you tend to really try to clear your mind when you're performing, or do you have certain thoughts in your head to keep you motivated once the clock starts in a heat?
Yeah, before my heat, I Oh, that's my dad.
Hey.
Yeah. Before my heat, I really try to clean my mind to be like more focused and be more smart when I'm in the water, to be like all my thoughts to be clear. And I think that's really important to like not do wrong things in the water. And yeah, I'm doing a lot of meditation, breath work before, and if in the heat I'm getting a bit of stress, and I'm just like taking 3 big inspiration, and then I just tell myself I'm here to have fun and to give my best all the time in the wave and against the competitors. So yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Love it, Tia. As we watch live action out front, there's Lakey Peterson locking in a nice carve, belts the lip. That's her combination, carve to snap. She does that all the time out here. She loves this place. A past champion shuts it down. She knows she has to be perfect against Carissa Moore, and that will add to her total out front. Carissa will have priority, and that requirement will increase a bit. Really solid first half of this heat for Lakey Peterson, Bugs.
Yeah, very solid first half. She just got away. She came out of the blocks, but you know they both had a fantastic looking first wave, but Carissa had a bit of a slip up on hers, and Lakey's taken advantage of it.
Lakey Peterson got herself in the world title race when she won out here on the Gold Coast and found a real magic run. As we take a look at this wave, Tia, tell us what you liked about this performance from Lakey.
I really like the combo carve, and then when she went down, she goes directly to the turn. And she did really good carves. Maybe the third one wasn't finished, but with the good re-entry, not to push too much because you saw the phone ball coming, so you have to be sure to make it if you want to do scores. And I think that's going to be a good backup score for her. But yeah, you never know what Carissa can do. She can do 8, so yeah, she have to be ready to surf even better and try to get some good waves. But that was a really good one.
Tia Zabrowski hanging out with us for the call here. Heat number 7 of round 2, currently led by Lakey Peterson, the surfer that just won in Margaret River, on the top of the rankings. Let's see if Carissa with priority will consider this one, and she will let it run through. Lakey will consider it and then hold back. You never know if these insiders will grow and run down the bank. Lakey still repositioning with this great angle. We can see how far apart they are. Now Lakey will duck dive and wait for a better wave. Chris is now chasing an 8.77 because Lakey dropped a 6.6 and the Californian is out in front. We'll take a quick break and continue the conversation with Tia Zabrowski right after this. Let's check out the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings presented by Vea. We had a lead change after the last event, swept by Channel Island Surfboards with Lakey Peterson's win and also George Pitar's win as well, getting past Lost Surfboards. That's a big feat. At the moment, head shaper Britt Merrick is standing by with Richie Lovett.
We were just looking at the big screen there. It must feel good to see Channel Islands at the top of the rankings there, mate.
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, you got to take it when you can get it. Honestly, anybody above Mayhem feels good. And that it happens to be me for the moment, yeah, stoked.
Mate, how's the time on the Gold Coast been already? And have you been in the surf? You been enjoying the waves yet?
I have not surfed once. Since I've been here, it's been go, 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 the comp, you know, all day long, and then events every night, but it's been insane. It's so good to have a comp that's just running back to back, and the Gold Coast, the crowd, all the stuff, and we've had killer events at night, the shaping thing, you know, shaper night, and it's been a good time, but busy, but great.
Awesome. Okay, let's focus on what's happening out in front of us. Lakey Peterson's on some sort of a tear at the moment. She got the win over at Margaret's, looking really good up against Carissa Moore, the world champ at the moment.
Yeah, she's looking great. She's building confidence. You know that it had been a while since she won, and winning that last comp, she's feeling herself, and that's what she needs, you know. And I think Lakey feels like she has something to prove this year with all the young girls on tour and kind of some of the young girls calling out the old ladies, and she's like, nah, we're not going down that road. So she's motivated and looking good.
Let's talk design for the women. Anything special that you're doing for Lakey? What model's she on? Do you make any concessions between what you do for the men and what you do for the women?
I do a little bit. She's on a 5.9 Pro plus minus, and Lakey's got a certain rail that she likes, and she's also got a certain fin placement, and both those things are a little different from other riders. And then for the girls, I just try to soften things up a little bit. But Lakey's boards have gotten significantly sharper over the last year, just as far as the rails. And I've changed the outlines, so in some ways they're a bit less demanding than what she's been on for the last few years, but also sharper, and I think it's forced her to surf a little sharper, and she's embracing that and looking a little more aggressive consistently.
You guys got the double win at Mugs with GP taking out the men's, Lakey taking out the women's. The last time that happened for CI was 2008 with Kelly and Sofia Milanovic.
Yeah.
How's that feel?
A little embarrassing, honestly, that it's been that long, but that's cool. We'll take it. But we're going to run it back. This comp, we're going to do the same thing. Lakey and George, let's go.
Awesome stuff, Brett. Enjoy the Gold Coast, and thanks for the other night. That was good fun.
That was fun. Thank you, Richie.
Great stuff. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Richie. Thank you, Britt. The other night, they had a big Shaper Talk story with Surfboard Empire as we see Carissa use priority on Lakey. Nice connection off the lip, but there's nothing left, so it turns more into a blocking move, maybe a repositioning move if Carissa can lock into this very next wave. Moore takes off. 5-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist on the windup. Throws the carve in the pocket. There's a little projection turn, and she's got to step off. So 2 in a row that weren't effective and really turning into keeper for Riss. And Lakey will stay out in front. Britt Merrick talking about surfboards, the son of Al Merrick, one of the most successful surfboard builders of all time. And Britt, you know, you can tell he's a little competitive there. Saying, oh yeah, it's been too long since we swept a CT event.
Yeah, yeah, and then he calls it, yep, it's going to be Lakey and George again.
With yourself, Tia, you know, board talk's always fun. Do you get really locked into big feedback when you're talking to Marcio Zuvi from Sharp Eye, or do you kind of just let him create things for you based on what he sees in your surfing?
Kind of both. I'm not a big talker. It's most like my dad, what he sees, and then I try to talk a little bit. So mostly it's my coach and my dad who talk to Marcio and say like what we can change to have better boards. And yeah, 77 is like really my favorite, and when it's getting bigger, it's like SG1. And I think those 2 boards are really like my go-to board everywhere. I don't know yet for the backside, because sometimes frontside and backside's a bit different, and you have like need different boards. So yeah, boards are kind of hard to find like the good ones. I like a pair of shoes, and yeah, I love talking about boards, but yeah, I'm not really good.
No, it's fun. Yeah, it's cool to break down what fits as we look at a really iconic head-to-head matchup series with these two, Lakey and Carissa Moore. It's almost even. In fact, Lakey actually had the lead for a bit there, just slightly, and Carissa's won the last 2 matchups to go 10-9 in 19 previous. So Lakey trying to even things up at 10 apiece, Bugs.
Amazing, 10-9, and this is their 20th matchup.
And Lakey getting the closest to a perfect heat on the women's tour with Riss. That 19.57 total is a record there. Lakey's been in a few finals with Riss in the past. Carissa's beat her at J-Bay at France, but Lakey got the first at the US Open when they were kids. As we look at the GWM recap, opening wave still a keeper, still the best score of this heat, 667 but one.
Yeah, 667 was a solid one. This has really been the only proper heat, set in this heat. I mean, the last heat pumped. There were so many good waves, and it's kind of stopped in this heat. It's really strange.
And the nice rhythm, the combo platter for Lakey. She loves an arc and then tries to go right back up to the lip. It's a transition she could work out at lower trestles all the time. She's moved down the coast in Southern California because, well, lowers just honestly is way more consistent than any wave up in Santa Barbara. And so with her job, she's got to be down there, getting the reps in. And then when the winter months roll around, she could do a little strike mission back home to Santa Barbara, which would only be about a 3-hour drive up the freeway. Lakey Peterson trying to keep on her roll. And what was interesting to me to find out was, working with Leandra Dora last year, as a coach, you kind of get to know each other, see what works, see what kind of mental psychology they're working with as a competitor, and also what types of turns they're doing. And what's really impressed me with Leandro, with surfers that have been on tour for a while, like Lakey and also like Italo, making little technique adjustments at this point of their career sometimes is almost impossible, because changing some arm placements, even where your head is, when they've been on tour for a long time, sometimes it's an uncomfortable change. But for Lakey and for Italo as well, they've made adjustments throughout the off season for Lakey, but more quickly with Italo, as Leandro just picked up that assignment. Really impressed by that. Lakey's loving the feel of her body mechanics now, as we look at a use of priority for our heat leader, Lakey Peterson, up and out. So priority will go right back to Carissa Moore. Wave selection, Tia, is always a tough one to do in the moment in a heat, especially at a wave like Snapper Rocks, where a small wave can grow and double up down the line. How do you work it out?
Yeah, it's for sure it's pretty hard. And the last heat I did like 2 times. I had the prio and I lost it, and I just like in and out. So you're kind of sad because you thought that the wave's gonna grow bigger, because that's sometimes one of the best wave at Snapper, the one that starts small and then grow bigger, and sometimes you got a barrel at the end, or just doing big turns in re-entry. And yeah, it's kind of hard to choose the good ones because you don't really know what's going to happen at the end, because the wave is so long and you can't really see. So yeah, you just gotta trust yourself and just get going.
Passing the Breitling 2-minute countdown. Carissa Moore under pressure. You were just there with Riss, Tia, in your heat together in the opening round, and you can see how magical Riss can be when she's backed against the wall and needs a big score. Something you did quite often through your Challenger Series run, by the way, as well. That feeling you get as a competitor where you got to dig deep and you can come up with it. That's the fire that you're looking for.
Yeah, that's the best feeling, I think, in competition surfing, when you need like a really big score and then at the last second you got it and you're like, oh, I got it. It's just so emotional when you go out of the water. And yeah, it's just that feeling that you're kind of searching for. I mean, not that way, because you really want to hit the heat like at the start, but it's an incredible feeling, and I think that's a part of why I'm doing surfing. And yeah, Carissa can turn heat like yesterday. She got a 6, and yeah, we never know what she can do. So
and
that's a good ride.
Yeah, Lakey under priority, knifes off a few turns. We'll see what Riss is up to behind her. Into a wall, she's looking to pull in deep on this one, and she's unable to come out the other end. Lakey had already had the requirement for Riss to chase an 877 even before Lakey's last wave. So Peterson's looking like she's in a good position to even things up in all-time matchups with a 5-time world champion.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, there's really only been one set in this heat, and it was at the start of the heat, and it's been I'd say this has been pretty much the quietest heat of the whole tournament. So we are pretty much dead on the high tide, but the swell seems to have definitely gone to sleep in the last sort of half hour. But that last heat, there was a lot of waves, but Not this time, but Lakey got the better of it. She got 2 good rides.
Tough one for Carissa Moore, waiting for take what was coming her way. Ends up peaking at a 4.5 in that one, where Lakey was solid, 6.67, 6.60 to back it up, and it's now 10 wins apiece between Riss and Lakey moving forward. Lakey still with a strong chance to take the keys to a GWM Tank 300 as she's moving on to the quarterfinals. Gabby Bryan wearing yellow. That's her biggest competition at the moment for the GWM Aussie treble. Tia Zabrowski, love having you in the booth. Love your energy. So proud of you of what you're doing for professional surfing. And come in anytime. We'd love to keep this conversation going.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was really happy, and it was my first time, so a bit stressed at the start, but then it goes smooth. So yeah, I was really happy to be here. Really happy to commentate that heat, and yeah, have a nice day.
So have a blast. Thanks, Tia.
Yeah, good luck with your career.
Action continues. Luana Silva takes on Tyler Wright coming up next at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We'll be right back.
I can't explain it. Queensland's Gold Coast just has it. You don't come here to visit. You come here for the feeling. The feeling when nothing can bother you. Reset. A new beginning. The perfect time to slow down. The speed, the flow, the rush. You don't just come here to visit. You come here to feel like a Gold Coaster. And that's why I keep coming back.
Welcome to a fun day of competition. Waves are just dreamy, real clean and rippable. Lakey Peterson just got a spot into the quarterfinals, and now we're going to find out who's going to be battling with her. It's either Luana Silva or Tyler Wright. Lulu having the best start on the CT to her young career, and Tyler Wright, well, her name says it all. A two-time world champ, one of the best ever. Coming from the south coast of New South Wales, moving over to Newcastle these days. Was absent from competition at Margaret River due to injury, but she's looking smooth and comfortable, already getting through an opening round heat to make it into this matchup with Lulu. Joe Chappelle with world champ, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, an architect of the Dream Tour. Looking at these conditions, Bugs, you noticed it was a little bit sleepy in the last heat. Was that really due to that higher tide?
Well, it probably was, but it just seemed like it was, you know, there was a little bit of a lull in the swell. They'll probably pump in this heat. The heat before was good, and last heat there was just that one really great set at the start of the match. It looked like it was just going to go all the way, and then it pretty much stopped. And Lakey was surfing that inside punch. She picked off that. Firstly, she got a good wave in the first set. Then she was getting those inside runners, and she was still getting 6 pluses.
Yeah, definitely. Here's a little wave popping up, maybe for a start here. Luana Silva will catch up to it and starts to rush down the line. Good section, nice wall. Lulu crushes it. Coming around the corner and looking to just seal the deal with another Beautiful arc in the pocket, tags it again. She's quick off the coping. Nice float and control. Ripping away on the open face. How many fun maneuvers is Lulu laying down on this thing? Fun size way and just straight to business. Calling for the Red Bull ski. Tyler steps off behind her.
Yeah, well, we only saw the end of Tyler's wave, but Luana, that board looks great under her feet. She looks like she's picked the right board. It's nice and loose.
So Lulu fired up, getting over to the Red Bull ski, connecting with Kaipo for the energy out there.
Yeah, Joe. You know, we kind of passed the high tide mark. We had that doldrums over there in that last heat. Water going out right now, lower tide, so hopefully things will pick up. Got Tyler right here. Needs to make the most of this because Lulu absolutely shredded that last wave. I'll let you take away the call.
So Tyler now on this 5.8 from Peisel. Throws that carve in the pocket. The wall's just waiting for her. She'll really lean on that back foot to try to flex some power. And the wave's going to go flat, so Tyler steps off. But yeah, Kaipo dealing with the doldrums from the last heat. I think these two want to really get things started quickly if they can.
That's right. I mean, with those slower conditions, Joe, and the bigger lulls, you got to execute right when you get opportunities. And there's a lot of waves that are kind of on top of each other right now, and a lot of waves that are fading off. So when you do get the good one, you can't waste them. And I just feel that's exactly what Luana just did. She just teed off on that wave, and still waiting for the score, but I think it's going to be a great one.
Yeah, the read for Lulu on that running right, Kaipo, I just kept the pocket nice and tight. What are your favorite aspects of Lulu's surfing? I mean, I just love how quick she is.
I like her transition between turns. You know, I also like her style, and I know that's not in the judges' criteria, but I think she just has a lovely style, the way that she flows and her biomechanics and how she approaches surf. I've been watching her since she was, you know, a Menehune in Hawaii, right? And I've always been a fan of her surfing. She was always kind of a prodigy, kind of like ahead of her time. I think she had a tough time a little bit on the tour when she first got on tour, but I think she's cracked the code right now as far as heat surfing and winning.
That's right, Kaipo. We're seeing the combination unfold now from Luana Silva, known as Lulu, from a very young age, growing up on the North Shore of Oahu, representing Brazil. All business, always has been very competitive. And this is Tyler start out the back bugs.
Yeah, Tyler's got to answer here, and two-time world champion. Wave's got a little bit of froth on the face, but she pulls it into this inside section. Now she's into the open face of the wave. Just a series. That was a nice bit of tail drift there on that one. And this wave not offering any more at the end. You probably think Luana got the best of the exchange.
Nice start to this heat. Tyler Wright working with John Peisel for a few years now. She's riding a 5.8 radius prime squash, which is a change up from the Highline that she's been riding in the past. All the boards seem to be around that 5.8 range for snapper for Tyler, fresh from John Peisel's Hawaii factory. Said they did add about a half a liter of volume. That was really just the major change from the off season. So switching from the Highline to the radius, and then also just a little bit more foam on those Peisel surfboards. And John's a guy that, you know, likes to just work with a couple of competitors on tour. You know, his main team rider for the last, I don't know, 30 years, John Florence, is on a sailboat at the moment, so now he can give Tyler even more attention. One thing John agreed with Matt Biolos with, because Tyler won some world titles with Mayhem, was saying how easy she is to work with. It's just a joy to get her feedback and make her a quiver for the championship tour.
Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah, there'd be great feedback there for sure. And that first exchange, a 6.33 for Luana Silva, Tyler Wright coming with a 4.67, and it was really based on the quality of the wave. I felt the wave for Tyler didn't really open up with an open face for her to go vertical.
And that might have been the difference on those scores. We'll see if this whitewater is going to interest Tyler to roll in. Lulu's kind of glancing at it. Now let's hear from Lakey Peterson with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joey. Lakey, into the quarters. Mate, is there any better feeling in surfing than just getting one of those inside growers and just fanging along it as quick as you can and then just wrenching out the biggest frontside wrap ever?
I don't think so. Maybe a tube would beat it, but really, yeah, we were just talking about it. It's like you could just go straight out there and have the time of your life, get a 2-point ride, and you're like, that was so sick. So, yeah, it was fun. I was kind of finding my feet out there. It's dead high tide, so it's a little wonkier than like first thing this morning. We were just watching the craziest waves come through. So just bringing it down a notch and trying to like actually pick good ones. But yeah, having a ball out there.
It's been a little while since you and Carissa have, you know, surfed against each other. What's it like when you're sitting out there and you look over and you're like, holy moly, there's Carissa, and you know how deadly she is.
So sick. I actually was like on the beach before she ran down, and in my head I was like, this is kind of like nostalgic right now. We've had so many heats together, and she's pushed me my whole career so much, and I was like, she's gonna be gnarly. But I was really stoked that when I saw that I had her, I was like, this is so cool. I mean, she's just a superwoman. She's an incredible mom, obviously, doing it, and it's just really inspiring. Like, for me, it's so inspiring. So yeah, definitely wasn't taking that heat lightly at all, and I made a mistake at the end with that priority move, and I was like, oh no, she can so get a 9, like if she just gets the right wave out there. So yeah, I'll try and clean those up for the next heat.
Yeah, top of the tide, a little bit slow towards the end, but when you got your opportunities, your surfing looks just so good, you know, coming off the back of a great result in WA. Tell us about this CI, like what is it about this board? It's just looking so nice on the wave face.
It feels really nice. It's actually kind of the best model I think Britt's ever made for me for a short board. It's the same model he shaped for Ethan for the Stab in the Dark. It's the CI Pro Plus Minus, they're calling it. And it just fits so well into the wave. It's just like, yeah, it feels like butter. I can push as hard as I want, and it holds in, which is really what you're looking for, so I'm loving it.
All right, well, congratulations into the quarters. Looks like there's some action going on out in the water. We'll throw it up to Joey to find out what's happening.
Thank you very much, Vaughn. And thank you, Lakey. Here in the Horn Sound, this heat is going on hold. Stand by for updates as the Water Patrol is on the scene out front. There's Tyler.
As always, the safety and welfare of our surfers and spectators is our primary concern here.
So clock has stopped at 23:40. There's Lulu up on the ski with the Water Patrol. So the first case is just getting the surfers with the Water Patrol at the moment, and we'll give you an update as soon as we can. Lulu did start with a 6.33, Tyler 4.67. We saw this occur yesterday evening on the last heat of the day with Katie Simmers and Vahine Fierro when they had about 4:52 left on the clock. And we saw them finish their heat with the same remaining time first thing this morning. Tyler looking calm. She had a big smile on her face, getting picked up there. As we'll stay patient and get an update, Bugs. It's interesting when these heats go on hold, because we've done this a few times over the years. And for an athlete, you know, we talk about surfers having the unique position of having to stay on, you know, through lay days. But this is a different feel when they're in the middle of a heat and they're surprised by the stop. And sometimes, you know, the time goes by and they've got to get right back into gear. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I know it's a challenging time really, because you know, they're in the motion of the heat, and sometimes it actually can go in the favour of the surfer who's behind, because the momentum shifted and whoever was running away with the heat, suddenly it goes to a stop. And you know, the jet skis are there, and that's what it's all about. I mean, they're there for all kind of purposes out in the ocean.
Oh yeah, it's such a strong team of the Water Patrol, all incredible surfers, some even on the CT in the past, like when you think of Glendon Ringrose. But they have such a great communication with officials in the tower and the drone team as well, that they can respond like that. So once again, great job to our Water Patrol team that's on hand for Snapper Rock. Some of these guys have been doing it for a couple of decades now, Bugs.
Oh no, and they react to whatever's happening in the ocean, and I mean, they were there in 10 seconds. It was incredible.
And thinking about the introduction of the ski, I think we always really touch on the part of how we get to see more surfing and performance, but the safety aspect is at the top of the list these days as well.
Well, the first element of the safety aspect started, I believe, at Chopu. You know, when you had Chopu, we had Brock Little, and you know, Fatia David is a really good crew out there, and you know, it's such a dangerous situation, particularly on that inside reef at Chopu. And also, once you go over that reef, you cannot paddle back to the light up. You know, it's like on a jet ski, you have to go all the way around at Chopu, all the way around that big finger of reef. You cannot paddle back around in time for your heat.
Yeah.
So there was a whole lot of reasons for the safety aspect. But obviously, I saw them also hauling some people up from hitting the reef. So there was a lot of reasons that was, you know, apart from being able to get back into the rotation and keep the entertainment going, there were certain places around the world where the safety was the prime mover.
Thanks for bringing the skis in, Bugs. Changing the game in professional surfing. Once again, this heat is on hold. Water Patrol has both Lulu and Tyler waiting for an update from upstairs. As we do that, we know the WSL is a gigantic organization. There's been a lot happening around the league. Banco de Brazil QS 4000 is underway in Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Men's and women's semifinals set to run next. That's all on YouTube on the WSL site there. Bailey Turner and Parker Kahn took out an Orange County sweep at the Vans Jack Surfboards Pro at QS 4000. I know Parker had a comeback kind of story working with Brad Gerlach and Wave Key, and that was just a breakthrough win for Parker. Congratulations. Stevie Sawyer, the man from Jeffreys Bay, and also Christy Gilmore with a big win at the Surf Emporium South Africa Longboard Championships, and also things happening in Morocco. Morocco Mall Junior Pro Casablanca. That starts May 6th. Also coming up, Hamatsu Open QS 2000, a longboard QS in Japan starting very soon, May 13th. Get all those updates on worldsurfleague.com. Follow us on socials at WSL as well. I'm so impressed how giant this organization is, and there's platforms for the longboarders that are coming up in the world, qualifiers in all of our regions. And Bugs is architect of the Dream Tour, and one of my favorite movies, Busting Down the Door. I know it wasn't always easy to convince people that pro surfing was a real thing. And when you see how many events are happening globally, not just on the CT, that's got to make you proud.
Yeah, I know. There's so many tiers of professional surfing happening, and it's happening all around the globe, you know, concurrently. You know, it is amazing to see where it's come, and I think WSL has done a great job in breaking up the different brackets and the different tiers, and then you got all the different disciplines, you know, from junior to longboard, obviously to the pro ranks and the QS regionals, the Challenger Series, and here we are at the CT. I mean, there's a well-defined pathway, and that's what I always wanted to see happen.
And fun seeing the evolution. How did people qualify for 1976? Were you just calling people again, hey, we got this thing, trust me, it's going to be fun?
Well, I wasn't calling anyone.
You're trying to win.
No, it was really just it was kind of like a gypsy tour, you know, and you could turn up and there were trials. There were local trials, and internationals could come to the trials. And what would happen is that they'd have a day or two of trials, and then 16 surfers would go through to meet the bottom 16. And then the top 16 would be seeded into the second round. It was pretty cool. Like, you know, all the local heroes got to compete against the number 1 and 2 seeds in the world.
Oh, that's fantastic. So many great changes that impacted the sport, going from top 3 waves to top 2. I mean, we've been joining that system ever since. You know, it stopped the idea of being busy and quantity of waves and really turned into quality. And I think surfers like Andy Irons, he fit that system and won 3 world titles.
Yeah, well, there was a whole bunch of guys like Taj and, you know, Andy, Kelly, I mean, CJ Hobgood. They just, you know, I did a survey, you know, I actually really did it mathematically, Joe. It wasn't just a plucking a number out. And I noticed that over a period of 2 years, the third counting wave was lower than expectation. You know, sometimes it was somewhere between like a 3 and a 5. And I thought, that's just not good enough. That's not CT. And what that did, though, it affected the second wave, because they would have to grovel around looking for that third wave and not sit there and wait for the sets. So as part of the whole package, it was like Best 2 and Jet Ski Assist really came as a package. And I thought, they're entertainers. Let's surf.
I love it. What a great surfing mind. Just honored to sit next to the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Remember, we are on hold at the moment. Round 2, heat number 8. Lulu and Tyler are with the Water Patrol. We'll give you an update right after this.
Edwin's flying athletes taking jacks.
Can't get any better.
I'm on a new wave, I got a new weave, I got a 10-step skincare routine. I hear you ask where I've been.
This is like the Grom Mecca of the world, for sure.
Nails, I got new teeth.
The waves are firing, it's like 3 to 4 foot pumping behind the rock.
The trick is you want to get the grower.
Like, this is where I came to surf as a kid to get better, and to be able to surf with all the young girls now is going to be something really fun.
Who's got a question?
How do you deal with losing?
That's a really deep and good question. And who's your favorite surfer?
I really like that. He's so inspiring and it really inspired both of us.
Some things never change. I'm going to be giving one girl a custom board, and this year Evie won it. It was her work in the community and how she surfs, so congratulations.
Hey.
Hi everybody, welcome back. We are still on hold. The heat's placed on hold after a shark was spotted within the competition zone, which prompts that immediate stop of the heat. The safety of our surfers and staff remains our top priority, and we'll look to resume once the water safety team confirms the competition area is clear. I'm getting a message in that they've monitored the situation, things are clear, and they're going to start this heat once again in just a couple of minutes. So 10:01 now, local time. I got the message that it's starting back on at 10:04. A few minutes, and Luana Silva will still have priority. Tyler Wright will still be chasing a 1.67, and it'll start with 23 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Kind of like what we saw this morning, where there's 4 minutes and 52 seconds left for Katie and Vahine, and it started right there, same situation, and we'll be getting back underway. Joe Turpel with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew here for the call. That's the situation unfolding, and we'll see if Lulu and Tyler can just get right back into gear. Before we continue on there, let's hear from Renato Hickel with Von Blakey.
Thanks, Joey. Renato, the protocols are there for a reason, mate, and that is the safety of the surfers. And once again, we've had to put the comp on hold for a moment. What's the update?
Yes, our number one priority, right? Another visitor, another shark, another bull shark, around the 2 meter marks and really close to the competitors. Disabled, luckily we were able to track the shark moving away, moving south. So we did a 15-minute standard break, and we're going to resume competition right now.
And mate, this is looking like an amazing day. Yesterday we saw record numbers down here at Snapper. You must be so excited to see what's going to happen as the tide starts to drain out and the barrels start to thunder behind the rock.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a show of tubes and barrels this afternoon, and we already said on a call. So again, those are watching, please come down. You know, it's going to be an epic day and a big chance that we wrap this event tomorrow with an even better and bigger surf. So you can't miss it.
Oh, mate, let's dance our way out of this.
Let's do it.
These guys are making a routine of that. Renato Hickel, he's been a part of the tour for a few decades at least, maybe more, Bugs, right? A former head judge in the past as well.
Yeah, I mean, I hired Renato Hickel because he was the perfect team manager. I mean, tour manager. It's a role that he's just moved into and just stayed at. I mean, yeah, he started with some judging, but he was Peter Whitaker and I both recognised that this guy would be a great tour manager. But he was just such a good people's person, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone loves him, and he's so dedicated. He's just been so consistently, delivering excellent quality, great rapport with the surfers, great rapport with the event promoters, and of course the officials.
And a great dancer. As we watch the heat get back underway, Lulu is gonna run after the first wave she sees just to kind of get warm again, but that is a significant move because that'll give Tyler Wright priority. I'm sure just having that weight on the ski, she was just ready to just get moving on a wave. So that'll be an incomplete score, still carrying her 6.33 she started with on her opener.
Yeah, well, it's a time for a reset for the competitors as well. You know, they had 23.5 minutes remaining, still enough time to either seal the heat. I mean, obviously both still looking for a second good scoring ride. Tyler probably looking for 2. So it's a mental reset of you know what you have to do, what's required, and you know watching the ocean, trying to get back in the rhythm.
Certainly. Kaipo Guerrero, you saw that Lulu just wanted to get going, it looked like.
Yeah, that was kind of a questionable call for me because she's got the lead and she had priority and she just gave it away. Maybe she saw something in that wave. You know, we were talking all morning about sometimes you can't tell if they're going to connect and grow. So maybe that was what was on her mind. But this is definitely a good opportunity for Tyler.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, so just that heat on hold, wanted to get started, but then it's a throwaway, and it's just a significant moment in a heat when you look back. If Tyler gets her best wave on the next exchange, then you're just really going to be kicking yourself.
Yeah, I kind of feel it was more of a case of getting her feet back in the wax, Joe. You know, just sitting on the ski for a while, 15 minutes, getting her feet in the wax, just getting underway. But strategically, definitely probably not the wisest move against a 2-time world champion.
Yeah, 2-time world champ that is ready to win another major event. She's won 17 championship tour events along with those 2 world titles. She's been winning for a very long time at basically any venue that's been thrown at her. As she will roll in. We'll see how big the priority mistake might be. A nice open face hook on that 5.8 Paisel. Just kind of feeling the pocket and doesn't do much with it. So if we see 2 waves ridden like that, you can see how tough it is to really pick the right wave. First Lulu, then Tyler. Luana Silva in a much better looking wall at the moment. And goes up and out.
Yeah, well, this time she's done the move to retain priority or regain priority, and now without priority, well, she has been awarded it, but this is a better looking wave, Joe.
Lulu lights up the rails on that sharp eye, will carve into the pocket again, looking to just connect well to finish, and now she'll have a nice number to go with the 6.33. There's her corner there, which also includes rookie Mateus Herdy. Lulu got on tour a couple of years back and had to deal with some tough moments with the midseason cut. Sent back to the Challenger Series, even felt the tough call of being 1 spot out at the end of the CS, but then got the call up with Stephanie Gilmore, deciding to continue her absence from the tour the last 2 consecutive seasons. And then Lulu started making finals last year. Look here from the water.
Yeah, it's a great water angle here. That first turn, she just snapped into that turn. And not a long ride, but a pretty decent backup.
Just sharp with her rail work. A lot of finesse, a lot of speed in between turns. There's such a variety of waves to choose from on the North Shore of Oahu. There's the real world famous waves that were always part of the Triple Crown that have a lot of coverage on them, like Haleiwa, Sunset, Pipeline. But Lulu finds all sorts of waves to ride when she's home in between events. Loves to recharge there on the island of Oahu and then get prepared as well to get back on the Dream Tour. And her best start to date, 5th place at Bells to a runner-up finish to Lakey Peterson at Margaret River. And even though, you know, she hasn't been in a ton of finals yet, you'd think, okay, maybe she'd be happy with another final, but I'd say that one probably stung the most, just because the way the final went. She had the lead, Lakey got a score, and the score didn't even come in until the horn went off at that time. So Lulu's sitting out the back with the lead, and by the time the message came in, she hadn't even seen the type of turns Lakey had done on the final changing moment, and you could just tell that just stung. You know, talk to her support crew, her coach, and even on the podium, she could just tell that fire was lit even more to try to win her first CT event here at Snapper Rocks now.
Yeah, well, it sort of it stung, but that sting can move into motivation, and a deep motivation to go one better, or to, you know, get back to the final and have another crack.
18-18 on the clock. Lulu's last score, the 5-1-0, put her in a better position. Tyler's last at 2.07. Lulu did eliminate Tyler Wright back at Bells. As we see her step off, that thing kind of bottomed out on her. And there might be one right behind it. And she'll have to punch through. So positioning always important, and a couple of little square ones kind of snuck by, Bugs.
Yeah, I mean, like, we were on the high tide, and that's the reason why Luana came, you know, right onto the bank, because of the tide being high. And two pretty decent, very decent waves. One spat out, and the other one just reeled off. But, you know, and we weren't, and I was wondering where Tyler was in all that, but those waves must have been cut-off ones. They didn't obviously go all the way, because Tyler showed no interest in the meter.
So interesting there. Maybe a couple of points just drifting by our competitors on that set, but Lulu's still out in front. But just great to see Tyler back in the jersey. We're disappointed to see that for her that she had to miss out on Margaret River. She was there in the West preparing, and we got the message that she was going to have to withdraw. So Tyler Wright, the Bond University athlete, health check, had to sit on the sideline over at Margaret River. That gave the call up to Sophie McCulloch late, as she flew over the West last minute to get into the event. And then Tyler feeling solid enough to compete here at stop 3. And she's had some brilliant moments. 9.6 is Tyler's best score on the Gold Coast. It was a semifinal years ago with Laura Enever. Tyler pacing off the bottom. Nice little snap under the lip. Pushing out front. There's her famous little lean back in the pocket, and a full arc on that Radius Prime model from Peisel. Pushes it into the power source. Little sticky coming out of it, but she got real creative at the start of that wave.
Yeah, the work was done, Joe. I mean, that ending, there was nothing to the end of that wave anyway, so that she won't be penalised for that, but she certainly did some good and variety.
She's really seemed like she was in the moment on each maneuver decision. You know, there's sometimes you see surfers for a long time where you can kind of almost look like they're in a routine of knowing where their targets are. This one, she was freestyling a bit.
Oh, she was, and that first snap's great, and then this is her famous move. Woo. But this turn here, Joe, full-blooded, you know, she got the tail drift, but she kept complete control. So 3 different versions of the snap, the layback. Yeah, just a really good carving session there for Tyler Wright. 3 maneuvers, that's going to get her into the heat, no doubt, her best ride.
So many great competitors have competed here over the years at the Superbank and really pushed progression surfing. I was just had an image of my mind watching Melanie Bartels surfing the Superbank, representing Oahu, and she just had that free spirit and spontaneity when she surfed. It looked like she was just free surfing. Never looked like she was going to go, okay, I'm going to go from point A to point B. Didn't look like she had heat strategy. She was just so connected to the ocean and her instincts coming from the west side of Oahu. And almost a little Dane Reynolds in her a bit. There was one time she did a turn and didn't like how it felt. So she just highlined the rest of this wave all the way through, almost paying tribute to the wave itself. And for like any coach or textbook rules on how you're supposed to perform, it just got thrown out the window. I think that's why she was so well loved in her heats, because it was unpredictable. You didn't know what to expect, and you always felt with Melanie, it was just a relationship with the ocean that was the most important.
Yeah, no, she was one of my favourite surfers on the tour, and so unpredictable, and that's why you wanted to watch every heat she had.
Had some finals over the years.
What she was going to pull out.
Had a win in Brazil back in the day. I believe that was with Steph Gilmore in the final. She recently represented Hawaii in a Masters-type tournament recently, still ripping. Celebrating 50 years of the World Tour. Going back to some of the greats, Margot Oberg, Lynn Boyer, achieving world titles. It was great to hang out with Debbie Beecham at the season opener and hear from them on the next generation along with Pam Burridge. They're so thrilled to see what's happening today. Equal prize money, equal events from start to finish for men and women as we look at the car from Lulu. trying to better a 5-1-0 at the moment. Here's a little double up wall. Luana's winding up. She'll arc it once again. So stylish through those turns. Clean rails. Silva starting to flow now down the line. Open face is just glimmering in front of her, and she will hop out. Lulu doing a great job just keeping the rails wet, good decision making, following maybe what was a priority mistake after resuming this heat that was put on hold. Ever since then, she's been looking really sharp, Bugs.
She sure has, and her opponent, Tyler Wright, got into the match here with that 5-5, but this wave here is going to open up the lead again, Joe. These first couple of turns here, nice carving back into the foam ball as it goes over the bank, and now it comes onto that inside bank. Beautiful snap there, lightning fast transition back onto the inside rail, and down the line she goes. So fantastic series of snaps and carves here by Luana Silva. She's looking to, well, eliminate that 5-10 and even try and improve on that 6-3-3 to open up a move. And wow, what a wave we're watching there, just reeling off.
Always want to know what the waves are doing. We always want to know what the sand is doing, and you're seeing just a perfect sandbar to set up this great event. Remember last year we missed out on competing at Snapper because a cyclone ran through and made a big hole in the sandbank. And so we know the sand that comes out of the Tweed River puts the most amount of sand into the super bank coming around the corner from Froggies, and just pushes these perfect waves way down the line. We've had some finishing waves from even Yolanda Hopkins this morning, Bugs, where she was kicking out almost past the takeoff at Greenmount.
And we'll certainly see a lot of that as the tide goes out now. We can see the tide drawing off the bank, hence that last wave, how it spat a couple of times, but it's going to get good as the day goes on.
So last score for Tyler Wright, where she got a few little frontside rips in the pocket, a 5.5. That's her best so far. Tyler needing a 5.94 to take the lead off Lulu. Last of Luana Silva actually didn't change anything, and that's why she has her hands up. Not to protest, but she wants the beach announcers in the tower to kind of reiterate the situation. She can ask them questions all she wants, just with hand motions. And the guys upstairs, like Chris Binns, Chris Enever, will continue to just give them updates as much as they want.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, she only got a 4.9 on that one. I thought she might do a little better than the 5.10, but it was thereabouts. And I think it was based on the fact that those first two turns were kind of soft. She wasn't able to really open up. Obviously, getting that first big snap in on the outside sets up the 6+, 7+ ride.
Big heat coming up next for France. Caroline Voss takes on Marco Mignot. Caroline Voss representing France and Tahiti. Marco Mignot representing France and Mexico. As we see Tyler putting her board in the right spot in the pocket, pushing harder off the tail in the second one. Clean bottom turn and shoves it into the pocket again. And now pacing through this inside track, lining up an end section, trying to slide the tail a bit, and she will feel good after that one. But lighting up that first section's Lulu. Quickly back into the pocket for a carve, and she'll float it shut. Great back and forth exchange from a longtime world champ veteran and one of the newer names just building her career on tour. 9 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
A critical exchange at the 10-minute mark, because this heat is alive now and the lead is on the line with that exchange. We didn't see the start of Lulu's wave.
That's right. There could have been another major before that, Bugs. Good call. Caught up to her and saw the remaining maneuvers and the combination, and let's watch it from the start now.
Yeah, so the first turn, oh yes, it's pretty slick. And now she goes into a series of carves. She only got 3 moves in, but they were solid. And here's Tyler Wright. Tyler opens up on this wave as well. Nice snap to start with, comes clean off the bottom. Another beautiful big snap out of the lip and carves it back. And this wave here, kind of, it peters out now, but she sticks with it, Joe. She's trying to just eke out every decimal point is going to count. and she does get a nice sliding, lot of like move at the end, and she has to kind of work her way out of that white water, but she was happy with it. She knows it's a keeper because she's looking to improve on, well, she needs a 5.94, so it doesn't matter what she improves on. She needs a score. But the question is, did Luana improve on her score?
What a great heat. Tyler Wright, Australia, Luana Silva, Brazil. Tyler coming from one of the greatest surfing families that have been a part of these big championship tour events, even events where it wasn't just Tyler and Owen, but also Mikey Wright for a bit. Having so many talented siblings. Mikey coming on as a wild card originally and upset John and Gabe at this event in back-to-back showings, being a young wild card. Owen Wright winning this event, coming back from a really scary injury. One of the great sporting moments I think we've ever had. And Tyler being a two-time world champ, just so talented, that entire Wright family. Let's see what Tyler does here off the ski and seeing if she can catch a wave right away. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, so priority now to Luana, just because she did the paddle back out versus Tyler doing the ski ride. Still waiting for that score, I think, for Tyler to see if she turned that heat. It was a much better wave. I think Luana was surfing incredible, but that wave let her down. So the good news for Luana is she does have a priority right now, and it looks like Luana does need a 5.14 to take that lead off of Tyler, who just took it from her in that last exchange.
Exactly right, Kaipo, chasing that 5.14, and we'll see if Lulu has done enough on that last wave. Tyler, 5.97, is sitting out in front now with 6:20 to go.
Well, that was a close call. She needed a 5.94, Joe, and she got a 5.97. So she just got there, but look at the score coming. Luana Silva, a short ride, a short, sharp, snappy ride, a 6.07.
6.07 gets Lulu right back out in front. So these are the heats you love when you got a lead change, especially when time's starting to wind down. Tyler looked like she tried to attempt to pull in late there, incomplete on the effort. So Lulu now has the lead and priority. Tyler working with Richard Dog Marsh. They've known each other for a while, but she jumped in the dog pound last year. Worked out some things into her championship tour game plan and strategy. Dog always has the big notebook in front of him. There it is. He won't let me look at that. I'll get to him.
Yeah, and I believe you will, Joe. It'd be very interesting to see what he jots down in that book.
Yeah, what a character. Dog's just awesome. One thing that always remains the same, I think, with everyone around these events is how much they love surfing. Just, even if they've retired from the tour, it's one sport or pastime that you could do for the rest of your life. Most surfers just want to keep staying in the ocean, no matter what crap they're riding forever. It just gives you this feeling that you feel alive.
And
watching this, Tyler Wright on an important wave. Nothing happening there.
No, it had that little wonk in it, kind of like a little rib and more like a ridge, and it wasn't going to offer much. So there's some good sets coming through, but there's some weaker waves as well. It's still at that weird part of the tide. And it's not super consistent right now, but there's just enough. It's going to be an interesting exchange here. Both surfers looking at that wave, but you can see that whitewater foam ball going off the bank. No scoring opportunity. This wave looks a bit more interesting.
Priority with Lulu. She's just basically keeping tabs on Tyler. Right there, Tyler wants a priority change. Throwing the hand up. Once Lulu saw that Tyler wasn't pointing towards the wave, she felt like she could hang on to it there.
Yeah,
no signs of a switch, so Lulu might be able to hold priority.
Well, Luana on that wave, she was sort of paddling sideways, Joe. You know, whether she showed enough intent, she certainly showed a little bit of interest in that wave, but she was still paddling sideways. I felt that maybe she didn't do enough to make the judges think that she was committed or blocking.
Yeah, they've got a lot of resources. They've got their Apple Watch. They've got those screens that are glowing. You see the red number 1 there. That means Lulu still has priority. And
it looked like a good wave.
Yeah, it certainly did. And I think maybe for Tyler, sometimes you got to really force the issue there and make Lulu commit. And for Tyler already moving on from the wave, didn't quite sell it that she wanted it to be a use of priority. So its situation stays the same. Lulu with the lead and trying to go 2 in a row over Tyler this season. Got her at Bells, and remember, Tyler's a 2-time Bells champ. And now decision time. Tyler might really commit. Lulu's not even interested. And Wright just changes her mind. It looked like she wanted to really show that she wanted that wave. Beautiful conditions, real smooth. It's been a little tough to find the gems at this part of the tide. A little bit sleepy in the last 2 heats.
Okay, here we go.
Lulu will use priority, liking the look of this wall. Driving into a beautiful frontside snap. Throwing another little attacking move off the lip line, ditching the fins on the 3rd. And then to the wrap. Off the top again, and Lulu is showing off that strength with that off the lip surfing. Tyler on a very important ride as we pass the Breitling 2-minute countdown. The 2-time world champ sinks in transition, and Lulu is looking closer and closer to another jump into the quarterfinals. Strong paddle right here. Lulu's trying to maybe see if she can gain first priority, even though Tyler was a little bit closer to that takeoff zone. We have celebrations already happening for Mateus Herdy and Leandro Dora. Fired up with the way Lulu's been handling this heat. Members had a hold at around the 23-minute mark, 15-minute break where they're on the skis. Got going again. Maybe Lulu made her only mistake, just taking a wave quickly. That was a 1-6. Gave Tyler priority, but once Lulu found her rhythm again, it's just been lights out. Good decision making. Dora got the win with Lakey in the previous heat where she kept her start in the 6 range, and Lulu with a very similar game plan is still keeping her opener, which is the best of the heat so far. The importance of that opening exchange clear in these last 2 heats.
Yeah, I think they'll have a look at Lulu's first wave, that 6.33.
Tyler
kind of a similar ride, Joe.
Yeah, and see if Lulu will improve once again. All judges just watching this, though, before they enter any scores in. It'll be Luana Silva grabbing a beautiful wall. The paddle intention to get priority to shut it down is paying off, and Lulu is firing away. Some big re-entries off the lip. Bottom drops out. Lulu has officially arrived on the championship tour. Her best start today to 5th, a 2nd. And she is looking like she is on her way to another appearance in the final series. 6.83 was her previous wave, but that doesn't even count the damage that she just did on her last bugs.
Yeah, that's a dominant performance at the end of the heat. The closing seconds and that paddle for priority, the whole thing went in her favor, and that last wave, whoever got it, it was just a gorgeous looking wave, and she surfed it to the max. But that 6.83 was a telling blow. Her second to last ride, solid surfing.
Absolutely ripping this. Let's check out the fat boy ride of the heat here, Bugs.
Here's the ride of the heat. Just looking so spicy in this beautiful wave. Snaps out of the lip there. And this finishing turn here, so confident. Yeah, she's so confident in that turn.
There's the fire and the score, a 7.5. Her intention to win the paddle battle was clear, and then she lucked into a really good-looking wall. But you create your own luck at this stage with all the hard work she's doing. That is a satisfied Luana Silva. And she's going to realize she's going to have a rematch of the Margie's final. She'll get Lakey early in the quarterfinals this time. She had so much fun. I think she just wants to know her last score. 7.5, 6.83, and a huge name out of the contest with Tyler Wright. Quarters are set for the women. We'll transition to men's action. Marco Mino taking on Cowley Voss. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and B. Durbich for the call.
I can't explain it. Queensland's Gold Coast just has it. You don't come here to visit. You come here for the feeling. The feeling when nothing can bother you. Reset. A new beginning. The perfect time to slow down. The speed, the flow, the rush. You don't just come here to visit. You come here to feel like a Gold Coaster. And that's why I keep coming back.
We love our time here on the Gold Coast. We love our time in Queensland, and always a welcoming face is the face of B. Durbich, who joins us for the call now as we get set for round 3 of the men's event. Good to see you, Durbo.
Morning, Ronnie. Morning, Rich. Good to see you guys.
How are you, buddy?
Yeah, really well, thanks.
How good has this event been? The opening days of competition have brought us some big performances and brought us some important performances from people who needed a result as well.
Yeah, it's been insane to watch. You know, the waves and the weather have turned it on the Gold Coast, and yeah, it's been a bit of a rough start, obviously, with the conditions, first 2 events, but yeah, Gold Coast has really turned it on, and the surfing level's just going through the roof as the rounds go on. I felt everyone keeps pushing that level up.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Our host set powered by Mophie, so we get to see the scores drop on that WSL app as we watch these heats unfold. But B, you grew up at Point Lookout, North Stradbroke, but the lure of the quality waves and I guess the talent level down here on the Gold Coast saw you make that move, and it kind of worked in your career.
Yeah, definitely moved down when I was 20. Just, you know, Mick, Joel, Dingo, at the time, Luke Egan, Oki, it's just like you paddle out and it's like all your heroes, and it just pushes you surfing to that next level. And, you know, love the island, and I still go back a lot. But, yeah, just to go to that next level, I felt I had to make the move, and it definitely paid off for me.
We're going to be talking a lot about your amazing career, over 10 years, 13 years on the championship tour, and a few CT victories. And plenty of runner-ups as well. Made a lot of finals, I think 11 in total, including a final here in 2007 with Mick Fanning. But let's get set on this clash. It is a big one. 2 guys that grew up sparring with each other, Marco Mino, Cowley Voss, and had a message from a good friend of theirs, Patrick Bevan, who used to train and host them as Groms. And here they are in their first championship tour heat beat, and you've been talking about these two and just how well they surfed their last heats.
Yeah, watching them, the other day, far out, they just went to another level, especially Marco, you know, on that wave when he needed it was clutch. I think you were commentating, Rich, and he showed up and he delivered. Like, he just really, got his bottom turns just that perfect time with that round arc to square up off the top, which is quite difficult at snapper, and that's when the judges went excellent. And I think he kind of set the benchmark for what is an 8-point ride out there.
Yeah, definitely. And then Rich Cowley Voss, he was unbelievable as well. We'll talk about him in a moment. But this one during the break, Marco getting started with a 4.17.
Yeah, so that tide is starting to drop out now And Marco got this one from the top of the point. Little chandelier tube ride, but nothing much happening down the line there. So only a 4.17. This is live action, though.
Willing to keep busy under that priority. That was interesting, that last heat for Marco. It just felt really scrappy through the opening stages, and I think a lot of competitors in the lead up to the event obviously got a lot of time in this lineup, but with so many world-class surfers out there and with some people understanding the break a little better, it just felt like some competitors, I think we could put Marco in that category, looked a little lost when they first hit the lineup and had to work out their positioning for really the first time blinded.
Oh, it's one of the hardest things to do because you kind of freak out a little bit when you get it to yourself, the lineup, and there's no one in your road. You're not used to getting the best sets, so to speak, because you're just battling for anything. And it's a little bit daunting. You're like, when you're on a perfect wave at Snapper and no one in your road, you're like, you just want to maximise it. And yeah, definitely, I think it took him a little while to get going. Cowley was sort of, in his first heat, he was straight into it, first wave. He just, straight off the bat, he was more locked in. And, Jeremy is in his corner and he's surfed a million heats out here and he knows we'd be looking for those growers. So it's all about, just looking for the line of the wave. I think it's like one of the most crucial things to, have first and foremost in your head.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned Jeremy being in his corner. He actually had a residence here for a number of years. Jeremy spending a lot of time, so knows this wave intimately, passing on that knowledge to Callie Vast. And to your opening question, Ron, geez, his first round heat was remarkable. He really squared up on the backhand, put that power that he has on display. Super strong lower body, and one of the most powerful goofy footers that we have on the tour.
Yeah, he blitzed his way through the Challenger Series, ended up taking it out, finishing with a solid result there on at Newcastle. And we just felt like he was going to carry that momentum into those first two events, but the tour will humble you, Bede, and you've experienced that yourself. It's just a different game after you come off the Challenger Series and go up against the world's best.
Oh yeah, it's just that next level, You get used to that level, and then you step into the big league, and it's there's no mistakes like from the the top 10 guys. You can't have any errors in your 30 minutes, and you'll pay. And some of these rookies, like, they probably thought they'll come on and hit their straps straight away, but you kind of got to earn those, and it's sometimes takes a little while to get going. It's except like the freaks of Mick and Joel and stuff like that, but pretty hard to make a dent straight away.
Yeah, and in those scrappier conditions in particular, where you're forced to really fight for mid-range scores, and you're in the chess game, because it's only head-to-head competition on the CT now. You don't get that bonus round, that non-elimination round to kind of find your feet and find your place in the lineup and sort of build some momentum. So these newcomers to the CT, and doing it a little tougher.
Just there. I think Cowley paddled for that wave and lost priority, but that looks like Marco's up.
Oh, swinging on the inside. Marco, so explosive. That's the move that he used in heavy moments, clutch moments, to get his biggest results last year, Rich. I love his willingness to go for it.
Yeah, so do I. He needs to settle in, though. Looks like he's going to grab one of these insiders that might grow down the line.
Busy start to the heat for Marco. Nice slice there, getting his board right through the turn to the point of release and combos it up pretty nicely. Gets a finish there right on the inside. So picking off a couple of rebates under priority here. And he'll drop probably his best number for that one. He looks fast, he looks sharp. You can see his surfing evolving. I think he had moments last year, but really relied on his frontside rotations to get himself the biggest scores. This year he's dropped some big scores, keeping his rails wet.
Yeah, that was a great opening snap to slide, and the second one, lots of control and really fast transition onto the third. And whenever you see someone start to bring in a little bit of that body language, almost like a claim, it's an indication that they're already connected. They're really starting to feel it. And we had Marco in the booth over in WA, and you could tell he's really starting. Well, it looks like he's just slipped off the ski there. Just lost a little balance, so he'll regain his composure.
You don't say that too often. He's all right.
He's okay. Yeah, but just what I was saying is that he is gaining confidence with each and every heat win that he gets, with every excellent score that he drops. You know, that plays well into your favour when you've only been on the tour for a year or two. You really start to get that confidence.
Some good signs on that last ride, but just being a smaller insider, just a 5.17. Kelly Voss kind of staunch on the outside beat, and I think after his last heat, he's kind of got a certain wave in mind for that big backhand.
Yeah, I think he's got his eye in, you know, but it's a different tide, so compared to his last heat, so it's definitely higher, and it's got the big lumps in it when it's higher tide, so it's definitely a lot trickier, and there's probably going to be less of them at this tide compared to his last heat, where all those waves were kind of running, where, as we've seen today, there's a lot where it'll run and then close out, even like Marco's last wave. So it's like there'll definitely be them, but it's just how many will there be, and how many points can Marco put on till Cowley makes the decision to go.
23.5 minutes as Marco gets back to the lineup. He'll learn now what the situation is. He'll understand that he needs more. I think in his last heat, he was still hanging on to a 5. He got the benefit of tapping onto or tapping into a high quality wave, but you know, no one wants to be hanging on to 5s when they are getting into the later stages of their heat. 23 minutes to go here into the quarterfinals again. Luana Silva looking sharp. She's with Jessie Starling.
Lulu, you had the beach absolutely screaming for you on that last wave. To get that at such a clutch moment, so much went your way in those last 2 or 3 minutes of that heat.
There's so much going on in that heat. We had the 15-minute pause for the shark, and I've never had a heat that's been paused before because of a shark. So it kind of plays with your mind a little bit when you go for just to restart the heat. But I'm really happy that I started strong and finished strong. I mean, you never know what you're going to come up against with Tyler. She's such a strong competitor, and she's like my idol. So yeah, I'm really stoked. And yep, last 3 minutes were a bit chaotic, but yeah, I got the job done.
With that win, you're into the quarterfinals. You're coming up against Lakey Peterson. You're going to get a rematch of the final that you had at Margie's. Obviously, you two really good friends, but you definitely want to get one back on it.
Oh, for sure. You know, Lakey's been my inspiration as well since I was a little girl, watching all her movies, but I definitely want to get one back on her. Margie's stung a bit for me because I was just that close to winning my first CT, but you know, we have another chance here and I want to make the most out of it.
You and I are just talking before the camera came out there. It feels like there's half of Brazil down the beach here. We've been calling it Rainbow de Janeiro. To have that support and feel the love in a place away from home, it's pretty special.
It's really special. I mean, half of the beach, like half of the Gold Coast is filled with Brazilians. It's like half of Brazil here. So I really feel that support. I feel that energy. I feel the passion from them. I love it. I thrive off of that. So yeah, I'm really stoked that everyone came down to support us. It really means the world. And yeah, just on to the next one.
Speaking of Brazil, feel free to take some time to say hi to fans back home.
Agradecer a todo mundo que está assistindo lá. Tá de noite, não tá de madrugada ainda, então acho que todos vocês estão acordados. Mais beijão para a torcida toda, para o meu pai, meu irmão, a família lá em casa, a família lá no Brasil. Vamos com tudo.
Let's go, Lulu. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, Lulu is on one this year, really has taken a lot of confidence from a couple of runner-up finishes in finals last season and run with it, and just seems to be edging closer and closer to that maiden championship tour win. 20.5 minutes to go, and Marco has been the busiest surfer in the lineup. This is wave number 7. Cowley Voss yet to take a score and sort of seems comfortable letting Marco take these insiders. But he's got to be careful. Oh. He's showing good form, Mino, even though he pushed that board there. You can see what he's thinking. If I'm going to turn in something stronger than a 5.17, I'm going to have to really put my my surfing on edge, as we now see Voss driving off the bottom on his first effort. A really strong start here. Just great approaches to these steeper sections of the pocket. Lines up this section and clouts it with a whole lot of power. Regarded for his tube riding, but this guy's put the work in, doing a lot of work with Joan Daru, unfortunately. Just slipping on that final turn. And that's a lost opportunity to really close out what would have been a healthy number.
Well, he just left a point, maybe a point and a half in that last turn, unfortunately, but geez, he got some good work done at the upper part of the sandbar there on that wave. Just there's an element of control and composure to the way that Callie Voss is surfing in comparison to more of an energetic approach to Marco. I like what I'm seeing from Callie.
Yeah, he looks so sharp then, just that. Yeah, unfortunately falling at the end, you know, he needed that to just cement that number. You know, could have went up in the 7s or somewhere around there. But I think, yeah, the judges will hold back. But this first turn just squares up beautifully and then waits for it to double up here. Just ripping off the top, but this is the money turn there.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah, that turn there, mid-range through the wave, that had a lot of power and commitment. Bit of sting to it, and unfortunately just slight misjudgment on the final turn, but yeah, a lot of work done. This is going to be the best number of the heat so far.
He's got a solid frame, Bede. Really moves it with a lot of speed. I think that's sort of something that he's been working on really intensely with Joan Deroux, and Joan steps out for this event, and Jeremy Flores comes in, and they've had a long relationship. And you yourself, you know, after your championship tour career, did a lot of coaching, acted as the head coach for the Australian team, heading to those first Olympics in 2020, and then worked with Ethan Ewing over in Tahiti. But Jeremy, like yourself, just a formidable competitor. And what do you think he'll bring to Cowley's approach here?
Yeah, he was one of the fiercest competitors. You know, when you had a heat against Jeremy, you knew you were in for a good battle, and you can see it in the way he coaches his riders. But here we go, Marco up on this one.
Yeah, Marco just again just so busy in the opening stages of this heat. He just hasn't been able to convert it into a solid number, so it's sort of playing out much like his round 2 heat, Rich, at this stage. And at some point, he's going to have to fall into this priority order, because Callie Voss, you know, it wasn't much bigger his wave, but it had a lot more quality and scoring opportunity in it, and he converted it into a 6.33. And Bede, you were kind of spot on with your prediction on where that number might go without that final turn, and it did fall short of the 7.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what Marco was thinking. Then he just caught that wave and gave Callie priority, and it was just a non-existent wave. He didn't even do a turn, so I think he's going to have to really reset. Here he goes.
Yeah, takes to the sky here, loses the equipment, and well, lucky to dodge it. Didn't look like he had super high impact with the board, but did look sketchy.
Feel like he needs to just settle down for a second and just get into a rhythm in this heat, find his composure, because it's been somewhat frantic in his, you know, willingness to just take off on waves that perhaps don't warrant a score. And then once he's up and riding too, like there's this almost somewhat of a reckless approach at the moment. And in contrast, Cowley is just really taking his time with it, making smart choices.
And conserving energy. I mean, already 9 waves for Marco Mino, and also they're haven't been confidence building rides, have they been?
No, and you think about a car, you know, when you're redlining it, you're not going anywhere, you're just skidding out. So he's had 9 waves, Cowley's had 1. I know, like, they're playing a different game right now, but he's going to have to just settle down. He just feels like he's running hot, and, you know, he's had, since that 5, he's just had 5 more waves of no consequence, and he doesn't have priority. It's like he's starting his heat now, basically.
You're in a car now that you're living on the coast, but don't you guys just drive tractors up at North Stradbroke? That's what Ethan told me.
Yeah, well,
took some of his prize money from some of his big results on the championship tour and bought himself a tractor. Did he really?
It's so cool. Like, Ethan and his mates just love it.
We have so many big heats coming your way, including the 2019 World Champ Italo taking on Ethan Ewing in the next heat. We'll be back right after this. This is the GWM catch-up at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Sunrise unveiled a clean lineup as we got stuck into the second round of the women's event with Stephanie Gilmore, the greatest of all time, edging out Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson to earn her place in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it was a bit of a battle, and Steph showing us that graceful style, those clean lines, the power, the flow, and she got the win over the younger Betty Lou.
Molly Picklum looks so sharp. The world champ roll past Yolanda Hopkins.
This was an amazing matchup. Molly Picklum dropping two big scores, the 8-1-7 and the 7-5, showing some of that style that took her to the world title last year.
The young guns on the Women's Championship Tour are starting to step up. Sawyer overcoming Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, Isabella all fired up. This is her local break, and well, the young American, Sawyer Lindblad, she was having none of it on the backhand, showing us some great hooks and showing a lot of poise and control as well, a lot of confidence, and got the win over the more established Isabella Nichols, who was looking for a big result here.
She sure was. And then we saw a clash of two of the veterans on the women's tour. Lakey Peterson, who won the last event in Margaret River, carried the momentum into this clash and got the jump on Carissa Moore.
Yeah, some of the better waves of the morning. Lakey hunted them down, full of confidence. She's got that winning feeling, and to take down Carissa Moore, the world champion, making her comeback to the tour. This was a big heat for Lakey. She moves on.
Former event winner here on the Gold Coast, looking extremely sharp. And then in the last heat of the second round, Luana Silva had a very tough customer in Tyler Wright, who's been looking really strong, but Luana strung together some big turns, Rich.
Yes, Luana has just been improving her repertoire every single heat, every single event, and she got the win over, well, one of the most formidable opponents in Tyler Wright.
Back into the third round for the man. The opening heat features Marco Mino up against Callie Voss, the rookie, taking on last year's Rookie of the Year. Marco blew our minds with his ability to perform in high-pressure situations, and he's kind of surfing this heat where he may need to pull something out of the bag in the final stages here. Callie Voss finding the edge, holding on to the single highest ride at the moment, a 6.33, and he only needs a 3.61. The Olympic gold medalist to get himself in front, and he's lining one up here. And paddles hard to get down the line, building speed. He's been in fine form with these big backhand blasts and delivers another solid blow there. Great transition to maintain a down the line approach. Grabs the rail, tucks in, finds some cover, and comes out. A really well put together wave already with the opportunity to finish strong on the inside. And that is going to be danger for Marco Mino. Callie Voss about to drop a big score as Marco finishes one off with a tail slide, and he likes the feel of that finish, and he must have done some good work on the outside as well. Durbich continues to join us for the call, and Durbo, Callie really read that wave nicely.
Wow, that was such a good wave by Callie. And, you know, it was pretty risky pulling in that barrel, I thought, but he navigated it so well, and it just shows his confidence and backs himself, and I love seeing that as a surfer. He wasn't tentative, he was just, you know, he needs a small score, but he got a big score, and I think that's when you see the real champion step up.
He Neil Purchase Jr.'d the hell out of that thing. Just a really tight, compact barrel, but you saw the adjustment. It was kind of subtle, Rich. He got himself in a really compressed ball and still had the control to sort of manage his speed there. He is honestly one of the best barrel riders I think we've ever seen. On the forehand in Tahiti, on the backhand in Tahiti, he'll go switch with the jersey on. But that is going to be a solid score. But really can't wait to see what Marco got done on his ride too.
Okay, this is the wave before last. So this is the 4.77. Gets a little tail flare snap to start things off. That's a clean wrap. And another one. So a few just transition turns here. Bit of repetition. Now he comes through to the inside. Blows the tail out. Works to get around this section. And then looks for the ski. And this is that last wave for Callie Voss. Geez, he got some acceleration and speed off the takeoff. Blasts the lip, gets the tail release, and again, cuts that one under the lip, gets the check stall, pulls that back leg up into a perfect little pig dog stance, and maintains control, threads that barrel perfectly, and finishes so strong So he looks like he has been in control of this heat from the outset. Okay, so this is Marco's wave. What do you think here, Pete?
Yeah, it's a beautiful first carve. Oh, look at this wave double. That was a mental snap as well. Just a beautiful snapper runner, but goes a little flat here compared to Cowley's wave. You know, his wave, he's getting barreled there. So it's probably going to be his best number, but when they read out Cowley's score, he's going to realise he's in a bit of hurt here.
Yeah, and I mean, he did do some a great combination on the outside, but he didn't really steal the spotlight from Cowley in the exchange. So I think Cowley, with just the strength of that opening turn and the variation that he put on show, is going to win that exchange. We just saw another wave for Marco. He's doing some great surfing, but you can tell that there's just been more quality in the waves that Cowley Voss has so patiently waited for with his priority.
Yeah, definitely. They're playing like total 2 different heats here, so looks like boys are going out.
Yeah, a lot of support for Ethan Ewing, and don't worry, Bede, we're going to allow you to take your bias into this next heat. Obviously, having coached Ethan and from the same town, I know that you want the best for him.
Oh, for sure. You know, he's a homeboy hero, and yeah, half the island's down here cheering him on. But look at that, he's got his own crew. Wow, look at that number, excellent. But it's just that perfect wave like you want at snapper, what Cowley just got, and he surfed it perfectly too. Like, you couldn't ask for much more. Barrels, big vertical snaps, good finish.
Seeing the IC score update there, Kibes, unanimous across the board. Everyone thought, yep, that's excellent surfing.
That is excellent surfing. Comboed up with really strong backhand surfing. Threaded that tight backhand barrel that was very, very difficult. He deserves that score, and I can see better now too, Ron, because I have my ICs on as well.
Looking sharp. It's such a busy heat for Marco Kaipo, and it's sort of taken us back to his round 2 performance. Kind of just seems like he's trying to scrap under priority, and when the waves are this quality, that's a dangerous game.
Yeah, well, you never know. I mean, with Marco, he's been known to have some clutch moments in heats, right? And he can throw those big airs and stuff, and we'll see what he brings. I kind of like the strategy of staying busy out there for him. I think that suits his surfing and his personality.
Yeah, well, he has got his best ride. It's a 6, so he got something out of that last exchange, and he's still within reach. He had an 8-point ride in the last round. He needs one now at the moment, as we see Voss up again. Just looking to build on this lead now. Bit of foam on the face, but it feels like this wave could go again. And he is flowing beautifully. Almost a tip of the cap to a great local, Nick Vasicek, who has a similar off the bottom into the lip turn. He's just winding up off the bottom so nicely at the moment.
He looks like he is just in perfect control. Here goes Marco on the outside. He's throwing the M's. And we'll get a look at what he did on the outside there, but he's happy with it.
Well, you got to love the fight. I mean, he claimed his last wave, and he claimed it because he did some good work on the outside, but that was a fiery celebration beat. I got a feeling something big happened at the start of that ride.
Yeah, I'm excited to see.
Let's see it. Loading up. Big oop. Wow, his board flickered, but he somehow kept control and went straight into that next turn.
Yeah, beautiful transition from the air into the carve. Comes through the inside, does a little full direction change hack to finish off, and appealing to the judges. How about that? But let's break down Cowley's wave. Just stabbing it up there on the backhand for the opening turn. Now he does a bit of face work down the line. The wave starts to clean up. The rails start to cut deeper for Cowley. He stays busy. Love that little check turn to stay right in the pocket. And again, geez, so vertical on those backhand attacks. There's just an audible power that he's applying to these backhand hooks. And he's looking to replace that 6-3-3. Any initial thoughts on that, Bede?
Yeah, I think he's replaced it for sure. Not by a lot, but I think Marco, yeah, he already needs that 8-2-3. It was amazing air, good wave. It's going to be right there, but I think Cowley is going to better his score, so it's going to be interesting. It's just total different surfing.
I like what Kaipo was saying. Marco does have the X factor, and he can stick these airs. Here's the oop. I mean, both feet got disconnected for a moment.
That was kind of unbelievable on the Stone and Wood slow-mo. You saw his front foot came off, the back foot came off. I loved how he transitioned straight into this carve down. Big hook. Lot of body expression, the way Marco surfs. Gets a nice wrap there, high on the wave.
It's just a different approach, and the judges haven't seen a whole lot of it on that outside section. So this is going to be a very interesting number. It'll be really interesting to see. Personally, Bede, have you got a view on what you preferred? On the 8-point ride, Cali opened with a really explosive, powerful backhand blast. Compared that to the alley-oop, what did you like better?
Yeah, exactly. Like, far out, that alley-oop, when you watch it again in slow-mo, is pretty technical and crazy, and his transition was so smooth. Like, I don't know, it could go, like, it's right there. It's hard to say because we haven't seen that kind of surfing too much in the comp yet.
That's
like
right.
An air on the first section.
And the judges will kind of let the rest of the field know what they want to see and what's going to score. So this is interesting. You know, I think he gets a solid score. There's still 2 minutes to go here. And Marco, if he doesn't get the number to turn the heat at this stage, you know, he is definitely going to be well within reach of the lead in the final stages here as we get to the Breitling 2-minute countdown. Still waiting on that number to drop. Comparisons probably being made. It's so impressive the way Marco came out of the oop. No recovery time, really, straight into a nice carve. But there has been some really big combinations put together by Voss as well. The numbers starting to roll through. And Marco's cam hearing that it's not quite enough, 7.87. And the requirement now, 6.47. A little bit of frustration there. But personally, I can see where the judges, why the judges went the way they did.
For sure. It's, you know, when you think of snapper, you do think of that wave Cowley got. You know, it had everything that you want on a wave out there, and Marco's was just so different, such a different contrast, and it could have went there, but the judges, you know, like, that's what they want to see, and that's the score they gave.
It was, you know, it showed some great variation, that ride, but it was really the one big turn. As we see Marco up under priority, chasing down a 6.47. This wave standing up pretty nicely. The king of clutch is going to lose it off the top there.
I'm kind of tripping that Cowley even gave him the opportunity to get that score. It wasn't like he needed the 8. He only needed the 6.47.
Yeah, it's Marco Mino too. He's turned so many heats in the dying stages when given the opportunity.
He got let off, Cowley, then. They could have went. Changed so easily the way he surfed on his last wave, and that wave was
right through that heat. I mean, that was his 15th wave, and you know, he's found himself on pretty scrappy kind of rides, but still done some great surfing. But it feels like he is going to run out of time. Cowley Voss, more patient and picking off those more high quality waves that stuck to the bank and stood up on the outside has given him the win here.
Yeah, super entertaining heat, and some sportsmanship here. The guys just hugging it out. But really different styles approaching that heat. Marco, some amazing surfing. He's really building a rep that he is willing to, you know, go for it. Really take to those high-risk manoeuvres. And the power surfing, the backhand power surfing, as Cowley Voss got it done.
He's a fighter, no doubt, and up against one of his good mates there, old sparring partners from their grummy days, and that was their first CT clash, and I'm sure they're going to have plenty of more as we get set for yet another unbelievable matchup. Italo Ferreira, Ethan Ewing, getting set to hit the lineup. Don't go anywhere. Pete Durbidge is going to stay with us.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Coastal Real Estate, official real estate partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. By Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Mophie, empowering you to live your life untethered. Power on.
Welcome back to the show. What a way to kick things off here in the third round of the men's event with quarterfinal spots on the line. That was super impressive. Kelly Voss edging ahead of Marco Mino, who once again shows us his fighting spirit and just that he is going to be no easy beat as he rolls through the 2026 season. Another great clash here on hand. Italo Ferreira taking on Ethan Ewing. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett and joined by B. Durbridge, who's from the same town as Ethan and has coached him in events on the CT and also at the Olympics. Durbo, really good test for Ethan. He's had a tough go of it to start this year. Steadied the ship somewhat with a quarterfinal finish over there at Margaret River, but hasn't looked at his best until he got to the last 5 minutes of his first heat here.
Yeah, I think he's just, warming up. Ethan, hopefully he can just come out, in top gear in this heat because he's up against Italo, and Italo took him down at Marg, so it's a rematch of that. So I think it's going to be a fiery battle.
We mentioned it, Rich, when we were over there in WA. This is probably the meeting of two of the most different styles, absolute polar opposites, the way these two surf. Ethan so smooth, all style, really flowing, and Italo just absolutely energized and hyperactive, and kind of you never know what's going to come.
Yeah, super frantic. Obviously the big difference, we've got Ethan being the natural footer and Italo on the backhand, and he loves to surf fast, he loves to surf hard. It's a frenetic style of surfing that Italo brings to the tour. He loves to catch a lot of waves, like in that last heat. Marco Mino, he's going to keep the reps going, whereas Ethan's going to be quite selective. He has been in these last few heats. We'd actually like him to not be as selective as he has been, because he's been keeping the Aussies on the edge of their seat, stressing them out a little bit. But yeah, he found that killer wave in that last heat and really showed his strengths, which is that, that deep cutting carve and a beautiful forehand snap.
Well, we've got 30 minutes to enjoy watching this fight unfold at the moment. It is Ethan Ewing with priority. Italo going super deep here, just a throwaway score for him, 0.23. But some classy surfing and incredible patience, Jessie, from Kelly Voss in that last one.
Yeah, Callie and I just having a pretty cool conversation. It was a really special moment for you and Marco. You guys have competed against each other for years. To have a heat on the CT and have it so close as well, they're the heats that you guys really want.
Exactly, it was a war. With him, it was special because it's the first time I have a heat with him on the CT. He qualified when I had the year for the Olympics, and then we were calling each other, just motivate each other. And it's like he's my brother, so I have a lot of respect for him, and I love him. And to have a heat like this in the water, round 3 in the CT with good waves, it's something special for me because we can push each other. And it was not an easy heat at all because it was back to back to back. So it was really amazing to have this heat with him, and I would be happy if he made the heat. So yeah, only good vibes.
You guys were pushing each other. Just the fact that you were going wave for wave. Something I want to talk about though is the goofy footers. They have just been absolutely elite out here at Snapper Rocks. It feels like there's been this real storm of the natural footers at the start of the season, other than Miggy. But you guys are really pushing the charge here at Snapper.
Yeah, to be backside on this type of wave is not easy at all because you got to time perfectly, you got to push harder, and you got to try to put differences in turns. So like each turn has to be different, and it's not an easy one to do with, especially like perfect waves like this. It's changing. The wave looks perfect, but it's not the best easy perfect wave to surf. But yeah, backhand, it's you have to really destroy the wave to get an 8 or to get above 8. So it's pretty difficult. But yeah, goofy is. I'm happy to be backside here.
And it's pretty cool to see Jeremy Flores hanging around as well, you know, supporting all of you guys, just tapping into his knowledge. That's an extra bit of gear that you can have and really play into here at Snapper.
Yeah, the team never changed. He was here since the beginning, and he believed in me. And to have him, especially here, he knows this wave perfectly. And I was with Joan the 2 first events and Newcastle. So Joan is the best too. Jeremy is the best. And then, yeah, to have his knowledge here, he did a lot of competition. He was living here, so he knows this wave really well. Yeah, this knowledge is gold, and it's amazing to have him on my side. So yeah, thank you, Jeremy.
And now some words in French to your fans back home.
Ouais, merci beaucoup. Super content d'être passé. On est en quart et du coup, voilà, demain au Chilon.
Thanks, Callie. Thanks, guys.
Only good vibes, and he's carrying those into the quarterfinals. Strong performance from him. He'll take on the winner of this heat, and this heat has just come to life. Ethan Ewing picking off a really nice wave. It was one of those ones where he was chasing some scoring opportunity down the line, and when that wave steepened, Bede, I saw your eyes light up, but you were extremely focused on that one.
Yeah, pretty excited. Everyone just wants to watch Heath surf. You know, he's just such a good surfer, and I just love it when he catches a lot of waves and gets reps and he gets in a groove, and that's when he surfs his best, I feel. So, yeah, you know, he's on the board early, and he absolutely destroyed that end of that wave. It was a bit sleepy at the start, but it was a perfect little Marley runner, and he was getting vert up in the lip, and I thought it was, yeah, great surfing. Yeah,
this is going to be an interesting heat for Italo and how he plays it. Didn't need his airs to overcome Ethan over there at Margaret River, Rich.
No, he really didn't. And Ethan with one of the most powerful styles on the tour. Starts off with a beautiful roundhouse carve and a little check turn. Now it goes again through this little Marley section. Love this turn there. Just a huge snap to flare. Backs it up with the second and the third one. So 3 incredibly impactful turns at the finishing moment on that wave, and he's going to drop a good number. Well, it's just come in at the 7.33, so really solid way to start the heat for Heath.
Yeah, Ethan's probably one of those regular footers, just with his approach with that celebrated forehand bead that, you know, can match it probably with any of the goofies out there with their vertical hits. He displaces a lot of water, and he squares up really nicely.
Yeah, you can see on that bottom turn, he really gets the roundness of the arc to square up and release the fins, which is so hard to do on your forehand, and comes with that back arm, winds up and just slingshots out of the lip. And those last 3 turns were just money. Like, I don't know, every surfer wants to dream of doing that, I think.
Kaipo, was their fins on display on each of those turns?
They were like fangs, like a saber-toothed tiger. 3 fangs off the back there. We can check it out on the coastal water cam. And Ethan Ewing just throwing tail, throwing power, throwing spray. We talked about how much spray the guy throws. Rooster tails up in the sky, raining down on us. That was pretty incredible for the first wave. Got more to come.
Yeah, we're seeing that vision now, the coastal water cam. Have a look at these blasts. There's those saber-toothed fangs that Kaipo was referring to. Just a really quick sequence of turns there to turn in a 7.33. And Ethan, under priority, he's going to do some more surfing, which was the directive of all these fans. And he's going to start with a super explosive first turn, hammers the lip again. And this is a good-looking wave, especially under priority. Italo didn't see much in it. But Ethan's going to back up that 7.33 with another solid score here. And this wave's going to go again. Tricky pocket to read, but does well. It's got a couple of creases in it. And he's just mixing up his turns now, getting back out in front of that foam for the finish.
Oh, wow. He's just absolutely exploded on that wave. Incredible surfing there for Ethan Ewing as we see him jumping up on the Red Bull ski. And potentially an error here from Italo, not identifying that wave was going to grow down the line. Some bigger turns out the backbeat.
Yeah, that first turn was huge. And this is what, yeah, I just love seeing Ethan just do this, get in a rhythm in the heat. That was just crazy, that first turn. And this, oh my God, what a combo. And then into this, yeah, that was definitely a mistake by Italo.
Yeah, it has been the case. There's been a little bit of overthinking by competitors, and even Ethan was guilty of it in his round 2 heat. But in the end, when he started surfing, things came together pretty quickly. Dropped 2 big scores, basically surfed a 5.5-minute heat. And this one's been very different. In the opening stage of this heat, he's put that form to good use. Have a look at this Bonsoy replay.
Oh, gosh, you can see the hands go up. They help extend the turn. And he's almost turning as he's getting to the manoeuvre. The board direction's already changing. Check the spray out. Just to the heavens, man. And here we go, live action of Italo.
Italo, he'll try and keep cool here and throw down some big turns of his own. There's a lightning fast combo on the outside. And he's going to get a little caught behind there. But Italo will put up a decent score here, get himself at least on pace and in that opening exchange now, and he'll give himself a shot to turn the heat. 22 minutes to go. He's looked so sharp. His boards are looking deadly, but Ethan has just dropped an 8.5 under priority, Vaughan, and you've tracked down his craftsman.
Ronnie, an 8.5 dropping there, DH.
That's amazing. I thought it wasn't going to be that high, but we'll take it. We're here. All we want to see is Ethan surf. We've seen so many times Ethan's out there, you know, that first heat when he first came on tour and he was like 17, 18 years old, caught one wave, it was a 9. So crowd are here, waves are here, Ethan surfing, that's all we want to see.
I know, mate. As a surf fan, it's just so frustrating to watch him sit out there and sort of take his time or get too patient, but it looks like he's off to a fly here.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And having Italo, he knows what wave he wants as well, so he's been a bit patient and it's worked in Ethan's favour, but you know, there's still a fair bit of time to go, and you know, you never count out someone like Italo can do some crazy stuff, but you know, I'm loving the start. I'm not as nervous as I normally am, so fantastic.
Mate, what's he riding out there? We know from what we've seen in the last couple of years that you two are just on another planet. It's such a synchronised relationship. Tell us about the board.
Look, he's definitely on the Juliets. You know, that board's been fantastic for him. Little tiny refinements every batch that he gets. A little bit more edge on the bottom of these, so it holds a little bit more and pops a little bit more. But he just, in these heats, I shouldn't say it, but he doesn't fall off. You know, he just goes for it. But yeah, so just a 6'1", 19, 2 5/8, 31 litre, 31.2 litre Juliet, squashed up.
Mate, this is unreal. Getting to watch this with you. The energy out here is so massive. Lennon and McCartney, Jagger and Richards, DH and Ewing. Let's go, bro.
Yeah. Looked like Darren Hanley had tears in his eyes then, Bede.
Oh, yeah, he'll be so proud, you know, watching. He puts so much effort into Ethan, and it's such a big part of your campaign is, you know, you shape a relationship, and they just are relentless to getting the best boards, and it's so awesome to see. And yeah, I'd be crying too if I was Darren how many boards Ethan gets.
You can shop the world's best surfboards thanks to the Surfboard Empire. Check out the QR code and you can check out actual models, replica models of the world's best surfers there. And they're really cool. They're also on display here at the Surfboard Empire Pro Shop. Put a couple of those absolute high performance weapons under our arms, Rich, in the lead up to this competition. And yeah, this guy's boards are looking unbelievable this year too. Have a look at just how lightning fast that combo is. You know, it's interesting. He used his priority on this wave. He gave up a ride to Ethan, which had more points in it. But he is showing his form. He managed to surf that into a 6.17, just his ability to transition from one turn into the next so quickly.
Amazing. He got a lot of work done in such a short space of time on that wave, but he is over a point behind on Ethan's second scoring ride. So Italo's going to have to find a way to wrestle the momentum back of this heat and regain control of it, because at the moment, like, Ethan is in perfect control of everything that's happening right now. Here we go, Italo.
Italo, just a lot of spark out of the lip there, has to chase down the section, but does get back out in front of it. Loading up, gets explosive, whips the reverse. He is a high voltage surfer. And sometimes in these situations, if he gets flustered, it's like he's being tasered. He gets a little bit too twitchy. But if he can maintain his composure, I think he's got the form to surf his way back into this heat, maybe even without going as radical as he can. That's how strong he's been. He's really thrown down some of the best backhand turns, I think, of the season so far, even though he is yet to crack a final this year. Italo's looking right up for the challenge of a second world title this season.
Definitely. With the, like, you know, he only did 3 turns on that 6, and the wave's so long. So if he gets a good wave, it's like he's going to get a good score. So it's just, he's such a hard surfer to surf against, you know, to use your priority right. Like, I think Ethan will probably go into that, just making sure that he's using his priority and, you know, shutting him down when he can. And that was a good read by E to not shut him down on that. And it's going to be a bit cat and mouse, I think, and because Italo's just going to keep swinging, and you know he's going to just keep catching waves.
The tricky thing with Italo is that he can surf a wave up as well, because Ethan's now going, okay, I need that 7 or above. I'm only going to take off on a wave like that that's going to allow me to increase my scoreline. But Italo can look at a 6 and actually turn it into an 8. If it's got that right end section, he can do that huge, big backside air. He's got so many tricks up his sleeve. So I don't know, it's sort of one of those moments where is Italo going to keep going scrappy and really try and bring something innovative, or is he going to try and wrestle priority, force Ethan into a wave, and then look for that better canvas for him to work with?
16.5 minutes to go here. Ethan Ewing holding priority, hanging on to the lead as well. We might have a Mophie power move contender here as Ewing unloads at snapper. Out in front, Italo chasing a 9.66 with 16 minutes to go.
Queensland's Gold Coast is a world-renowned surfing mecca. It is home to one of only 14 world surfing reserves on the planet. It's the only city in the world with its own surf management plan, and that's all about maintaining our surf quality at our famous breaks.
16 Ks of epic right point breaks from Burleigh to Snapper is the Gold Coast World Surfing Reserve.
In 2026, the Gold Coast World Surfing Reserve marks its 10th anniversary, a decade spent protecting and celebrating its world-class breaks.
I cannot believe that it's been 10 years that the Gold Coast has been a World Surfing Reserve. They've really set the gold standard for what a World Surfing Reserve can be. Everything from the surf management plan they've worked on and pioneered to the way that they protect their break and look at the economics within the city council. It's an amazing example to the rest of the world of how you can manage your surf ecosystems.
While water quality remains a top priority, the mission is simple: preserve and protect, and eliminate the threat of destroying the surf breaks. Education plays a vital role, promoting surf etiquette and the surfer code. The Gold Coast World Surfing Reserve stands as a global leader, committed to safeguarding these natural assets for generations to come.
Welcome back to the show. We've got 13 minutes remaining here. Ethan Ewing up against Italo Ferreira. And Ethan tapping into a quality wave. Oh, almost a bobble there, but he's going to make up for it. And drives off the bottom. A huge frontside layback snap. Plenty of release. More vertical in the approach there as he cuts out onto the open face and looks to set up a finish run. A bit of release in the tail, loading up, big float. And that's going to feel good, and it is highly likely that he's going to drop the 7.33 and quite possibly drop the best number of this heat.
Oh, my goodness. It just keeps getting better and better. So many different variations of that turn bead.
Oh, and just like what happened at the start, he nearly fell off twice, but then he just...
That was Darren Hanley's fault.
But, yeah, and then he just locked in and just went to town. That was definitely one of the best waves I've seen throughout the contest. But we'll see what the score is.
But Darren Hanley, when those words came out of his mouth, I think he wanted to grab him and shove him back in.
You're dead right.
Because you don't say that about a surfer who's, you know, up against such a tough opponent. Here's the replay of the ride, Rich, and there's so much to celebrate here.
Yeah, late drop to swoop, and then just a little skip out on the back foot, but he shoves it on the tail pad, and then here just completely detonates that section. That one was even better, more critical. That was such a steep part of the wave, and he's just got this this ability to do that snap in such a tight radius, but with so much power, and he does it so effectively by kind of bringing that back arm up and then just slamming it back down into the wave face. This is a replay of Italo Ferreira outside, getting his work done on the backhand. And a very, very fast approach from Italo through to the inside, and gets a bit of tail release slide for that final snap.
That's a good wave for Italo, and again, just a little more composed than what we've seen him in these pressure moments in the past. When someone's on fire, he can start to try and force that big backside air, but on that occasion, you know, just having confidence in his own form. But have a look at this IC score update for Ethan Ewing. It is excellence, a 9-point ride. And he has put together a very healthy heat score total. And with time on the clock, there's a chance that he could match the solid numbers put up by Felipe Toledo yesterday. He is getting back to that rare form. I'd seen him surf his way to #2 in the world. And he needed it. This was the time that he had to mount a solid comeback, because while a quarterfinal result over there in Margaret's was good, Bede, for the title contenders, it's finals and semis at worst. That's what you want if you're going to campaign for the crown.
Yeah, for sure, especially, you know, the calibre of surfers, you got to, and what Gabe's doing straight off the bat, you got to be right up there. And I think, yeah, this is just definitely confidence building for Eth. He's just having a blinder of a heat. Strategic wise, but also he's showing the world how he can surf in Arashi, and he does it in his free surfs, and it's just beautiful to watch. And Italo's ripping too, you know, but just hasn't got the same waves. Like, he's got shorter, like disjointed waves, so to speak, and but it's still 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, the tough thing for Italo, 6.5 on that last ride, which, you know, like you said, but he hasn't had those quality sections, but he still surfed pretty well. But Ethan, you know, the space in the scores is indicative of the surfing Ethan's doing. Ethan's surfing excellent. You know, Italo surfing very well.
Yeah.
But it's just not going to that level for him at the moment. And he is kind of reaching that point now where he's kind of forcing it and having to. He's got to pull something big out of the bag. So he's been taking off on waves, looking for a ramp, and he's had a number of throwaway scores in the last 5 minutes. Priority with Ethan Ewing.
Just amazing stuff. Ethan Ewing, an incredible scoreline. It would actually be good to break down some of the technique and have a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo action here. Let's just observe the first turn, and then I'll start breaking down the second because they're equally as good as each other. Now, just watching the approach from Ethan, he's got such economy of body movement. If you want to just rewind it, sorry, take it back. I've missed the bottom turn is what I want to focus on here. Let's pause it right there. Okay, so I just want you to pay attention to this back arm here. It's extended back behind the body. Watch it as it comes across and up during the turn. So he's got his eye on the lip here. This is the spot where he wants to hit it. Let's roll and watch what happens to this upper body, the back arm. Okay, freeze it here. So both arms have gone up in the air. Now he's going to anchor this one here into the wave face. That's going to create the pivot point to which Ethan turns around. Let it roll slowly. And you'll see him just come down through this turn. Let it roll. Okay, the surfboard direction changed, and then for that moment he gets back onto that toe side rail. So that back arm pendulum motion that you were talking about, Bede, where he takes it from behind his body, he brings it straight up and almost above his shoulders for that split second, then back down as an anchor point. It's just remarkable. And again, I talk about there's no unnecessary movement with Ethan's body mechanics and his connection between the upper and lower body. It's almost it's perfect.
Yeah, it's just so beautiful to watch. Like you're saying, it's just, he doesn't do like unnecessary movements on the wave, and it just creates that beautiful flow. But it's like the torque in the turn, like you said, Rich, comes from that setup from the bottom turn, and it just winds off the top, and it's like, just like the sprays are still in the air when he's doing his next turn.
Yeah, it's incredible. The stance is not overly wide as well. You know, everything's sort of kind of at shoulder width.
And during that little breakdown, we had this moment unfold here, Rich.
Yeah, so it looks like Ethan executing on priority and just going, well, hell for leather for that opening turn. So Italo, well, he's wrestled back priority off Ethan now, and perhaps he'll start the fight back on this wave.
He's surfing a 6-minute heat now. Italo, he's got a push, a lot of foam on the face there. You know, it's so perfect here today, Bede, that there really isn't too many ramp sections. So Italo, you can see that, you know, that would be the easy way for him to dig himself out of trouble with the strike rate he's got. Also, for Italo, you know, he's kind of been holding back with that big backside air reverse, which is actually probably playing into his favour because the judges haven't seen too much of it. And they haven't seen too many huge airs laid down in this event. So, you know, if he makes his move soon, he might be able to get himself out of combination and have a shot here in the final stages.
For sure. But Snapper's such a tricky wave to do airs. I feel like that first section is probably your best option, or at down once you get past Little Marley, because it's a bit straighter, where when you're through the middle part, it has a crazy bend on it. And the wave at the top is actually a little bit softer. So it's pretty hard to get that slingshot unless he gets a closeout. So he's probably going to change his eye on what he's looking for, I feel.
That's a really good point. In fact, the 10-point ride that Italo had here at Snapper Rocks was on a straight closeout.
Yeah.
He took off really deep, almost behind the rock, launched that air, and got the number he needed. So he'd love one of those to roll in at the moment, but the waves are almost too good. And we'll see if he can dig himself out of trouble here. The more time that winds down,
and I like
the more difficult it's going to be. And Ethan knows it, so he starves him of opportunity with this ride. And he'll surf it as hard as possible. Nothing lost there for Ethan. Again, the clock continues to tick down.
Yeah, and I like what Ethan's doing. He's, you know, he needs a combo. So he's like, I'll shut him down, not give him momentum, and then at least he's got he can get one wave, but then he's going to have it back again. So he's minimising the opportunities for Italo, and it's like it was worth going just to not let Italo have that momentum, because he'll swing a heat that quick.
And
well, you're bang on.
And Rich, the falls are kind of working in Ethan's favour too at the moment.
Yeah, well, definitely. It's running down the clock. Well, here we go. This is live action of Italo.
Italo, he's going to surf this wave hard. Huge float, great control on the landing, just moving at an unbelievable pace as he ditches the fins. And that was quick work. And I think what he's got in mind is that might just break combination. At least give yourself a fighting chance going into the last 3.5 minutes here. Didn't milk it right down the line. And he's got the motors on, and he's heading back to the takeoff zone.
Well, he needs a 7.51 to get himself out of combo, and then he's going to need basically a perfect ride after that. And this is it's going to be an interesting score, because there's now only time really for one wave for Italo, and Ethan does have priority, so he might just shut him down.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where that goes. And where they sit here, it's like you said, Rich, it's going to be, yeah, definitely Ethan's going to shut him down again, because just to minimise that again, here it goes.
Yeah, it was an easy decision. 3 minutes to go, Ewing. And he's got a bit of wall to work with. This wave starting to barrel. Ethan locks in, finds the exit with the speed out onto the open face. And pushes it. Needed to lay into a big carve there, but it was super cupped out.
Wow, wasn't that wave beautiful though?
Oh,
fully spat.
Just a proper crystal cylinder. Classic Gold Coast conditions here at Snapper Rocks. And two of the best. Former world champion Italo Ferreira and Ethan Ewing. This has been a super entertaining heat, and really the wave count tells the story somewhat. 15 waves for Italo Ferreira. We knew that he was going to compete this way. He loves to get the reps up. Let's have a look at Ethan Ewing from above. This wave cups out. He gets in that little tux position. Beautiful little tube ride. And unfortunately, the back foot just slips off. That's a couple of times now where the back foot's just come off the tail pad slightly.
Got that little crease in the wall of the wave there. But he'll be glad just to get away from that board, because you kind of get tangled with your equipment down the line there on that final section. As we get to that Breitling 2-minute countdown, and Italo on the outside taking a fall.
Well, he came incredibly close to breaking combination there. A 7.43 for Italo Ferreira.
On that previous wave, and it almost looked tactical, not taking it right through to the inside to give himself the best shot at a more quality wave. But on the Stonerwood slow-mo, this just happened. Italo going for it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that looked dangerous too, with the body just, whenever you got one leg stuck on the board like that.
The rodeo.
Oh. Yeah, it's so good to watch though. I love watching Italo surf. He's like, he just goes for it.
He sure does.
He's an
and
entertainer.
He's been forced to go for it in this heat. Pretty impressed with the way that he answered back and got that 7.43. Super unfortunate that he didn't turn it into a one-wave requirement. And it's just been the Ethan Ewing show. I think yesterday Felipe Toledo kind of added to what will a couple of rides that will probably be on the highlight reel at the end of the season. I think Ethan's put up a couple of turns today, which will be featured in the best of 2026 as well. That was unbelievable combination surfing and just an incredible amount of water moved around there.
Yeah, treat to watch, and we love these sorts of matchups where the two surfers are just going at it, and we got to pay, you know, Italo for just putting in an incredible performance on the backhand. He's been giving us some standout moments through this event. All class, so determined.
It doesn't. You don't get a much more difficult draw than, you know, perfect glassy conditions than Ethan Ewing in Championship Tour heat beat.
Nah, that was a tough draw for Italo, and yeah, Ethan delivered too. You know, he hasn't had a heat like that in a long time. So he stood up and he absolutely destroyed it. And you know, his shots fired 17.5. He wants to yeah, keep that roll going.
Absolutely. Durbo, an absolute pleasure to have you in for the call, mate. Again, congratulations on a magic Championship Tour career yourself, and thanks for having us on the Gold Coast.
Thank you guys. It's been a pleasure, and can't wait to watch the rest of the event.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. We've got some more big heats coming your way. Up next, Jake Marshall, Matthias Herdy, Jesse Starling and Felicity Palmatier coming in for the call. The action continues right after this.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
It doesn't get much better than this. Snapper Rocks is absolutely pumping. Ethan Ewing is getting swarmed by fans on the beach right now. He just put on an absolute clinic. 17.5 heat total for his points in that last one against Italo Ferreira, which is not an easy draw no matter where you go around the world, but the pedigree of Ethan Ewing getting him into the quarterfinals. We're looking at an amazing matchup right now. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Flick Palmatier. It just keeps getting better. Every single day we turn up, it's even more pumping than what it was the day before.
Oh, I'm so excited. That last heat kind of just, you know, really, Ethan put on an absolute masterclass out there. Like, this is how you surf Snapper Rocks. I feel like with that tide going out now, getting lower, we're just seeing these conditions get more and more groomed, more and more perfect. These beautiful cupped out walls where we're seeing some serious high performance surfing. And yeah, I've loved watching, you know, what I've seen so far this morning, and we've got a great heat on our hands here too.
Yeah, looking to heat 3, Jake Marshall taking on Matheus Herdy. Now, if there's one thing we know is that the beach is absolutely swarming right now. There's so many fans down there. And before we came to here, we could hear people cheering. So we know we've got some waves to break down. Jake already got a 4-point ride to his name here. Matheus with a really impressive heat yesterday, taking down Griffin Colapinto. You know, we talk about Italo not being an easy draw. Griffin, you put him in that same bracket. He's just such a hard surfer. Right now, though, Jake Marshall with his opening ride.
Yeah, so let's see Jake, just a little foam climb there. It looks like he's setting up for a little inside track here as this one sets up through the inside. Beautiful rail work. And we'll see if this wave has anything more to offer. Kind of looks like it's a little bit tapered. Oh, but he goes to the air. Pulls a little, does he make it? No, goes for the little straighty. And then Matheus, so on his opening wave, bit foamy to start, but see if we can get around this section and this wave. Whoa, oh my goodness, going so progressive there. Kind of just really surprised me, and I love that about his surfing. He just kind of really you never really know what he's going to throw. So really exciting stuff there from Matheus, giving us some progression. And yeah, I definitely didn't see that coming. And now Jake.
Jake Marshall here, looking to answer back. Wow, just the cleanest, classiest rail lines into an oncoming section here for Jake Marshall. Connecting so well when that lip line approaches. I love that he's keeping it short. He's not going to have a lot of downtime. He knows he's maximized points on that wave. This is going to be a great heat, just thinking about the differences of these two and how hard they're already pushing in these first 5 minutes. Matheus now, deep bottom turn, drifting up and over and goes down there. Unfortunately for Matheus Herdy, already on that 6-point ride, easily had a Mopi power move contender on that wave with that big air reverse at the start. Like I was mentioning earlier, I took down Griffin Colapinto yesterday, and I got to chat to him after his heat, and he said, I'm ready for more. I really want to push that hard and make it. And he's already done that in 5 minutes into this heat.
Oh yeah, he's definitely putting on a show. I think what's happened, you know, obviously the heat previous, Ethan's just dropped to absolute crazy scores, and you see how good the conditions are, and both of these guys are pushing so hard. So looking forward to seeing where the level goes to in this heat.
Yeah, Matheus just hitting another gear this event. We know that he has more to give to us, and he hasn't really had the chance to do it all championship tour event long. Now he's really starting to get there. Similar story with Ethan Ewing. It was a slower start to the year. Got a quarterfinal over there at Margie's, but just hitting a new gear here at Snapper Rocks. He's down on the glass with Vorno.
Yeah, but that's the kind of surfing that makes a grown man want to start crying. He lit up this entire beach. Surf fans around the world are so stoked to see you out there with a perfect canvas, a top-line opponent, and every excuse in the world to let rip.
Yeah. Oh, that was so fun. That's like what you dream of, is just getting, you know, waves like that, at like places like this. It's, yeah. I used to come down here as a kid, yeah, watch the event, and yeah, it's crazy to be here right now in this position and have heats against like Italo and stuff like that. It's, yeah, super special. So,
mate, yesterday when we spoke, it's absolutely pumping out there. Yesterday when we spoke, you said that you were a little bit frustrated with your heat. You just didn't get enough waves. I mean, today you had a lot of hustle out there.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I don't know, just change it up a bit and the first 2 events this year have been kind of hard for me. The waves have been tricky and just feel like I haven't got going and just surfed that smart. So yeah, good just to have those heats where you're just free-minded and can just surf. And someone like Italo is still so dangerous. I was still at the end like, don't know what he's going to do. So yeah, good to get past those big guys.
All right, mate, big question. Have you got another gear?
I think so. I think I do. Yeah, I think just depends how the waves are. Waves just right now they're so good, but yeah, definitely want to show a bit more in the next one.
And just finally, mate, Snapper, you know, it's been a while since we've had the CT here, and you were saying it was sort of a bit strange out there just having the lineup to yourself, but it's not just the like, for how empty the lineup is, the beach makes up for it. It is turbo chockers. What an experience to just have that sort of platform to show what you can do.
Seriously, yeah. Yesterday I came down, surfed on the beach, and I don't think I've ever seen that many people for a surf contest. Maybe Brazil or something, but it's so cool. I got a bunch of friends from home down here, and my nephew's down here, and it's yeah, it's like it's not home, but it's as close to home as it gets for me. So super special to compete here.
Thanks for the tears of joy, mate. I'll keep rolling off me cheek. Keep it coming.
Love it, Bono. Ethan just giving us something to get excited about, saying he's got another gear to go, and that's pretty impressive considering the form that we just saw in that last heat, taking down Italo Ferreira. When you think about those two, that storyline and how different their styles are and their approach to heats are, that storyline really does transition into Heat 3 right now. Jake Marshall, arguably really similar to Ethan Ewing, really classy, traditional lines, where Mateus, he is that zippy, progressive surfer, and it was the class of Ethan Ewing that got Italo in that last one.
Yeah, I heard kind of Ronnie talking about it in the last heat, that it you know, the conditions are so perfect right now, it's really lending itself to that traditional rail work and cards. Not to say, like, we did just see Mateus, you know, go for that big grab or air reverse, like kind of nose picky maneuver, right? So there is opportunity out there, but yeah, it's so hard when it's so perfect and groomed and point break to really, I mean, obviously it lended itself to Ethan in the last heat. We'll see what plays out in this one, but I think already we're seeing, you know, Jake go to his strengths on the rail. We've seen it, and then we've seen Mateus starting to, you know, leverage his strengths as well. You know, we haven't really seen one of those really good waves come through yet, so, you know, when one of those long ones comes through, it kind of looks like Mateus might be having a look now.
He's looking for these little chip shot ones on the inside. They do have a really nice bowl when you get ahead of the section. Unfortunately, just a little bit too far behind here. You can see even just the way that Jake Marshall and Mateus are sitting out there. We're looking at really different conditions to what we had yesterday. Obviously, that's quite visible, but just thinking about that sweep, there was non-stop paddling out there yesterday. Competitors were coming in absolutely gassed. They were puffing from how long you have to and how hard you have to paddle to stay in position out there. Jake is sitting and not moving right now. So these guys get to surf these waves so much harder than probably what they did yesterday.
It's the dream, right, when you come to Snapper, because whenever you get that, you know, the rip, you know, pulling you off the position, it is so hard, right? You're basically on a conveyor belt and you just like non-stop paddling. You can't really sit up. And yesterday, you know, what we saw is when guys and the women were taking off, essentially you're already out of position. You may as well continue another ride all the way down, get back out in the Red Bull jet ski and get back out the back, because you've just been pushed so far out of position. But I mean, this is the absolute dream, to be able to just position right at the back, right where you want to. And yeah, exactly to your point, Jesse, surf as hard as you can when you take off. And that's pretty reflective of that last heat, you know, with Ethan and Italo, both those surfers going so hard.
Thinking about both these guys yesterday, they both had excellent wave scores. Jake's excellent, eclipsing Mateus's, but both of them caught fire in competition yesterday. There's no doubt about that. And as a competitor yourself, you know, when you catch fire in a heat and you drop some excellent scores, you feel this rhythm starting to build. And they would both be coming into this heat feeling that same rhythm. So now they're actually going to have to out-push and almost out-surf each other right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, both these guys took down the Colapintos, right? I mean, Jake took down Cross and Mateus took down Griff, and they are not easy draws, you know, coming into this event for sure. So, yeah, they obviously both got momentum as we see Mateus.
I like the look of this wave. A bit of a wobble at the start. Watch it bowl up here. That's a huge first turn. Had an awkward fall again on that second one. You could see had a bit of air under his board as he was coming down, and it's the second time we've seen him catch just slightly the nose of that heel edge rail.
Yeah, like Mateus is obviously, he's a busier surfer, right, for sure. He's, you know, keeping active out there, but it kind of, you know, I think back to the last couple of heats and maybe it's just trying to settle in and find his flow. And I think today when it is so good and you're watching the heats previous, like both of these guys just watched what happened with Ethan and Italo and the kind of waves that were coming through, the scores that were being dropped for Ethan, and it's hard not to get super excited as a competitor, be like, come on, like, let me have a piece of this, like, I want to rip in, you know. So I think Jake is definitely a little, you know, you just look at the wave count here, you know, Mateus has had 6 waves, Jake has had, you know, half that, he's had 3, so we'll see them probably settle in. You know, we've still got 22 minutes on the clock, it's a long heat left, so yeah, I think just to settle the nerves and maybe not. Maybe he's going to have to swing the dice here.
He's going to keep catching waves.
Right.
He just stays super active and fidgety in heats here. Really nice cupped out bowl in front of Mateus. There's the second carve. Felt a bit better than the first. Wow, surfing really tight in the pocket here. Mateus drifts the fins on the 4th maneuver. And this wave, it's going to end there. But just the pace he is surfing with today is definitely faster than what we saw yesterday.
You can see there's like a real twitch and sort of assertiveness in his surfing, I feel, and I just feel it just speaks to how good the waves are. Kind of what I was alluding to before, it's like they've both been watching this. They are so excited to have a piece of it. I feel like you can really, it's like super evident in Mateus' surfing right now. And look, this wave he put together really well. I mean, it's a smaller wave, you know, you compare this to what we saw in the previous heat, but really great surfing. I mean, beautiful rail work and just smooth, but super twitchy and able to release the fins when he needs to. Once again there. So I just feel like as soon as he gets the opportunity on, you know, one of those waves that we saw come through in that last heat that Ethan was on, this guy is going to be on. You can tell already in his surfing. I think, yeah, there's a real like electricity there and it makes it exciting to watch. He's the kind of surfer that I spoke to it before. He kind of surprises you, and they're the surfers that you love to watch, you know, like when people pick their favourite surfers, it's usually the ones that you can't predict what's coming next, and it really feels like that with Mateus.
Kaipo, would you say Mateus is the fastest surfer we've seen today?
Right now, right? And then you guys saw some of the visions there from the water, and Mateus, he's riding a quad, a tractor quad right now. He's been loving that board. And it's really kind of the formula, I think, that we saw Felipe Toledo employ over at Lower Trestles, where he was going kind of another speed compared to the other surfers. And a lot of that, I feel, with Mateus, not just his natural ability, but the equipment that he's riding. He's got some JS quad fins on there. It's a JS quad, and it's just, that, you know, as a surfer, you know that quads, I mean, they're harder to break line, but they're definitely faster. Here he goes again. Let's check out the speed, Jesse.
So active in this heat right now. This one's going to bowl up through here, and that's a really fast carve here from Mateus Herdy. I wasn't overly convinced, but I like the look of this wave now. Just kicking that back foot so quick into an air reverse, can't hold on, but every time he's up on his feet, he's building momentum. He's building confidence, and you can see he's feeling more and more free the more times he spends on his feet. He went a couple of ways without going super progressive from that 6-point ride we saw at the very start of the heat, but now he's really finding his form here.
Yeah, he's definitely building for sure. I mean, the last score, 6.33, that wave, he's putting obviously more pressure on Jake, you know, surfing under priority, and like what's happening, obviously the beach announcers are calling that every time he's standing up, kind of, it's just 2 very different approaches right now, and it couldn't be more stark in contrast, really. Obviously, Jake more dropping anchor as we see Mateus under priority, kind of getting into this little chip shot down the line a little bit. But yeah, I do love the quad underneath his feet. I like Kaipo's point, you know, he's surfing with a lot of speed, and this had a funny little twist through the inside this wave, and he just read this little cupped out section so well. I love that he went for that maneuver at the end there. I mean, if he sticks that, he's, you know, well and truly, you know, putting even more pressure as we see Jake out the back.
Waited a long time for this one. Oh, I just love his rail carves. That's a big floater. Had a good amount of air under his board, just pushing even harder through this section in Little Marley here. High lines. Sees another section for a big down carve from Jake Marshall. We talk about that fast zippiness of Mateus Herdy. There is definitely an element of power that Jake Marshall has over Mateus. Those calves just seem to have a little bit more grunt behind them.
Yeah, I think, you know, in the rail work, I give the nod to Jake for sure. I just think, you know, I'm just thinking back to performances that I've seen from him the last few years at, you know, certain events on the championship tour. I think to Bells, I think to El Salvador, where he's really excelled. And let's have a look here. So beautiful rail work here, really tidy, really powerful. And I love that little bit of the float there through that really tricky section. You know, as we approach this lower tide, it's getting more and more difficult really to fit those turns in that, you know, really shallow bit of water. You know, low's at 2:20 this afternoon. So we've still got a couple of hours until we get to low. But the more that water drains out, the more tricky it is to fit those turns in those sections. So nice read on the floater there. But yeah, I just think for me, Jake surfing, it's his rail work. And yeah, I was just mentioning the couple of events where, you know, Bells a couple of years back, I saw him put together one of the best heat totals, you know, probably of his career, and, you know, dropping 9s on the bowl, and that was all off the strength of his rail work. And then I think to El Salvador 3 years ago, I think 4 years ago, I think it was, and the performances he was putting in there, and that, you know, El Salvador is a point break and it moves fast, and Bells is obviously the bowl, but yeah, all on his forehand, and all that strength is coming from those carving maneuvers, and we're seeing it on display here this afternoon.
Surfing, obviously about personal preference. Some people prefer that really progressive style of surfing that we see from Matthias Herdy. Others love that smooth traditional line that Jake Marshall is showing us. So it's a lot to digest for the judges right now. There almost is a couple of different scales that these guys can go off. Wow, straight off the ski into a wave behind the rock here for Jake Marshall. It's just going to be a quick one. It almost feels like a slight reposition. Scores locking in though. We've got a wave that is going to lock Jake Marshall right back into this heat. That last wave, previous to last, I should say, 6.47. Highest wave score of the heat so far. Now chasing a 5.86. You can see Matthias already starting to make his way a little bit further down. These guys are putting on such an incredible performance so far. We still have 15.5 minutes to go. Jake Marshall starting to catch fire here. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break. Want to surf Snapper Rocks like the pros? Download True Surf today. Right now, the pros out there, Matthias Herdy and Jake Marshall, and what has been a really fun matchup between those two. Kind of like night and day between their styles right now. My name is Jessie, and I'm joined in the booth by Flick Parmentier. We're going to take you through the next 13 minutes in this. Jake Marshall just answered back in this heat with a 6.47, chasing a 5.86. I mentioned earlier, these guys both went excellent yesterday. and they feel like they're gearing up for what is going to be a big end to this heat.
Yeah, I think really there's two different ways to do it, and it just goes to show that the scores are reflective in it. Obviously, Jake's sticking to the rail, and Matthias is, being really progressive and going a little bit more through the lip. I think also two different styles of approach to the heat in terms of like strategic wise. I mean, Matthias is out there with 8 waves, Jake's got 5. I think, Matthias's attack in the beginning half of this heat was definitely catch waves, be active, get a couple of scores on the board. Jake, on the other hand, has been a little bit more selective. Let's drop anchor, let's be, and in turn, he's dropped the best wave of the heat. He's sitting in second, but he's not chasing much to jump up into that first position. So, look, it looks like to me, the ocean does look like it's gone a little bit sleepy, and, obviously it works in rhythms. That's what happens in the ocean, potentially, 15 minutes on and the next 15 minutes might be a bit slower, but it'll be interesting to see. It kind of looks like to me now that Matthias has got priority and the lead, that he might change his sort of formula and strategy here.
Jake working with Chris Gallagher, who spent a long time on the championship tour and had one of his career best results just up the road at Burleigh Heads back in '97 when he had a quarterfinal finish there. He also had a third at J-Bay, so he had this real pedigree about him at point breaks. And you can see just Jake has been tapping into that knowledge of Galley for a while now, and these guys, I feel like they really rely on Jake's wave selection. He's got an incredible just point of difference where he can trust his instincts, and Galley, he's really kind of pushing him to trust them even more.
Yeah, I think Jake knows what his strengths are, and as well, and so do the coaches. The coaches all tap into that, and I just feel that right now today, I see similarities between Jake and Ethan in the way they approach heats and the way, they surf waves. And I think, if you just watch the heat previous and, all the surfers are doing that, probably coming down, watching 2 to 3 heats before their own heat, and identifying, what are you going to be your strengths out there. I mean, Jake, to me, has similarities to Ethan's surfing and strengths as well in terms of wave selection. So obviously just identifying that. But I think the end of this heat, things are tight, right? There's not much separating them, only, just over a point between, first and second at the moment. So I feel like priority use right now is going to be pretty, crucial for Matthias, and this next exchange and what happens and what goes down is probably going to be pretty pivotal in this heat.
Pretty interesting that the shift we've just seen in Matthias Herdy's approach. In the first half of this heat, he caught 8 waves. He was constantly moving. It was really fidgety, and now he's sitting and waiting. You can see he's trying to lock in for potentially one of those bigger ones to roll through. As someone who's competed on point breaks before, it feels like it's almost a bit of a given to want to be on those bigger, better waves at a point break, especially in 2-man heat.
I feel like we still haven't seen one of those sets that was, that came through in that last heat. I don't think we've seen a proper, big set come through. You could think to even, Matthias's couple of 6s, you think to Jake's 6, they were sort of those smaller to medium-sized waves. That's what makes me think if there's been that much time since one of those big sets, it makes me think that, generally there's probably going to be a set in the back half of this heat. And, as a surfer, you're taking score and you potentially are timing sets with your coach and knowing, how frequent or not frequent they are. And if there hasn't been one in this heat, which I haven't seen, I might have missed it in a break, but I generally would think that there's going to be fireworks at the end of this heat.
Let's talk about these two, because Matthias obviously has priority right now. They're shuffling around and positioning a lot. Jake was on the inside of Matthias. He just paddled to the outside of him. Now Matthias paddling back to the outside of Jake. This means if Jake tries to go a wave, Matthias can take it off him no matter what. So the hustle between these two right now with priority and that give and take of sell a wave or take a wave, you can see that both really trying to be tactical here.
Yeah, I mean, Matthias is not out ahead by too much, he's not running away with this thing. So I think, and he obviously knows that, and I think the next opportunity that comes through, he wants to be taking an opportunity away from Jake for sure. Jake's obviously going to be trying to sell him, a dud, but at this level, that's really hard to do because everyone's obviously so good. So looks like we might have a little set rolling through now.
Jake's going to have a look here. Second priority, so he's getting this under Matthias just to float. So real cool, calm, collected there from Matthias. I feel like in history, Matthias has always kind of fallen for those tricks, but to keep his calm here, you can see he's growing now that he's on the championship tour.
Yeah, I think, he probably hasn't had the start to the year that he's wanted. I think for me, I mean, we were both commentating Newcastle, the last Challenger Series event, and obviously, you know, he qualified there at that last event. There was a lot of emotion behind that. He's been trying to qualify for, you know, 5-6 years and finally cracks it, right? And it was such a quick turnaround to Bells. It was only, what, like 10 days or something until he had to be down there and sort of reframe and put all that emotion aside, because obviously he's achieved this lifelong dream and, you know, probably hasn't had the start he's wanted. You know, he had a 17th at Bells and then a 33rd at Margs, losing to the wild card there. So it just, for me, I feel like he's not going to want to let this one slip through. It feels like he's being pretty smart at the back end of this heat. But yeah, I just think it emotionally for him this year, it's been a lot, you know, and to try and turn around so quickly after, you know, a week of ups and downs in Newcastle and then just try and reframe 10 days later at Bells is a really difficult thing to do and compete at the highest level. You know, I think he's obviously got great people in his corner, you know, obviously sponsored by Riviera and working with Jules, you know, and having Jules in his corner, it's pretty incredible. But, you know, with only just over 6 minutes in this heat, let's dive into the GWM recap. And really, Matheus at the moment is leading this heat. Not by much, though. He's locked in a couple of sixes. He's gone to the air. He's shown us that progressive sort of nature. And he's kept super active during this heat. You know, the wave total for him at the moment is 8. I mean, you can see how good this board looks. He looks so connected to it. Locks in a 6.33 for this wave. You can see he just looks really spicy on this board, just like really fired up. And then on the other end of that, Jake, I mean, Jake's just sticking to the rail here and he looks so powerful, so connected. I feel like, yeah, he's dropped obviously the highest wave of this heat, the 6.47. He's only chasing a 5.86, but I just go back to my point, there hasn't been one of those solid sets come through in this heat. And I feel like, you know, with only just over 5 minutes in this heat left, it's going to come down to this last exchange. If whoever's on this best wave, I mean, right now you're looking at that and it's almost like a different story to what we saw in that previous heat with Ethan and Italo. So I think Matheus right now, it's going to be nervous times for him. It is going to be nervous times for Jake, for both these surfers. None of them really obviously feel like anyone's running away with this. So, and if a set does come through, generally it's 2 to 3 waves. So you've got to be thinking, even if Matheus does pull the trigger on one, that he's got to surf that to his highest potential, because behind him, Jake will be taking off on the next wave. So either way, if we do get a set here, it is going to be pretty entertaining.
Matheus, he needs to better that 6-point ride, essentially. He needs to play offense and defense at the same time here with just over 5 minutes to go. Jake Marshall, just a 5.86. Considering he went excellent yesterday, it seems like a score that is completely within reach. A 6.47, he has the highest mark of the heat so far. I love that these guys are really starting to play around with their equipment a little bit more, both of them on relatively unfamiliar territory. Matheus, he spoke about yesterday, he's on a quad, and it's the first time he's really ever tried one. It seems to be really working for him. And Jake Marshall saying he randomly ordered a swallowtail, and that's what he's riding for the event so far. So these guys are also highlighting the fact that this wave is so perfect, so it's so doable to get out there on any type of equipment and get the job done. So Matheus, he's doing really well considering he's in really unfamiliar territory of a quad. I don't know about you, but I've actually never tried one.
I have, and I find them pretty difficult. I only ride it if it's like really, really big and I need lots of speed. But look, obviously we saw Felipe Toledo, I think, ride a quad in the WSL finals a few years back, and obviously that provided a lot of success for him. So I just think Snapper's the kind of wave that it's almost like a wave pool, right? And so like a lot of people go to wave pools to try boards, obviously to get that same repetition over and over and over. As we see Matheus
using priority here, needs to better a 6-point ride to keep applying pressure on the American, Jake Marshall. Oh, it's a foamy looking face here for Matheus. He's going to tuck in though. It starts to clean up through Little Marley. He's deep in the tube here. Finds the exit, points back to the beach. Mid-wave claim into an air reverse here for Matheus Herdy. It's got more down the line. Starts to really lay into a nice carve. Is there more? There's another section to work with. Chucks to fins again. 2 airs, 1 wave. Another air reverse there. Leandro Dora absolutely loving it here. Good call from Matheus Herdy.
That was awesome. Obviously, he had priority, so he wanted to, you know, block Jake and take the wave. But he did exactly what we were talking about. He's playing offense and defense. So blocking Jake, and then I'd say, you know, going to improve on his situation as well. So, but like check both the boxes there. And really, that was a super tricky wave to read. It had some funny angles through it. I think the barrel read was insane. Let's go back and have a look what he got done here. So it was started off really foamy, and see the funny angle it had through this section. I mean, you were calling it, Jesse, it kind of had a weird little motion through it, but this was a great read. And then just like the length of the tube, the way it stayed open, and then after this, he gives us progression straight up through the lip, and then gets around the section. It was almost like a transition. Used the air as like a transitioning maneuver, gets the little layback, and then goes to the air again here on the inside. So, I mean, this is that was a masterclass from Mateus. It was really well done on a really tricky wave to read. So I think you got to take your hat off to, the read of the water on this wave. And I think this was the perfect move through this section, the barrel. You know, I thought maybe he was going to be a little bit too wide of the barrel, but it just kept providing. And yeah, he really did have the perfect read on all that different sort of turbulent water he faced there.
Super critical, going to be hyper critical. Is that last air a make?
Yeah, I don't know. I had my suspicions with that too. I think there was a lot done before that, as we've seen potentially a one just reel through out the back. But look, I think this is going to be a great score. I think he's going to put a lot of pressure on Jake.
Well, he went excellent yesterday. He's done it again today. That score locks in at an 8-point ride. We're at the Breitling 2-minute countdown. 90 seconds to go here. Jake Marshall on a smaller wave, but it's growing down the line. This needs to be a 7-8-7. Foam on the face as well. He's got a couple of carves in to start this off. A nice connection out the back as well. Over 60 seconds to go. This is probably going to be his last opportunity, so needs to make the most of it here. Starts to push harder on the rail, a little bit hung up. Drops out of the lip here. Just feeling like the body language isn't super convincing. Throws the fins and goes down. It felt like halfway through that wave, he knew that he needed more here.
Yeah, I think so. The body language is pretty indicative of that. Look, he kind of had to roll the dice. It was probably, you know, maybe there might have been one opportunity behind it, but I think, you know, Jake would have been sitting at the back there, hearing the crowd roar on the beach, you know, thinking, okay, I need to go big here. And the wave just really didn't stand up for him, you know. It kind of pushed him out onto the face. It was more, you know, carving manoeuvres as opposed to going up into the lip. So, look, his body language tells us that. I mean, we think that in the booth. It's not the score he's looking for, so... Look, Mateus, that was a stroke of genius, pulling the trigger, using priority, and really putting the pressure on Jake there at the end.
I just loved the way Jake was surfing this heat. It just really did feel like it came down to wave selection at the start. Mateus with a victory lap here. Stace Galbraith would call this a perso, taking it all the way through the inside, locking in excellence, an 8-point ride, backing it up with a 6.33. And going to the quarterfinals for the first time in his rookie year here. This is exactly just that breakthrough moment he needed after a bit of a rocky start.
Oh, totally. I feel like this is going to be incredible for his confidence. You know, like I mentioned, the 17th at Bells, the 33rd at Margs, they're going to be long gone. I mean, he's on to the quarterfinals now, and I think he's the kind of surfer that's going to run with this momentum. So I'm looking forward to seeing, that next round and the quarterfinal matchup. It's either going to be George or Liam O'Brien.
I tell you what, the Brazilians are really lapping up the energy that they're getting down here. Luano and I were calling it Rainbow de Janeiro. There's so many Brazilians out there and they're acting like a family. You can see Mateus, he's absolutely ecstatic to be moving on through to the quarterfinals. Coming up next, George Pitter and Liam O'Brien will take you through it right after this.
Surf fan eyes across the world, tune in to Snapper Rocks on the Gold Coast, and for good reason. It is absolutely pumping here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We're into live action. Lobby getting tubed behind the rock. There's that silky smooth carve that we've grown to love from Liam O'Brien here. Into a second tube through Little Marley. This is quite the way to start a heat here from Liam O'Brien. Let's see what he can do through this inside track. He has been surfing this wave for so long now, getting low, pushing through another carve again. This wave is going to keep on going. The sandbank, the super bank, has been providing for the last 3 days of competition, and it is not stopping now. In a big heat four between George Pitter and Liam O'Brien. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Flick Parmentier, and it is my absolute privilege to welcome in four-time world champion Mark Richards. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
This is quite the heat you've come into. Both of these guys are ripping.
Yeah, they're both ripping. That was an incredible wave that Liam just rode then, and I think it's going to be very exciting. Liam has been surfing really well, and as we know, George won the event in WA with some phenomenal surfing. So I think this one is going to go wave for wave right down to the wire.
And Emma, you know, you've won this event twice before. It's absolutely pumping. Have you seen conditions this good in quite some time?
Not for a long time for a WSL event. I guess over the last year or so, and especially with the first two events, the surf conditions have been challenging, and it's been probably very hard for the organisers to pick the right days during the waiting period. But this event had an incredible forecast of great surf right from the start, and from that opening day on Friday through to today, there's been sort of incredible conditions. Challenging conditions because it changes. The interesting thing watching it, I've been watching all day, is how much it changes depending on the tide. Like you could watch a high tide heat in the morning and work out a heat strategy, and an hour or two later as the tide goes down or the winds change, it's completely different. So as perfect as it is competitively, I think it's really challenging to sit in the right place, especially with a reverse rip, and also, you know, which wave to pick in a set. Because as you guys know, you're looking for those ones that grow down the line.
Yeah, yesterday we saw it be really tricky with that rip. I think these guys would be enjoying the reverse rip a little bit more than what we had yesterday on that low tide. But Lobby, he's kicking us off with a 9-point ride. We need to take a look at that wave again, Flick, because that was just quite the way to make a statement at the start of this heat.
Oh, I'm buzzing after that. That was incredible. Is this still, I was just sitting there like, are you kidding me? To the start of the heat, he took off so deep, and I was thinking, is this just going to be a no-make? But it was just so reminiscent of what we saw. You know, Liam O'Brien at last year's Gold Coast Pro put on an incredible performance when we were up at Burleigh, and he's kicked it off again here. You know, this afternoon at Snapper. This was an incredibly deep tube. Absolutely comes flying out of that with so much speed. Beautiful demonstration of the rail work that Lobby has to offer, and really a lot of flair as well. I really can't ask for much more. A double barrel, it's like seeing a double rainbow. It's really, yeah, really beautiful. And then he gets works it through to the inside here, and, you know, does get a little finish and a couple of other manoeuvres done. I really honestly think, coming into this heat, obviously, you know, we've got George, who won in Muggies, and he took down, you know, it was his first event win of his career, and you've got to be thinking, obviously, that momentum's with him. But I was thinking, really, when I was looking at the matchup, I was like, look, you cannot go past Liam O'Brien. He's obviously grown up just up the road at Burleigh, and he's a point break specialist. Like, it's a tough matchup for George, even though George has all that momentum.
Kaipo, are you kidding me? That 9 must have looked ridiculous from the water.
That Liam Lobby, the smooth operator right there. That was some smooth operation and a variety pack as well. I mean, what more could you do on a wave? You know, that was just incredible to watch. What a way to start a heat. I mean, now his mission is just basically find any kind of backup. You can see he's moved a little bit further in, but what a way to start a heat. That was truly entertaining.
Kipes, just wanted to mention, you're absolutely rocking those IC sunglasses.
Thank you. Yeah, they're polarized. They're perfect for on the ocean right here. These happen to be my nephew's model. Actually, not my real nephew, but a close family friend. This is the Grayson Fletcher model right here. Come from the latest of the Fletcher All-Stars.
Cool.
Yeah. Thank you, Icy.
Yeah, loving it, Kipes. Thanks for the breakdown on that 9. Lobby just on a really interesting piece of equipment. I was chatting to Darren just during a couple of those heats earlier. Darren actually merging a 40-year-old board, a 40 years of DHT board that he made recently. So there's 6 inches of rocker at the nose and 2 3/4 inches of rocker at the back of the board. So there's a really kind of big banana shape going on with Lobby's board, but he said it just feels so good in the pocket here. Obviously, you've been shaping from a long time, MR, and that it's a pretty cool board to have under Lobby's feet.
Yeah, that's a lot more tail rocker and a lot more nose rocker than I think any of the other surfers would be riding. The interesting thing with the shaping machines these days in computer shapes is you can make like the smallest changes to a surfboard. You can have a surfboard that goes insane, and then you can go, what if I add another 1/8 of tail rocker or another 1/8 of nose lift or a 1/16 more of concave? We have like the variables to change something and improve stuff is really incredible. Like the technology for surfboard shaping these days is amazing, and it's a long way from the days of hand shaping where you were either on or you were off. You can make a really good board, but it was virtually impossible to recreate. And there's always been that thing, competitive surfers and I think recreational surfers are always looking for that board that you call the magic board, which is nearly unattainable in hand shaping. It's possible, but it's very hard to attain. But with computer shaping, you have the variables sort of, it's a lot tighter and you can actually reproduce a board that actually goes really well. But having said that, there's differences in glassing and the weight of blanks and everything and the sanding and the finishing of a board and the fin setup. So even 2 boards that look exactly the same, as you guys know, one can go insane and that other one can be the magic surfboard. But it's a really exciting time in surfboard design, and I guess the wonderful thing about surfboard design at the moment is that everything goes, everything from high-performance surfboards to, to fishers and mid-lengths and longboards. There's so many people having fun on all different types of equipment in the water.
Well, I cannot wait to pick your brain for this entire heat. We're so lucky to have you in the booth celebrating 50 years of the World Tour with Mark Richards right now in what is a great-looking heat. 25 minutes to go on this one. 9-point ride to start off for Liam O'Brien. George Pitter hasn't lost a heat since Bell's flick, and now he's been put on the ropes right at the start of the heat here.
Yeah, I just thought, like I was mentioning before, I was kind of alluding to it, coming into this heat, obviously George has got all the momentum in the world, fresh off a win, the confidence, he took down so many world titles, on his run to the final there in Margaret River, and that's confidence boosting, but I just couldn't go past what I saw from, over the years from Liam, and also how specialised he is in point breaks. I feel point break surfing really highlights absolutely every part of your surfing and also highlights any weaknesses, and I couldn't go past the performance that Liam put together last year at Burleigh. I thought it was exceptional. I go to one of the 9-point rides that he posted last year. It was against Griff. It was a 9.1. It was insane. The crowd, the headland was fully, full of all these lobby supporters. They had all the cutouts of his heads. I saw them. They're down there today. But yeah, I just can't go. Yeah, there they are. Go lobby. But they were just all over the headland. They're all down, on the sand this afternoon. But yeah, what I saw there, I think George has obviously got his work cut out. I couldn't help but think that coming into this heat.
Lobby, looks like you might be having a look at that one. Not super interested, but yeah, if you're not careful, those lobby heads, they follow you everywhere. They were absolutely just jam-packed on the beach. Here we go, GP. Our Margs River champion kicking off his campaign here at Snapper Rocks. Really nice first turn into a carve here. This wave has a good bowl through this section. Drifting up on that tail there. He's on an Old Faithful board. He surfed this one over at Winky Pop in a really exceptional heat against Miggy Pupo where he went down at. Trying to find that same form here. You can see he's staying really lively on his rail. George just having a quick look out the back. Feeling like he's not super convinced with this inside section here. He's just going to sit on the foam. There's a weird little ridge in the bottom of the wave there. He's done really well to navigate it from start to finish here, but Lobby out the back just absolutely leaning over his rails here. Pushing hard again through another carve. Lays into it, giving us variety, giving something for the judges to really think about. This one is going to build through the inside. Another great turn here for Lobby. That's the first fumble we've seen to have just really starting to open up here. Liam O'Brien going absolutely turbo to what looks like he's at Greenmount at this point. Not sure if he's down at Kira. This wave has been going for so long.
Made it to the free surfers.
Yeah, guys, get out of the way. Lobby attacks it for yet another turn here. He's had 2 exceptionally long rides. Vorno, you with the Lobby crew.
Lobby! It wouldn't be a Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro without the coastal real estate lobheads, and these crew are absolutely frothing. Of course, Gold Coast Real Estate, one of the great institutions here on the Goldie, supporting local surfers like Liam O'Brien. And mate, they are fired up down here. When that first score came through, the place went mad, the heads were shaking, everyone was frothing out deluxe. And I've just got Matty here. Matty, what did you think of that? What did you think of that first score, bro?
Hey, let's go, Lobby!
Let's go, Lobby!
Loving it. Thanks, Vorno. You can see all the Belly Heads crew down there. There's so much to digest just in that last 5 minutes. I mean, George getting a start. We'll take through the repays. Let's go with Lobby's first. Emma, I'd love your breakdown of this wave.
Liam destroyed this wave. Like his wave selection has been so on point. Like he's managed to find the waves with open face and wall where they grow as they go down the line. And there's no wobbles. Every turn is just perfectly placed. Power off the wall. That was, I think, the only little mistake he made on this wave, but every other turn was just perfectly placed. It's like the criteria, you know, speed, flow, power, it's all there.
If length of ride was still in it, he'd get good points for that.
Yeah. I think if it was the 1980s when length of ride was popular, he would have scored a 10 then, possibly even 11.
And then flick this wave of George.
Oh, look, it was great out the back. There were moments of brilliance there. Obviously, it just didn't down the line. You could see it kind of broke in 2 places here, and he took the low road, found it, but it didn't quite give him that same opportunity as what Liam's waves have had down the line. I think, look, the first few manoeuvres for him, that's where all the points are going to come from. It was just a little bit sleepy through the inside here. He kind of knows that. I feel like you can see like he's a little bit disinterested with his body language. But look, I still think he's on. From what I saw, you know, the size of the wave, the way he was like, you know, the bottom turn into the top turn, there was real aggression when he hit the lip. I think, you know, I think he's on and I think he's connected. He just needs to find a better wave.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Liam O'Brien here. He's behind the rock in the tube. Can he find the exit? It looks like he's going to get swallowed here, unfortunately, for Liam O'Brien. George, now he gets priority. Made a little bit of a mistake there on that last one. Lobby locking in a 6.33. George getting a 5. So Lobby getting the better of the first and the second exchange so far. Vorno's everywhere right now. He's down there on the glass with Mateus Herdy.
Mateus, congratulations, mate. For so long, we knew that your surfing was up to this level. It took you a while to get here, but it must be starting to feel so real, mate. Gets through another heat with some sensational surfing and a beautiful platform and so much support from the crowd as well.
Yeah, so happy. Yeah, definitely feels real now. And yeah, when I was getting barreled, I don't know, you never get barrel in the QS, man. So like, I was in the barrel, I was like, please make it, I don't want to fail. And then, yeah, as soon as I made that barrel, I was like, God, that would be probably going to change my score. So I was, yeah, really happy. The waves weren't that good in my heat, but it was still firing. Like, it wasn't good as Ethan and Nichols' heat, but it was just firing. It's still really fun out there.
Yeah, there weren't as many sets as the heat before yours, but the opportunities were there, and you were super, super busy. Was that the strategy?
Yeah, for sure. I knew if I didn't have priority, I would just keep it busy. And then as soon as I got priority, I was like, all right, I'm going to surf. I thank God I held priority because he would have gone on that wave and probably would have lose. So, yeah, stoked that I made the right calls. And, yeah, I spoke to Leandro, my coach, just before he, like, if I have opportunity to do an air right in the first turn, right in the first part of the wave, I would try. And that actually would help me in that heat because I got 6 with only 2 turns, like a check turn in the air. So, yeah, I'm stoked. I think I made the right calls. And, yeah, Jake's a really hard competitor. So, yeah, keep going.
You know what was satisfying, mate? It was just unreal to see you unload the entire artillery. You know, big rail turns through the lip, fin release. The quad is obviously just a magic sled for you. Like the spark and the speed is just right there whenever you need to call on it.
Oh, that board, man, Yeah, my best board here is snapper for sure. Like quad, and it's a quad, and it just feels so good. Sometimes I want to even, push too hard. Sometimes that's why I fell in a couple ways, but it's just right there whenever I need it. Speed, holds the speed, has a lot of drive, and I can do airs. It's an ultimate perfect board for a snapper.
Awesome, mate. Congratulations. This is where you belong, brother. You're making it happen.
Well, it took me a while, but I'm here. Let's fucking go.
Cheeky Mateus. That's pretty cool to see just how fired up he is and just how ready he is to take on the quarterfinals. And it's going to be a pretty interesting heat. He's going to have Liam O'Brien or George Pitter. We've got a couple waves to break down. GP, he's looking in a 4.83 here, Flick, but he's still comboed.
Yeah, this is a tall order for GP right now. I mean, look, I just feel his surfing is on. Like, it's just his wave selection, really, that is the difference. I feel like what he's been able to do, he looks explosive out of the lip. He looks connected. Just these walls aren't, maintaining that height the whole way through. They're not really, essentially growing, as they go down the line. They're sort of diminishing in height. So, look, I don't think it's a matter of, his surfing's definitely there. He's definitely on. It's just, yeah, he's really got to find himself on, sort of a better wave. As we look to Liam and see what he got done. So this one just stretching out. And goes for the swooping carve there. Opts for the roundhouse. And he's out of there.
Emma, it was really interesting to listen to Mateus in that heat say, the board that he has right now is the best board he has here at Snapper, and it's a quad. One of the few people to be on a quad here at Snapper. Obviously, you've surfed a lot of different equipment in your time, but what's your thoughts on riding quads, especially at a wave like Snapper Rocks?
Mateus is obviously ripping on them. For him, they're working really well. Most of the competitors, the guys and the girls, are on thrusters. I think when it comes to a competitive situation, no one likes experimenting. They like riding a tried, true, and sort of tested board. But I think a surfboard, a surfboard for one person can go really well, and it can't go well for someone else. So when it comes to surfboards, I don't think it matters how many fins are on it. It's just whichever board you actually sort of feel comfortable on. And Mateus is obviously ripping on it. And watching the Newcastle Challenger Series event, just the emotion that he showed, the disappointment of not getting through that heat and the emotion of actually qualifying was pretty incredible. It was hard to watch at some stages, but it was also pretty incredible to watch as well. And I'm just really impressed with his surfing. And I know how many years he's been trying to get on the tour. And he's so good that you just think he would have qualified earlier, but it's a kind of a testament to how hard it is to actually qualify on the Challenger Series, and how high the level is on the Challenger Series. And even when you get through the Challenger Series, in a lot of cases you end up in that round one, which has got to be the heaviest heat of all time to actually go into. It's one that you would definitely want to try and avoid.
Definitely. Mateus is obviously doing a really good job with it right now. Kaipo really wants in on this conversation. Kipes, you got a question for MR?
Yeah, well, Mark, we're talking about boards, but when you were winning world titles, there was this period in professional surfing that I feel was so fascinating, where in a competition you would have single fins, twin fins, and thrusters all at the same time. I guess we'll get back to that conversation because, we can get to that conversation right now. Tell us a little bit about that era. I find it so fascinating when the evolution of surfboards happening in lifetime in those years.
Kaipo, we could do a podcast on this, but maybe for another time. But to break it down, I think I killed single fins with twin fins, and then Simon Anderson came along with thrusters and killed twin fins. But now 20s are back again. Everyone's riding 20s again, and it's awesome to see people riding twin fins, and it's also awesome to see people riding quads and thrusters and all sorts of equipment.
Lobby on a thruster, traditional looking shape nowadays, but he's got a lot more rocker in this board like we alluded to earlier. Trying to better a 633 here. This has got a really nice barrel section through Little Marley. Lobby tucks in, gets a good amount of coverage, finds the exit into a swooping roundhouse carve. Liam O'Brien just picking exceptional waves at this point here, Flick.
just such good foresight of what's to come down the line, right? Like, he picked that off and he was able to see that and identify that that wave was going to reel off. I just feel his wave selection right now, he's putting, you know, it's mastery right now of how to surf a point break, of what waves to choose. And sometimes, I mean, Emma, you were talking about it, it's so perfect and, you know, on a day like today, but there still is better waves than others. And I think really what Lobby's been able to do is really identify that, and it's not an easy thing to do out there today.
It's really hard, Flick. It's quite easy actually watching the broadcast and saying, why didn't someone catch this wave or that wave? But when you're in the water and you've actually got to make those decisions, and especially when you've got priority, sometimes I think priority can be a curse because you actually get overprotective and you protect the priority because you don't want to give it up, and you let waves, you know, go by that were potential scoring waves. I think we saw in the heat with Ethan and Italo. Italo let a really good wave go that Ethan got under priority and just tore the bags out of it. So it's so many thoughts go through your mind. Like when you surf recreationally, you can surf for hours without getting tired. You surf in a 20 or a 30-minute heat and you come in physically drained, like you've been surfing for 6 or 7 hours. And I think it all happens kind of mentally, you know. Do I sit on the inside? Do I sit on the outside? Do I take this wave? Do I take that wave? And really, if you kind of dumb down pro surfing, it's not really that complicated. You've just got to try and identify the best 2 waves that come through in that 30 minutes and be on those 2 waves. But that's the challenge, being on those waves. You know, the turns and stuff, you do them every day when you're free surfing. It's just, but you need the waves to actually show what you can do. And I guess this heat is the perfect example. Like, George is absolutely ripping, but he's just not getting the open face that Liam is getting. And Liam's first wave pretty much set him up for the perfect start to a heat. And he's built on that, and he's picked the best waves and identified the best waves.
Yeah, Lobby just looking in a 7-point ride. He really does have this heat in quite a chokehold right now. That's leaving George Pittard chasing 2 waves with 10.5 minutes to go. It needs to be a 16-point combo to get the Margs champion back out in front of Liam O'Brien right now. We're going to see if he can do it here. Whoever wins this heat is going to come up against Mateus Herdy in a quarterfinal. We'll be right back after this short Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We've seen some big scores go down all throughout the event so far, but especially today. If our athletes score a 10, they get a Yeti 110 Tundra, a really cool initiative that Yeti and the WSL have. We haven't seen one yet this event, but I'm feeling, Emma, that a 10 is coming our way.
I don't know, I'm surprised that Liam didn't get a 10 on that first wave.
Yeah.
You know, maybe if he'd caught that wave at the end of the heat, it would have been a 10, but I think early in the heat, I think the judges leave a little bit of room just in case there's a better wave. But if ever anyone was going to get a 10, barreling snapper with a long wall is the spot.
Yeah, double barrel at snapper 2 for Lobby on that 9-point ride. Like I mentioned, he's really strangled this heat. He's got a 9 and a 7-point ride. Emma, these two guys are really good friends. Lobby and George, they've been sparring partners for a really long time. Obviously, you had a long list of friends when you were competing. Would you say it's almost harder to come up against your friends? You know, you want them to win just as much as you.
In a way, but you've got absolutely no friends in the water. The person you actually paddle out with is your absolute enemy. And even some of the presses where, you know, someone says they lost, but they love the guy they lost to, they don't really mean that.
Brutality.
I actually love George's speech, you know, that on the ski and coming up the steps after Margaret River. It was just so raw,
yeah,
you know, honest and passionate. It was really incredible. But, you know, I know everyone gets on really well, but you just want to beat people so badly. And like the people that, you know, I competed with, you know, Sean and Rabbit and Dane Kiloha, Michael Ho, all those guys, you know, we got on great. But the moment the siren went, it was just like you wanted to do everything in your power to ruin that guy's life for the day.
That is why you're a 4-time world champion.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. George, with second priority, he had first priority and went that replay that we just saw. It came in as a 3.37 here. So George still needs 2 waves here with 6 minutes to go, Flick. Obviously, they have the jet ski. It's sort of now or never. George felt like he was listening, up and riding. Wow, really good first turn here. Would love this one to grow down the line for George, just to see him really start to open up here. Decided to dodge that section so he could open up on that one into a really nice third turn here. 3 clicks here, Flick, but 3 really big ones.
Look, as we see, Lobby.
He's not done yet. Lobby biding his time, throws the fins on that first one. Comes around, this wave is going to bowl out in front of Liam O'Brien. Starts to go up again, pushes even harder with this cupped out wall ahead of him. He doesn't need to do more because he absolutely belted that wave the minute he was on it. You can just see that there's just a second gear that Lobby's finding in this heat.
Wow. I mean, that was so impressive. I saw Lobby surf similar to this a couple of years. We see George just taking a small one down the line. But yeah, I saw Lobby click into a gear like this in El Salvador a few years back, and I think he went all the way through to the semi-finals, and it was super impressive. But let's break down. What did you make of this one, Emma?
George is absolutely ripping, but he's just not getting the open face, and it's like a stark contrast. The wave after that Liam was on, Liam is just having the most perfect heat, and George was tearing that wave to pieces, but the wave just didn't really open up for him. And this wave that Liam is on now, it's stretched out his wall. Like that turn was insane. You know, straight into another big searing carve. Look at the way the wall is just opening up. Another amazing turn and another one. It's like he's just having a dream heat. Everything is actually going his way.
That almost feels better than his 7, just with how accelerated he was in those turns.
It's better for sure. I think you just think about how critical that first move was. I mean, and how progressive it was. Just the fins completely loose and free. There was variety there. Just how beautifully shaped that wave was. How hard it would have been to place that turn as it was getting more cupped out through the inside. Really, yes, I was mentioned it before. I saw Liam O'Brien click into a similar form in El Salvador maybe 3 to 4 years ago, where he made the semi-finals, and it was amazing to watch on this. You know, El Salvador's the Punta Rocco. It's that right-hand, you know, cobblestone point break, and what we saw was incredible. I mean, it was shade. He's clicked into that same form. Let's watch that first turn. He put it all on the line. You've risked the rest of the wave with that manoeuvre, drawing so hard off the bottom there and then off the top as well. I think it's better than his 7. I think he's going to put even more pressure on GP right now.
Yeah, that Coastal Properties water cam just really showing us that he had so much technique. GP deep in the tube. That one, unfortunately, it's going to crumble him straight to the sandbank here at Snapper Rocks. It's exactly what he's got to do though here, Emma. He really needs to start finding those kind of big exclamation mark tubes is a way to do it here.
He needs a really good one. Like if he'd come out of that and got some open face, like, you know, that could have tightened the gap a little, but it's with 2 minutes and 52 seconds left. It's a big ask, and now Liam is actually in the perfect position and has got priority where he can really dictate what happens in the last couple of minutes of the heat.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see that last score for George coming through at a 5.93. So he needed a 6 to break combo. Then he would have needed a perfect ride. He would have needed a 10. Still waiting for that last wave score for Lobby. Can see a lot of really talented surfers there. Toby Mossop, Cooper Davies, Hinata was there as well. The Burleigh boys, they've got such a talented crop of surfers, and they're all down here supporting their boy Liam O'Brien, who is absolutely killing it. And that last score coming through, it's an 8.5. Lobby was 17.5 points with priority and 2 minutes on the clock here, Flick. It really has been untouchable from the start.
It's been the Liam O'Brien show for sure, and George right now, it's almost becoming impossible, right? He needs a couple of waves, and just with, you think, time between sets, and you know, even if he was to get one and get back out in the back of the jet ski, really, I think, yeah, it's hard when Liam starts off with a 9 and he's got obviously all that momentum, but I think George, he'll reflect on this and he'll watch this back and he'll see, he's already going to know it's a wave selection thing for him, you know. He's such a great surfer. He's going to have already identified that. But yeah, on the other hand, I mean, Liam O'Brien, he has not put a foot wrong in this heat. It's been incredible to watch.
It's cool to see just this crop of athletes just building. Ethan getting 17.5 total a couple of heats ago, so they're tying for the second highest. Obviously Felipe with 18 points yesterday to his name in his opening round, in that round 2 performance. Emma, obviously we have a minute to go here. Lobby, he's got priority. He's sitting outside George, so essentially he can shut down any wave he wants. It's pretty clear that George, he's feeling frustrated here. We're actually going to stick with live action. He's going to come through this inside, click with that first section. It's just going to be the one. But obviously, like I mentioned, you've won on the Gold Coast twice here before. There's really great memories. Is there one in particular that stands out before we let you go out of the booth?
None that stand out, but every win is pretty special, kind of, yeah. But funnily enough, you know, the thing you remember is a lot of the losses, and you actually, you know, years later, I still beat myself up. I can be driving somewhere, and I can seriously, I think about a heat where I just, you know, completely blew it strategy-wise. It's the weirdest thing, and when I watch surfing contests now, I actually kind of analyse it and go, if I was in that, would I have taken that wave? Would I be sitting there? It's just so fun to watch it, and it's incredible. You can be anywhere in the world and watch the events these days, you know, on television or on your phone. It's like the technology is amazing.
It really is, and it's so cool to pick your brain about boards. I'd love to talk to you again and get you in moments where it'd be like, okay, if you were George, what would you be doing in this situation? It's just such an incredible career, and it really has been a privilege to have you here in the booth. Lobby Flick, it feels like, you know, we speak about Burleigh last year and how good he was. This year, it feels like it's better than what we saw at Burleigh last year.
Whoa, man, he's danger. I mean, for me right now, it's Ethan and Liam really as the 2 top surfers, you know, that I've seen today so far on the men's side. It's been incredible to watch, and it's been really off the strength of rail work, you know. It's so perfect out there right now, and yeah, I think it's really lending itself to that beautiful traditional rail work and barrels. I mean, Lobby with a double barrel. It's giving double rainbow, and I'm here for it.
Emma, one last big thank you for coming into the booth. Before we let you go, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you see winning this event on the men's side?
I would hate to pick someone. I'll just be the surfer that picks the 2 best waves in every heat.
I love that.
They all surf so good, and it's the same with the girls. The level is so high. The difference will be whoever can pick the eyes out of it and pick those good waves. And that was just such a classic heat with George and Liam, where wave selection was just so critical and dictated the result.
I'll get your real pick when we get off camera. We've got a really great heat coming up next. Callum Robson taking on Connor O'Leary. We're going to have Joe Tapel, Rabs, coming in for the call.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Living the dream here on the Dream Tour. This is still round 3. It's heat number 5 now. Callum Robson taking on Connor O'Leary. Connor representing Japan, but growing up in Cronulla. And taking on Callum Robson, about an hour away from his hometown here at Snapper Rocks. He comes from Evans Head in New South Wales. Thanks for being with us. What a great time to be hanging out in the booth. Joe Turpel with a couple of world champions, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and also Mark Akalupo. Aki, thanks for joining me.
Hi,
and
Rab.
Rabs. This is great.
It's a pleasure. I can't believe MR was just sitting here. Like, I saw him outside, and he was my, such a legend when, when I started. I think I had 1 year on the tour when he was on. Rab might know, but when I first saw MR, when I was really young, about 11, 12 years old at Cronulla, and he walked down the right away at Cronulla surfing in that, big event that you used to have there. And I think Rab was actually might have won that contest, but MR came down in his pure pink, half yellow wetsuit, half pink, half yellow board, and he shone like it was a grey day, but he was the light, and it glowed off him, and I was like, it was radical. But he was such a legend. And
well, what an impression that made on you,
big impression,
right? Yeah.
Big impression. He was like Superman, and I really thought he was. I was only 11.
That was that rock star type presentation you guys were doing,
full
right?
rock star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought PT had the pink thing.
Well, PC had all pink, but MR...
he went halves.
Yeah, he was halves. It was, and he had the Superman emblem,
Yeah, he always was changing colours too, always bright colours with changing colours.
Yeah. Gosh, I love that. Ock, thanks for joining us for the call. We got a classic here with Callum Robson taking on Connor O'Leary. Let's kind of continue on that Cronulla conversation with Connor growing up there, just like yourself. Obviously, great waves to become a pro surfer in that territory.
Absolutely. We've got so much variety there. Beach breaks, really slabs, Cronulla Point. Here we go, first ride.
Getting started, going to the air. A quick spin on the front side reverse from Callum Robson. Remember, he used an air to beat Oscar Berry at the buzzer on opening day. And he's going straight to a big, quick rotation to get a score on the board against Connor O'Leary Bugs.
Yeah, well, I think it was more like it was well done. It was a bit of a Hail Mary because the wave ran off. He didn't have any other section. He went, well, if I'm going to do one manoeuvre, it's going to be something pretty radical.
Let's look at it again here, Aki.
Yeah, well, it's because that deep section, there's a wide bank now, and he used that. I mean, that could have been a beach break in Cronulla, but we're at Snapper, so you wouldn't think this score's going to be used at the end of the heat. But I'm just impressed that he can nail airs. I saw that clutch one that he won his last heat in. He never used to do airs, and it's pretty cool that he's added it to his repertoire.
Yeah, we had Reef Hazelwood in here the other day, and he was Callum actually reached out to Reef recently, going, "What can I work on above the lip?" And he's already putting it to use in back-to-back heats here at Snapper Rocks. As we know, Callum has been on tour in the past, made the final at Bell's. He names all of his favorite waves, which includes pipe, because he had a great run there as a rookie, got a 5th, and won the Challenger more recently. But he said it all comes down to Snapper Rocks. He feels like it's his home away from home. It's not too far away from where he grew up. And he takes another look. He does get a 4.67 for that single maneuver there, Bugs.
Yeah, that's about right, huh? About at the midway mark and for one manoeuvre. And in some ways, the judge has got to be kind of careful not to go too nuts on it and not to give it too low either. So
yeah, well, you're going to put that in your back pocket just in case, it gets all rippy and weird, which Snapper can do at any point of time. You can be stranded wanting that score at the end of the heat. So maybe a smart move.
Good call. Well, we had a big heat for the Gold Coast and Queensland as we have Liam O'Brien on the glass with Vaughn.
Lobby, every now and again, you catch fire in a heat. And then every now and again beyond that, you're just molten magma. That was a volcanic display of white hot shreddery, mate. How good did it feel to be doing that in front of everyone here at the beach? Pretty much a home crowd.
Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, that felt good. Every now and then you get like a little lucky heat where all the waves come your way and you don't fall off. I feel like it's a bit less common for me than some of the other dudes, so I'll take them when they come. But yeah, that was a sick fun heat. Just had that rhythm with the ocean and didn't seem to matter where I sat, one had come. So yeah, you take them when you can get them.
Little bit of birthday fortunes there, mate. Birthday yesterday, happy birthday. But yeah, pretty awesome. Like everyone here, it's been such a supportive crowd of all the great surfing that we've seen. But you in particular have the coastal real estate lob heads down there. Everyone's come down from Burleigh. Can you hear the noise that they're making with each turn that you're doing?
Yeah, it's like you're a bit kind of subconscious, but you just get like little glimpses of noise. You're like, okay, that must have been all right. Cheer, but then again, everyone's just cheering for everything. So, oh no, it's so cool. Like it's the best feeling. It's the most nervous feeling ever when you're running out because you don't want to just bog in front of everyone. But it's also the coolest thing to have all your friends and family on the beach cheering you on. Yeah, it's so special. So I'm just lapping it up, relishing the chance, and yeah, trying to put on a show for everyone.
To catch this sort of momentum at this point in the competition must feel great. How have you reflected on the year so far?
Yeah, I mean, I barely even got on the tour to begin with, so I think last time I was on, I put a lot of pressure on myself and I had big expectations on myself. And I think this time around, it's not that I'm not setting goals and things like that. I'm just trying to take the pressure off the result a little bit more and just focus on trying to do all the things I can control well, like wave selection, surfing obviously, and then just preparation, things like that. And then if that's not quite ending up in the results I want, not getting too hard on myself. I think I got a bit bitter when I got knocked off and I was a bit like, damn, I'm like doing all this work and it doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. But I think that's just the nature of sport. Like you got to be prepared to do the work and still not get the results. Like that's what it is. You got to put the work in. That just all that gives is yourself a chance to get a result. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the headspace I'm at. I'm trying not to be entitled to results and just enjoying every opportunity to go out, learn, get better, and try and do my best surfing.
Love that, mate. Yeah, the flow state. It's often when you're in a mindless state as well. So congratulations. You are perfectly in rhythm in that one. Doing some of the best surfing we've seen, and more to come.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Well done. Liam O'Brien, yesterday, his birthday, exploding today in front of a crowd that we really saw Burleigh Heads. That's where his board riders is. That's where he grew up, just down the way here on the Gold Coast. But that whole crowd came here to back him today. 17.5 total. His new career best combined total in his career on the championship tour. That was special.
That was an epic heat. Yeah, he just was in such good rhythm. And I thought that was going to be a tough heat, but Snapper can, be that kind of wave where it picks someone.
Definitely chose Lobby in that one. Kaipo's out the back. Let's see if they get some magic like Lobby did in this one.
Well, my daily froth is I'm frothing over my two Bonsoy brothers doing battle in this heat, Connor and Callum. So I'm waiting for them to flare up, but that's a big froth. And also I have another froth, extra froth happening right now because we got the king of all the goofy foots in the booth. Yeah, Aki, keep it up frothy, bro.
Thanks, Kaipo. Oh, it was funny this morning. We laughed at each other because I stayed out too late in the lineup like I always do. But I got stuck out there and I actually caught a wave and I'd done someone else's style. I put my arms really weird so Starkey wouldn't know who it was. Kaipo was laughing at me.
That is amazing. You can't hide from anybody, Ak.
I reckon it worked.
I don't think so. One of the most recognizable stances in the world. But yeah, I guess you tried to mix it up as we chased down Callum Robson, getting into some clear water. And just all set up work. Maybe a nice little section to go through right there on that front side snap. And he's already resetting for another opportunity. So that score will go with his reverse. That was the 4-6-7 as Connor's playing more of the patience game, Bugs.
Well, I mean, there's been 13 minutes gone. I mean, Connor, to me, was he was clearly the goofy standout. Wow. Yes, so he's back in serving. You know, you must have been so impressed, Mark.
So impressed, and I told Dog that the other, actually, because I've been seeing him practice all year, you know, and actually even longer, these guys have that much time off. But I just mentioned to Dog, I think it was down at Bell's, he's like, that's the best I've ever seen Connor surf. I can't believe that he could get that much better than he was. And I'm like saying, it could be a world title year. And I don't know if he told Connor that, but, you know, like, he is surfing amazing, so quick and so powerful. The most quickest, powerful backhander, I think. You know, Gabby's so smooth, and I know, you know, everyone knows that, you know, Gabby's my favourite. But he's kind of starting to, he's getting there, man. Like, he really is. Like, he is surfing electric, let's say, yeah.
What was it like growing up with Connor's coach, Richard Dog Marsh in Cronulla?
Yeah, well, you know, he's such a genuine guy, Doc. You know, he's so straight up, and he's made his athletes like that too, and it's a real, you know, it's just really good. You know, his athletes just, he tells them straight, he makes them into better humans, and, you know, like, it's to be an honour for them. And, you know, Ramsey is a straight up shooter too. You know, they must get on so good and have some pretty good times, you know. And, you know, I mean, he's got Tyler too. He's got a lot of different, you know, people, but he just gives it to you straight. And I think that's what attracts athletes to him.
Well, he used to give it to you straight when you were teenagers, I'll tell you that.
Yes, we had a couple fights and stuff.
Yeah, classic crosstown rivalry.
Yeah.
But it was like, I want to talk about that lineage because there was, you know, Richard Dog Marsh, you, and Gary Green.
Yeah.
But before you guys, was there a goofy footer at Cronulla that, you know, I can't remember the name.
Jim Banks.
Of course, Jim Banks.
Yeah, but there was another one called Peter Smith.
Yeah,
people, we lost him a little while ago, but he was the goofy footer comparison to Michael Peterson. He was so quick and so good, and he was way ahead of his time. Yeah, so he was real underground, Peter Smith, and yeah, God bless him. But yeah, Jim Banks, you know, he was the charger. He made my boards before I got onto Rusty's, and Jim Banks, you know, done a lot for me. But, you know, I mean, yeah, it's a good question, Rab. I mean, I'm going to be 60 this year, and, you know, I want to have a party when I get back from Fiji and thank everyone. You're obviously invited. Joey, too, you're going to fly over.
We're still getting over your 50th.
Yeah, I know you're 50th.
Forever Grommadoc as we watch live action. Callum Robson up and out.
Yeah, and I just want to finish with that because I'm sailing to Fiji. Like, yeah, I'm going to actually probably paddle out from here. The boat's in Brisbane getting prepped, and good thanks to my mate. Here we go. Dave Rothwell. I'm going to just finish. Here we go. I've got to finish that story. But Connor's got to get going, right? It's been 10 minutes. This wave doesn't look that good to me, but he might be seeing something I don't. It may be the ski.
Could be. Just a reset. He's just like, please give me a double up so Dog doesn't give me a bad mark on that notebook. But after a long wait, the last thing Connor wants is a throwaway. So he's just going to try to work this inside corner. Gosh, he's quick for his size, belting that thing on that DHD.
He's got to get out of there and get a better wave than that, boys. He really does. You know, he's just lucky that Connor hasn't nailed it. I mean, sorry, Callum hasn't nailed the big score yet, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he waited 15 minutes for that wave, and, you know,
that was not.
It wasn't exactly a cherry, but
no.
But his opponent hasn't really capitalised on it. You know, look, it's been a quiet heat.
I know, but there's reverse rip out there. I sometimes really question that jumping on the ski when you can paddle back out and get something. You know what I mean?
Well, this was the work he did out the back, Hawk, and just your take on just picking a right wave in today's conditions and what Connor was maybe thinking taking this wave.
I'm not going unless it looks like it's almost closing out, because it rarely does. I mean, it won't really close out. You know, if it's hasn't got much, you know, I was sitting with Dog the other day, or it might have been Louis, but they saw a wave and they were like, look how good this one is, and I'm like, it's no good. And then I saw it and they're like, how'd you know that? But we spend so much time out here, you know, like, it's really good. The whole bay's got to be filled up, you know, like.
That's so true.
With swell. But let me just get back to it. I just want to thank
quickly.
my mate Dave Rothwell. Let me go on the boat. He's part owner of the boat, right? We've been on this boat a few times. It's called the Southern Cloud. Jasper's been on it, all the kids, J-Boy and Jonah, and they're gonna fly. And I asked the missus, Jess, I was like, all I want to do is go to Fiji on my 60th. And she's like, we're going, you idiot, you know? And I'm like, no, I want to go on the boat because we're the first people on the boat and it's going to leave in June. And
Do you know how long that takes, Ock?
8 days.
8
straight
days.
there, yeah. If we get a good trade wind, and I'm going to put my boards on the boat if the captain says it's okay, and I'm going to paddle out here
and jump
on the boat and go and maybe catch a wave. And like the last time I'd done that or something like that was when Luke won at Grudgigan, and Alan Green, God bless him, and Barb had a speedboat, the fast boat back to Bali, and Louis won. I packed all his bags, ours, put him in the truck to go back, and we paddled out of there onto the speedboat and went and partied in Bali that night.
Wow, and we're doing
it takes like 12 hours by, land back then,
I can't wait. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, so I want to do this, and it's my 60th. That's why I want to thank Rothy for letting me do that, and the boat, and, and he helps out Jay on the tour to do the regional. He's a really good man.
You deserve it, my friend.
Yeah.
And you're the only one that doesn't get in trouble for standing in the lineup too late before contact starts. You know that. I did want to get your opinion on Connor's performance from yesterday. He had Joel Vaughn in the heat. So for Connor, man, it was an explosive performance. How powerful he is.
Oh, my goodness.
He obviously winning J-Bay, getting a 10 on the way, and that backhand was just lethal. What'd you take from this performance, Ock?
Yeah, it really, he saw me actually before the heat, and he looked a little kind of perplexed. I don't know. I mean, I just went. I knew his heat was coming up and said, just turn the mind off. Like, when you're surfing that good, I think it's this wave here, you don't need to think. When you found that board and you're surfing that good, just let it rip, right? I like it. I think he really gets going up here, but I think there's another wave, sorry. But, he's been surfing that good, I keep on saying, but...
He actually quoted you on that.
Did he?
In his post-heat interview.
Okay.
He was like, I saw Ock before, and he said, turn the mind off. And he said that was the best thing for him.
Oh, wow, because I didn't see that. I'm going to have to rewatch it, maybe. It's not about... my missus always says I like watching myself play. But I want to watch that. Yeah, like, I just love that he's from Cronulla. I love Dogs coaching him. It's a full Cronulla thing, and like I say, he's really good at Fiji, and it's finishing at pipe, and he's, just imagine his big pipe and all lefts. I mean, you never know. It could be his year. He's, I don't want to, put the mocker on him or anything, so I'll slow down. But
no, I think you've just given him a lot of love. You're helping his cause. He thanked you for that little advice to shut the mind off and do some big backhand blows. Enjoying our time with Bugs and Aki at the moment in heat number 5 of round 3. Callum has the lead. Connor just chasing a mid-range score. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and be right back. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland, by Stone & Wood,
the unofficial beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company. Big thanks to Eero, a proud sponsor of the event. Eero, fast, reliable Wi-Fi inside and outside your home or business. It's simple to set up and manage from anywhere in the app. Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be. 12 minutes on the clock in this matchup with Callum Robson and Connor O'Leary. Callum representing Evans Head and started off with the lead with a frontside air reverse, still in the 4 range. Connor waited patiently, turned into 3-7, so they've been waiting for something good to happen out there. During the break, we'll get caught up. Connor got 1 snap off, but Callum with priority took the rest of the wave bugs.
Yeah, well, he's been waiting a fair while, Callum, and neither of them have had a scorching ride yet, but this looks like the best, looking wave, Mark, that's come through.
Yeah, well, he used priority. I guess he had to after seeing that one first good section that Connor could have teed off on the rest of this wave. It's got that weird tide right now, like it'll just, the rips just split it in 2 and all, it's all weird, like. But here goes Connor. Must be the wave right behind. Let's see. We saw this from behind. I don't know if you could see that at home, but we were all watching and we saw him kind of light up here at the end of it. You know, the only problem with Connor and a lot of backhand surfing and when you get really quick is sometimes you start getting too quick. Like, you got to slow it down like he's starting to now. Way better. You just can, it can even happen to me. I sometimes just think it's all about the hit, but it's not. It's about flowing with the wave. I even see Aaron Brooks do that sometimes. You just slow it down just a touch and go with the flow and then ease off the bottom and then you start get that rhythmic and then the power comes with it. Because when you're clicking it too quick, you're not getting power. And I think, the judges can see through it.
And it looks like he found that magic rhythm.
Find it in the end,
yes. That tail end was just power blow after power blow. For his size, it's so impressive how fast he can get to the lip and go 12 o'clock.
And the good thing about that is too, is speeding it up and then slowing it down, because that's variety too. Because you're going quick and then all of a sudden you slow down, go with the wave and then rip it out. And the judge is like, okay, that's variety. When you can't do sometimes a lot of variety when you've got that repertoire, like, fast, hard, slow, soft. I often tell J-Boy, surf soft but hard. And I know that sounds weird, but light on your feet but powerful. Like you're kind of saying, you're confusing me, Dad. But
I remember
but
Michael
gets what I mean,
that before. Soft off the bottom, hard off the top, but just reading those sections, which is a really cool take on variety, and the sometimes challenge for backhanders to try to mix it up, but sometimes it's just a speed change.
Yeah, for sure.
Numbers in for Connor.
Wow.
7-6-7, bug one.
Well, that exchange there, look at the scores, the difference in the exchange of 4.93 for Callum on that first wave that he basically took off.
Here we go, too.
Hammers it again. O'Leary reaching again for another big vertical.
Oh, this wave's nothing.
2 giant turns.
It was.
But he ran out of room.
He
that
did.
just went flat. So what were you speaking of the conditions, Ock, on why we're seeing a little challenge to find an inside double up in a grower?
When the swell's east and and the tide's going out, it's just like D-bar. It doesn't like the outgoing. It loses a lot of its power. The rips go through, the eddies come through, and they split the wave up and around. Even though this swell is not straight, but it still splits it up more. D-bar's the same. It loves the incoming. As soon as this tide stops and turns, then the wave fills up with power and runs down the line and really uses that bank. And so it's just, this is a weird heat. If Connor can get through this, And
it makes it weird because, you think about Dog Marsh and Callum's coach. They're on the beach. They're watching Liam O'Brien in the heat before, basically getting about half a dozen just outrageous waves. And you've got to make a plan around that. And then it took 25 minutes for that set to come through.
Yeah, for sure, Rab. The coaches should know. I mean, that's why they kind of tend to look for a lot of local guys. They know that, that at this point of time and certain heats will get rippy and weird. So you've got to be ready for that. And that's probably why Callum took that first wave and done that, that air, but didn't get a good score. Now it's not in this heat. He doesn't need that score. He needs
6.5 on 2 turns here.
Yeah, 2 turns, wow.
So Connor adapting to maybe not getting a double up, going upside down. Judges also just score based on the conditions, so adjusting from the previous heat. And smart just to go upside down twice.
Oh, yeah, and now he's like, oh, he just heard that and just went, okay, I'll go do that again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for a two-wave combo, that's an extraordinary score. So absolutely
confidence booster for.
Wow.
It seems like there's been more goofies putting their hand up, Bach, more than lately, to kind of challenge some of your records that you kind of held by yourself for a while. We were the last one to win bells for several years, and then finally, you know, it was the Wilco, Italo story getting in the mix. Miguel and Iago had an all-goofy final. That was at Winky. But also seeing what we had last year, all-goofy foot final at J Bay, you know, with Iago and Connor. And then we had Italo and Gabe before that. What's your take on how that's changing? Like, where it's not just one surfer that's kind of doing what you did in the past, but now there's a bunch of goofies that are putting their hand up for these challenging right-handers as they were.
Yeah, you know, like, Hugo's kind of having a little look, but the more the better, you know, like, the more, you know, goofies that are surfing better, the better they're going to get, really. Like, you know, I keep on coming back to Jay, but, you know, I told him just go surf, like, as much as he can with the guys on tour, because it only makes you better, you know, goofy or natural, you know, like you surf with good surfers, you get better. There's Jack. He's on his way. Big crowd support for Jack. Good to hear. Good to hear. I know there's a lot of Brazilians on the beach, but, you know, we're in Australia and we want the Aussies to get up. I'm really kind of hoping for Jack, you know, I mean, you know, he hasn't had a great start, and I really thought when I saw Pipe at the end of the year, I was in a world title for Australia. The first guy that came to my mind was Jack, you know, and I know he's had a slow start, but it's a long year.
It certainly is, and for Jack, he's been there and been in a world title race in the old format. But like you said, with Pipe, you know, the Pipe Masters worth 15,000 points for a win compared to 10,000 for a regular season event. Aki, you've won a Pipe before, and you know how intense it is, scary it is, but having it all weigh into like this grand finale at the Pipe Masters, how do you like it having more points than it had in the past?
Yeah, so good. I mean, it's really going to be like, I mean, if someone doesn't get on a flyer and take it before Pipe, and I'm thinking about Gabrielle, but it's just going to be like a final five anyway, but with heaps more guys in it. And maybe there might be five, maybe there might be more, but it's just going to be the same, because if it hasn't been claimed before Pipe, it can get claimed from anywhere, right? You know, like for whoever's fifth or even, you know, further back, and it's going to be a thrilling day, and I hope it gets nice and big for them, like it used to. Went back in, it was an invitee kind of when me and Rab was in it, like it was one day and they waited for it to be like 12 to 15 foot. I know now they like it when it's more manageable, but it's good viewing.
Yeah,
it's epic. I love it.
Follow, won't it? Because okay, we've had those years at Pipe in the older system when there's 6 contenders who have a chance at a world title on the day.
They're days like, yeah, hey Rab, you remember those days when it was like 12 to 15
Oh, they'd wait for that one day when there's no way that there was no chance of surfing backdoor Pipe.
No chance.
Never
No.
chance. It had to be 12 to 15 foot Westwell Pipe.
And the day would just go like slow motion, like. Yeah. Oh, it's quite crazy, but it's so exciting this year. I'm just loving it. It'd be great to have John on there, and I know, like, I mean,
you're going to find him in the ocean.
I might find him out there. I really might. I love what John's doing. I just dig it, and I just love it at sea, Joey. I'm such at peace out there, and I know I've been on heaps of boats, but I've never done a long crossing like that. I've done Sydney to Hobart, and that was a bit hectic, that race.
Pretty cool. Have you been to Raglan before?
I have, yes.
Oh, plenty of times.
Plenty of times, plenty.
And that'll be interesting to break down, because there's guys like Billy Stearman, you know, who's already in the event. He's a regular footer, and he makes it look like a regular footer's type left.
Well, yeah, I know when it's small, it kind of is, but when there's a bit of a barrel in the takeoff at Raglan, you know, I think Goofy's, I think it's going to be evenly matched, actually. You know, obviously the guys are going to be doing airs too. Billy Stearman's going to be a very dangerous man to have in the draw, without a doubt. But I'm so stoked. I've talked to a lot of people from New Zealand. They're so excited. All the locals are really excited. They're pumped for it. And I'm digging it. Yeah, like...
Psyching. Can't wait for that one. Well, we've got 3 minutes all of a sudden left in this seat with Connor and Callum. This is the GWM recap, Bugs. We had the waiting game for Connor, and then he switched gears and he got keepers back-to-back, 7.67 and then a 6.5.
Yeah, well, this was the 7.67, and he waited 16 minutes to claim this wave. It was a long wait. And this one here, this is just 2 maneuvers for a 6.5. Just goes to show how lethal the backhand attack is and how rewarded it is.
Really has a great quiver right now. Talking to Darren Hanley, he said Connor's got a bunch of magic boards to choose from. And he said on the other side for Callum, he's kind of the guy that's always chasing the Holy Grail. So always looking for what's better, where Connor, on the other hand, is going, okay, I've got like 6, 7 boards I can go to it on any given day.
There's no way I could order, like, we've got a guy here that would get so many boards coming in the booth next, but I couldn't get more than 4 or 5. I'd be way too much confused. So confused.
You just want to stick to what works?
Which is which. So I still, when I had 4 or 5, I had to like put a little texter mark on which one was good.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I go out on the wrong one.
It always seems to work for you.
And I still probably did.
Connor's just putting on a great backhand display right now, even just changing gears and finding 2 big hooks. That's how he got to 6-5. There he goes again. Drilling the first section, more of a carve off the top. Arcing again, putting up another quick whip off that lip line. He's got 33 liters of volume in that Juliet model.
When he won J Bay, like, that was incredible last year. Like, I thought that was amazing. And he's just, he seems like he's faster and better and stronger. So it'd be great to see him win, man.
I think there was something about maybe that quote that, you know, something that you told him, turn the mind off, which helped him. Remember a lot of heats, he'd get on a roll, but he'd fall on like his last turn or the second to last turn. When he'd get the winning wave, he'd have a little trip up, and that's just noise in between the ears. And what we've seen from him in back-to-back heats now is just no mistakes. Like every decision he makes off the lip, he's absolutely crushing it, Bugs.
Yeah, he's so confident. Those snaps under the lip, above the lip line, with the lip. I mean, he's got a whole variety of them, and they're amazing, Mark. You know,
they are.
You're responsible for this.
quicker version. But anyway, boys, I just want to say thanks for having me. I think it's really cool what you're doing, getting all the world champs in. I know it's 50 years of pro surfing, which is really cool too. But, you know, what I'm probably going to say next is, how about we all have a surf together?
Yeah.
Like I saw MR. Just imagine having a surf with MR and Rab.
Yeah, you guys don't burn each other anymore, right?
No.
Yeah.
If they can catch it, it's theirs. Like Rab, especially.
Definitely.
And MR. I know these guys are coming off injuries. But anyway, thanks for having me.
Oh, you're the best, Doc. That was a great one there. You had a little Cronulla love for Connor O'Leary in that one. He just took over. And listen to those fans. So many fans for Australia, so many fans from Japan. They're supporting Connor O'Leary. He said he was blown away how many people wanted his autograph after his last heat win. I don't think he realizes that he's a global superstar. He might realize it now. Connor O'Leary getting the job done and keeping that backhand hot, and that's always going to impress Mark Akalupo. Aki, thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
You can see Jasper, come on in real quick.
Come and say hello.
The Grom hanging out. You were so good. What does he get for being so good?
Well, there was a whole bag of sweets there, and you offered him a koala bear, but he'll probably get a treat.
There we go. You deserve it. Hey, Ak, thanks for the time. Can't wait to go on the boat for your 60th.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Looking forward to it.
Let's go. Thanks, everyone.
Epic. Jasper's going to dive into the cookie jar there, and we're going to continue with action. Jack Robinson taking on Leonardo Fioravanti. We're going to bring in 3-time world champ, local hero Mick Fanning to join us for the call right after this.
you have the opportunity to be the best in the world at whatever you do.
Late drop, traveling in the barrel, one foul. Smack, hopping, straight into the pin. He's coming out, lit that thing up.
For over 50 years, surfing has lived at the edge. Risk, rivalry, icons.
You know, like I said, kill and be killed.
Legends shape the culture.
Look at this wave.
The fearless rewrote the rules. Progression isn't given, it's earned.
He is a maniac. Huge reverse.
In split seconds,
Incredible.
on the biggest stage, under impossible pressure, a new world champion, harnessing nature, 50 years deep. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Thanks for joining the celebration of 50 years of the World Tour. Imagine what next. We've got some of the best surfers in the world on the roster for 2026. Women's Tour is stacked. Men's Tour is lethal as well. And we've got to a point where we've got Jack Robinson and Leo Fioravanti in the water. And how about this booth? Gold Coast royalty, world champions Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew and a 3-time world champ, Mick Fanning, local hero. Mick, thanks for joining us for the call.
Thanks for having me. I'm pretty psyched for this heat. Jack and Leo both been in pretty good form over the last couple of days. So, yeah, excited to watch this one go down.
And just what a powerful piece celebrating 50 years of the World Tour. Year one that was always inspired by the generation before you and all the ones coming up next. You know, what a year we have in front of us.
Oh, 100%. You know, you got Bugs here. Grew up watching Bugs over the years. You know, had an MR in here, Oki. I was lucky enough to witness those in real time before the internet back in the 1900s. And yeah, there's nothing like sitting on the beach as a young kid, sitting in the dunes watching the best surfers in the world go at it.
Remember how long you had to wait to find contest results when you were a Grom trying to find out what your heroes were doing on the World Tour? Wait, hang on a second. Where are these guys?
They're back there.
They've paddled themselves deep.
They're on Butto's Reef right there.
Wow. This was always going to start this way, wasn't it, Bugs?
Well, this is the first heat that's done this, but there hasn't been that real slick sand spit behind the rock, Mick. Only on the low tide has shown up, but Jack has been hunting the barrels in his last round. He found some barrels, and, you know, Leo's not going to give up for anything.
Yeah, for sure. I think before we had that wind and that swell, the bank behind the rock was absolutely amazing. I think it sort of deepened it a little bit. It wasn't super hard packed. I paddled out last night and it felt really deep back there last night. So hopefully something comes up. We are on low tide. So yeah, I want to see some chews behind the rock. It's sort of, you know, looking out the window and just wanting to see someone get barreled the whole way. We saw Lobby lean into a couple, which was amazing. You know, gets 9 points. So it's pretty awesome.
That's really awesome. Well, Kaipo, we always knew Jack and Leo would be aggressive to try to control this heat. What have you seen?
Ultra aggressive. Leo took the inside initially and would not give it up at all. They were almost at froggies. Now Jack's on the inside, and they're starting to inch and scoot a little bit further over here, but it just shows you, you know, how aggressive both of these surfers are and wanting to own this first exchange. Got some waves perhaps here, and Leo looks like he's going to go.
Leo's just ready to get things started, so he'll leave Jack deep. Let's see if it pays off for the Italian, really trying to lean into that first open face carve. Just one maneuver as he's repositioning. Jack following him down the point now on the next wave. I saw Luke Egan, who's coaching Jack this year, along with Matty Benrose, who's been in Jack's corner. And I'm like, how is this one going to start, boys? Leo never likes to give up his inside either. And they're just like, well, we dare him to paddle him up the point. We dare him to push Jack deep, you know, because almost if it is spinning behind the rock, that's going to put Jack into his happy place. Well, that's how it unfolded. Leo just decided to get things going, Bugs.
Yeah, well, eventually they got to surf, but there was only 3 minutes to go before the restart.
As we look at The first number for Leo, 167, then a 0.5. Mick, you always had an interesting take about people trying to paddle you deep in any situation where you actually would just go for it. Really, that seemed to be your demeanor, and you would just start to answer back. Not everyone can recover heats that way, though. Why does everyone put so much importance on that first exchange?
Yeah, look, I think everyone's different. You know, Parker was always one of those guys wanting to start, you know, quick and up the back. For me, I would sit there with them, and I feel like when you've got someone there and you have that right away, especially in tricky conditions, the moment can overawe you, and you actually pick the wrong one anyway. And so I was betting on that a lot of the time and just saying, hey, I'm here. If you're not going to go, I'll go and hopefully make you pay for it. But, you know, sometimes it backfired. But, you know, I wanted to always just trust my ability and surf. And, you know, tactics should only come down, you know, last 5 minutes.
As we look at Leo Fioravanti moving around a bit, man, he had an explosive start to the season. The heat at Winky Pop with Felipe Toledo was beyond impressive, because it looked like Toledo was just doing laps and laps and laps, and Leo got the 8.5 on a crazy speed runner, big open face power slide to finish, and he was almost shaking in the result. And just what those big world champs bring out of your opponent was really electric, Bugs, how he kicked off the season. So,
well, I truly believe that Leo and Jake Marshall are the two most improved surfers on the tour. I mean, Leo has gone from, you know, a few years ago, he'd feel his comfort zone was kind of in the QS, kind of in the Challenger Series. It was like a lot of whippy turns. Now they're full-blooded calves.
Yeah, I feel like he's sort of matured it a bit. I think he spent a lot of time in Hawaii this last year, and I think in that 8 months off, they have a lot of time to actually break down exactly what's working, what's not, and work on it. Where, you know, in the past you've had like a month or two off, especially over Christmas. You probably get drunk for that month and then get back into training. So you're not really getting, you know, new and improved. You know, you want to try things, but you never do. And those 8 months is, I think it's proved really well for a lot of people that changed a few different things, and yeah, just improved their whole round game.
Yeah, these guys obviously just cutthroat rivals. They want to beat each other so bad, but really good friends. A big moment for Leo in the offseason is he got married in this giant castle in Italy. Jack and Julia were in there in attendance, and so happy for them. So yeah, really good friends. They've grown up together. But gosh, when the heat's on, they kind of can get away with more, you know. And I think, you know, Mick, you've always been paired with your all-time rival of your best friend, Joel Parkinson, and there's kind of this vibe with the Jack Robinson, Leo Fioravanti, Kanoa Igarashi. You'd even had Mikey Wright. You know, those kids that grew up together. You almost can kind of push each other a bit harder, because you know that they'll probably forgive you someday.
One day. It depends how hard you push those buttons. Parko still doesn't talk to me about some heats, but and I probably don't talk to him about a few either. Yeah. But you know, that's the beauty of it. It's you know, I think your friends are your biggest rivals, because yeah, it's not only the win on the day. It's what happens later. You know, when you're having dinner or at the pub having a skewy or something.
These guys have had so many heats. It's been a bit lopsided. Jack, Scott, and Leo a lot, especially one event that probably stings the most, the Pipe Masters final, where Leo was runner-up. In fact, Leo's had 2 of those. His 2 finals he's made, both at Pipe, which is a big statement, but still waiting for that first win. The 6 wins for Jack were all in a row, all over the world. From trestles to you name the event. It's like Jack just was steamrolling Leo. Fioravanti got the last one. It was their second matchup they had together at J Bay. So the most recent win was his first win he's had over his good friend Jack Robinson. Bugs. That's a kind of a lopsided rivalry at the moment, but Leo's coming back.
It is a lopsided rivalry, but I mean, he's turned the corner and might have shifted it. What's clear in this heat is Jack has doubled down on sitting deep. He's paddled for about 4 or 5 waves and either pulled back or hasn't quite caught him. So it's clear that he just wants to get a wave under his belt, Mick.
Yeah, they sort of have to be a little bit mindful too, as I think we're coming up to the low tide soon. Usually around here, on the bottom or the top of the tide, it sort of mellows out a little bit just for about an hour, and then once the turn happens, that's when we get more waves start rolling through. So got to be a little bit mindful in that. But, you know, Jack knows this wave so well, and I feel like he has that, I don't know, he has that mana where the waves just show up for him sometimes where they won't for other people. So, you know, maybe he's banking on that.
As we look at Leo start to look there, and Jack will hold position out the back. Jack originally from Margaret River in the West Oz, spent most of his life there, but more recently is living right here on the Gold Coast of Australia. And since he qualified in 2021, it's really getting his first taste of Snapper Rocks. And he was knocked out in his first heat at Burleigh Heads last year after coming off a huge result back home. So Jack's really wanted to get his feet wet here, get his reputation built at Snapper Rocks. He's getting familiar with this crowd, which I think, Bugs, we might have broken the record we had yesterday. That Sunday, sun shining, conditions like this, I think everybody on the Gold Coast is here.
I think they are, and you know, we've got a long weekend in Queensland as well, so they're not going anywhere.
21 on the clock in a classic rivalry with Leo and Jack Robinson. Jack spent his off season doing the knee surgery and kind of getting some laps in to start trusting the knee again, basically. Louis said they did some step offs and had a couple of surfs where they finally were able to check that box of saying he can trust it. Now he's ready to kind of get match ready, Bugs.
Well, there was about, it must have been about 6 weeks ago, and there was a pretty solid swell here, and Jack did a sneaky step off from Parco's, and he got the most insane barrel.
Here we go. Speaking of barrels, Jack Robinson finds one and then goes right off the roof with that off the top. You can see how challenging the conditions are at the moment, and Jack is a tube wizard. He'll get started. Not much of a reaction from Luke. You're always going to get a little more animation from Bemi, though.
Yeah, well, I think they're pointing to the fact that he should have just driven a bit further and got down the line a bit further, then go to work once he's made that section.
Yeah, we've sort of seen over the last few days the sort of like the bank next to the rock just through there. It's gone flat and a bit straight.
Yeah.
And especially with this east swell, it's a little unforgiving. So you got to be very mindful. If you catch those ones behind the rock, you almost have to do that speed run what that Bugs was talking through just to get through that flat spot.
Checking out the Coastal Property Agents water cam to see that tube ability again. What makes Jack so savvy in the barrel, especially in that section, Bugs?
Oh, he's just such a natural barrel rider. He's the best. I mean, I think Jack is the best barrel rider since John Florence. He's just so natural, and he's brought up in those slabs, Mick. I mean, he's just incredible.
He's learning. You know, I remember seeing him when he was like 10 years old and paddling out the box. I was terrified, and he's just so calm. As a 10-year-old, I'm like, what are you doing here? And he's like, oh, I'm just grabbing a couple. And then, you know, later on that day, we're out North Point, and he's looking for the biggest ones possible. And then you saw the progression into what he would do out at Chopu. You know, he's sitting with the gnarliest slab hunters in the world, and he's 15, 16 and just dropping anchor and waiting for the biggest wave. He would sit there for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and the one would come, and he would just be so poised.
Pretty impressive, man, how early he seemed fearless. He always talks about the respect he has for those heavy water waves, but it looks like he's just in his happy place when the horizon goes dark and he packs it. This one's got some foam on it, but Jack's up and out. His way before 4.33. Here comes Leo connecting well in a big section.
And there's that section Mick just spoke about. It is, you know, it's dropping on him.
Here comes Jack Robinson building some speed. Big whipping snap. Love how drifty it was. Put a lot into it knowing that it was going to change gears at this point of the wave. Finds the pocket, kicks out with Leo. And they might have a little paddle battle for fun here. Leo's trying to get out of that little rip and catch up to Robinson.
Leo can paddle, man.
Oh, my God.
He's like the next Owen Wright. Watch him. He'll be kicking. But Jack can paddle too. He's sort of sneakily fast as well. But, yeah, I've had a couple of paddle battles with Leo over the years, even when he was a 10-year-old. And, yeah, he'd flog me.
And he's going to give it to you. Kaipo, what are you seeing from this battle?
I saw it at first; it was pretty intense, but right now I think like Leo's realizing that Jack's pretty far ahead of him, and it looks like Jack's on his way to priority right now.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, the paddle battle's interesting, and I'm sure for you, Mick, when you've surfed against someone enough, you know when you can use it as their advantage. If you know they can't paddle too well, you know there's some that it's like an element of pro surfing, you know, that we might not talk about too much, but it can make a difference in the world if you can really earn first priority on those stages.
For sure, as we see Jack go through. That was a nice little fin ditch. But then, yeah, this sort of wave just flattened out. It just didn't have that extra bit of east in the swell to roll down. Sometimes, even with the foam and stuff, if it's got enough water in it, will double up on that little marley bank, but that one just didn't really do much.
3.4 for Jack on that snap. Let's catch up with Connor O'Leary with Vaughn.
I'm feeling some big J-Bay energy about this energy you've got rolling out there. I mean, it is just a full-blown demolition going on when you load up off the bottom and start whacking lips.
Thanks, man. Fire, it was kind of tricky out there. Tide got a bit lower, and it kind of was. It was looking like it was shifting wide, but because there was so many because the bank's so shallow, I was like, I've got to sit wider, and then I kind of got to a point, I'm like, nah, I'm like in the channel. I've got to sit deeper and just wait and trust those ones that are going to hug underneath. And yeah, I managed to kind of get in a bit of a groove after that 3. I just needed to take off and just, yeah, get it rolling. And yeah, I was stoked to kind of get the 7. And then the big one, I was like, oh, well, I'll just go and try to do 2 turns, you know. It's tricky enough. Like, I need a backup of 3, maybe I'll go for 4. And yeah, it clicked on 1. I was like, oh, I've got another one here. So yeah, got that and stoked.
How good is it to know that, you know, if you don't get one that grows down the point, but it's a taller wave with a fair bit of power in it, that you can just rely on those 2 turns?
It was kind of the game plan. Like, I was sitting with Dog, and Dog was like, look, they're gonna pay, you know, they're gonna pay it if you do 2 big turns out the back and not get the inside. Don't worry about the inside. Like, give yourself more opportunities, you know. So yeah, I kind of just trusted that and just went off instinct and had a crack and stoked.
Mate, when we talked about, you know, your famous win at J-Bay, you said one of the major parts of that was that you just wanted to push your surfing through the roof. You didn't want to hold back at all. And when I said there's a bit of that energy, like, that's what it looks like to us. It looks like you're attacking with every opportunity.
Thanks. Yeah, it's such a hard mindset to kind of keep yourself into. And when you are feeling like you're doing the right thing, yeah, it feels like it's all flowing naturally. And yeah, I just want to just put on a good show. And, you know, I've got so many friends and fans and family here that are coming out to support me. You know, I want to put on a good performance for them. And yeah, it kind of fires me up. Everyone standing on the beach, you know, cheering me on. And it makes me want to attack and want to, you know, push my limits and be more consistent. So yeah, stoked is kind of all flowing so far. And hopefully, yeah, keep going.
Nooner alert, Nooner alert, Nooner alert. Connor's coming right up there.
One more thing, actually. Big shout out to Penny Callanan. It was her birthday yesterday. Ryan and Nina, yeah, you got a great kid. Happy birthday, and yeah, hope we see you guys soon.
Fantastic, mate. Congrats.
I love it. Little Penny Callanan, Ryan Callanan, obviously traveling on the world tour for a long time. One of the best goofy footers we've ever seen, and one of Connor's best friends, who's always in the Dog Marsh camp with them, and their little baby girl. Wow, that happened fast. Already turned 1. They kind of became dads together, which was really exciting for Connor and Ryan. And Connor's just going from strength to strength. Mick, you know how hard it is to win at Jeffreys Bay. You know how iconic that venue is. But once you get that first win for a guy like Connor, you could really tell he feels like he belongs on this tour. Not just belonging, but he could win.
Yeah, for sure. You know, that event that he put on, far out, he was going hammer and tongs. And you know, you sort of see it with those people who, you know, they're on the edge. They're so close to winning an event. Like his first year, he made a couple of finals, but he just didn't win it. And then he fell off and sort of lost that, I guess, confidence. But then once you get that first win, it's like, actually, I do belong to be here. I do belong to go up against heroes and rivals. And I think also, too, kind of moving to Lennox, his backhand surfing was always really gnarly, even when he first got on tour.
gets into match shape as the year kind of clicks on. Marcio said he actually didn't need the quiver with more volume because he was so fit and focused and ready. On the other side, though, Medina's the one getting results, Mick. To start with a third at Bell's, an event that's been tough for him, and then a final at Margie's, same situation that hasn't been his pet event, and he's world #1.
Yeah, he's fired up this year. I remember talking to him when he just tore his shoulder or his pec, and you know, he was really bummed because he was really excited for the year. And then he just went, you know what, I'm just going to stay at home and just put a whole year into my body and make sure that that I'm ready to go. And I spoke to him just before the start of the season. He goes, it's on this year. And it's so scary to hear that for the other competitors, because when he turns on, like I feel he's the best competitor I've ever seen. Like he's so gnarly. He's got so many different game plans. He's got so many weapons. And once he puts his mind to something, he's so hard to stop. Yeah.
Gabriel Medina, world #1. After the whole year off, he's looking to break the tie of 3 world titles that he shares with Mick, Andy Irons, Tom Curran, John Florence. We had MR in here. He's the man with 4. As he's coming up next. 6:55 on the clock in this one. Jack's the one with priority. Leo's just hunting underneath him here to push some water off the shark bite. Another little power gouge on a small wave. And has a little moment to shut it down. Board will ride away in front of the whitewaters, so he's looking at better at 3.6 bucks.
Yeah, well, it's the ebb of the tide, and he sort of, that's really groveling on the small waves, Mick. And, you know, I just want to go back to your last statement. You know, for Mick Van to call Gabriel Medina the best competitor of all time, that's a big call, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking yesterday, as great as Medina was, I'm thinking that Felipe Toledo shaded him yesterday.
He did. You know what? Phil was on fire. So that was like, you know, Phil, when he's in that magic, he's so hard to beat. But Gabe brings a different aura. It's like, you know, I guess it was like when Kelly and Andy, when we were coming up against those guys, he might have outpointed them all the way up into the quarter or the semi. They have a different gear. And then, you know, walking down the beach, they've just got this aura that it just makes you go into your shell. So it's going to be interesting to see how Phil does with that. But, you know, Phil's got his own bloody aura.
It's true. It's the whole idea of certain guys can beat you before the heat starts, you know, and they're both capable of that. Gabriel's told us before that he has the hardest time against Brazilians. He just said it's like they're closer friends to him. There's sometimes more on the line that he feels. He's, you know, never won at home. When we go to Brazil to compete at the CT level. And so there's something about that extra emotion out of Gabriel Medina. This year, he hasn't had any real hiccups. He you know, Yago Dor had the 9-5 at the buzzer at Winky. That's one thing. There was the priority call that just didn't go Gabriel's way. Just little things, really. But other than that, Bugs, he's been flawless this year.
Absolutely flawless. You know, what I'm thinking here is that Toledo is going out there with the mindset that he's the underdog. And I think that's a dangerous mindset for his opponent.
Yeah, 100%. You know, and Phil loves playing up to the crowd. You know, you talk about Gabe not winning in Brazil. He's won at home how many times?
4 times.
And he loves to feel that energy. Yeah, it's a flip of the coin. Like, goofy, regular, I don't know. I'm just here to enjoy
It's
it.
an exciting one, Mick. You've been in the title race with both these guys over the years. 4:10 on the clock. Fioravanti still under priority as he'll throw a carve in the pocket. Just trimming down this inside corner. So he's made the adjustment to surf this part of the bank, and he's rifling off some turns. Lays into a classy little layback, and he will enjoy that one. 4.17. He did improve on his wave before as well, Bugs.
Yeah, that wave there, when I just saw it coming through, I kind of liked the look of it. And it wasn't a big wave, but I thought it was going to connect the bank, and it did.
Looks like Jack's just trying to rely on the ocean. I mean, he's got some of the best instincts in the game when it comes to putting himself in the right place at the right time. He looked brilliant in the heat without Cleveland Jr.
it's hard too in these east swells and this dying swell. Sometimes, like as Leo, as he's just catching waves and building momentum, the person out the back is thinking, what's he on, what's he not on? But because you're sitting inside, you can see little walls that just pop up that don't naturally pop up out the back. So yeah, if you're getting scores on the person underneath, it sort of builds a little bit more pressure in the mind as well. So we'll see what happens in the end. We're due for a bigger set. Hopefully something comes and we finish off with a bang.
Mick, this country is one of the best when it comes to having surf fans and just supporting this sport that we love so much. And for yourself being the last to bring home a world title on the men's side for Australia, you know, it would come with a lot of pressure for Jack Robinson, for Ethan Ewing. You know, it's in media, it's the talk of someone bringing it back home. What do you have empathy for what they might be going through to try to bring back the big cup to Australia?
Yeah, it's not easy. You know, in my era, it was Kelly Slater and Andy Irons, two of the greatest of all time. And then, you know, these guys are dealing with the Brazilian storm in Gabe, Phil, Italo, Iago. And so it is extremely tough. But, you know, I remember Occy would always sit there and goes, when are you guys going to do it? When are you guys going to do it? And, you know, we're trying, man, we're trying it. But, you know, the pressure does build. And when you haven't won one before, it's so hard to figure out, can I do it? It's sort of like going back to the old Conor O'Leary, like, do I deserve it? Do I believe I can do it? And really trusting in your own instincts.
This was the last of Leo Fioravanti. Turns it into a solid one. Definitely a keeper for right now. 6-1-0, Bugs.
Yeah, that 6-1-0 has put the equation out for Jack Robinson. He needs an excellent score. It's a low end of the excellent score and well within his wheelhouse. He needs a set, Mick.
He does. Yeah, we haven't seen a set for a long time. Like as I was saying earlier, that bottom of the tide, it just drains it out a bit. But every now and then there is one. So, you know, hoping for Jack that one does come through and we actually see it finish on fireworks.
What a rivalry. Jack winning 6 straight over Leo. We're talking from a pipe final, Sunset Beach, J-Bay, Tahiti, Trestles. Leo got his first win over Jack last year at Jeffreys Bay. And he's working really hard to try to make it 2 in a row. Priority with Jack. He's been sitting for a long time. Chasing now an 8.10. Leo qualified before Jack, but Jack started winning events before Leo. 9 wins in a short period of time on tour. Jack will just try to take this wave. 8.10 is the requirement. Layback throw tail to start through the white water. Big vertical and controls it. Open for the double up. He wraps it. Connects with the pocket again. Front side float. Now some green water to play with. Digs in off the top. Nice. Jack trying to pull this one all the way around into the pocket and stays on his feet. He has been very clutch throughout his career, winning big events with just seconds on the clock. He waited as long as he could, pulled the trigger on a wave and really lit it up. Bugs, your first reaction seeing that last wave?
Oh, it was a great ride. I mean, it's a big score he's got to get. He did light it up. It was a brilliant ride for waiting for so long, Mick. I'm not so confident on an excellent score.
So Mick, Leo's got a 6.33 as a comparison as the high score of the heat. Jack's needs to be much better than that, an 8.10.
I think he did all the start and the middle work really, really good. I was sort of hoping just for one more banger at the end just to really solidify it, but it could go there. It was the biggest wave of the heat. He did start off with that big layback straight into another finner. We saw Conor O'Leary get 6 points just for doing 2 turns, so we'll see.
Break it down, Mick, what you saw at the back.
Like that first turn was on edge, and that's what the judges like. And that one again, big finner, straight in the pocket. And he didn't have any real downtime. You know, he was this floater here. Oh, if that was a bit sharper, and then, yeah, I was thinking something just here. Just to really, like a fin throw or spinner or something.
Maybe just missing that electric finish. And judges, I think we're right there with you, Mick. It comes in short as we see the IC drop down a 7.5, chasing an 8.10. Jack Robinson out of the contest here in round 3, and Leo Fioravanti picks up his second consecutive win over his childhood rival, Jack Robinson. I think Leo just made that adjustment really well, started surfing underneath priority rabbit, and that really made a difference.
Yeah, he had a plan to do that. I mean, Jack really committed to behind the rock and waiting for that bombing set. Leo just went to work on that inside section, and he just got a couple of sixes, and it was enough.
Here we go. Brace ourselves. A gigantic heat, one of the biggest of the season, coming up next. Two Brazilian superheroes, Gabriel Medina taking on Felipe Toledo in heat number 7. Mick Fanning's going to stay around for the conversation with Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett.
Welcome back to the show. We're having a look back at the magic performance of Felipe Toledo yesterday, putting up the biggest heat score total of the year, 18 points. This was something special, Rich.
Amazing surfing. Felipe put on a clinic. The waves turned on, and so did Felipe. Just bringing us the full repertoire, the whole bag of tricks. And it was a special display of surfing. It was rode one of these all the way down, pretty much to Rainbow Bay. So all the way down to Greenmount, one of the longest rides we saw. And banked a couple of 9 and 8.5. Incredible scores.
Yeah, look at those big hits, Mick. This guy, you know, he uses that speed and that timing to find his power, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's so ferocious. The velocity he carries through the turns is amazing. You know, and you know, he used to be that good when he was younger. Now he's got a little bit more strength and weight. He's putting some backbone into him, and that was a flawless heat yesterday in really tricky conditions.
Amazing.
And he worked the crowd into an absolute frenzy, and I think that we can expect him to do the same thing here, and he's going to have someone to help push him in this clash. This is a heat between the two best surfers on the championship tour. When you look at the numbers, this is the best of the best. The highest heat score averages this season. And these guys have had more excellent rides than any other competitors in the draw, and that's why they can really bring the fire. Toledo throwing everything into that first section, and he's going to need to, because Medina is the top scoring surfer this year. And he is just looking so switched on as he's made his championship tour return. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett. Mick Fanning still with us.
Yeah, the boys.
This is so fun, mate. I said it before, this is the best of the best right now. And you've had a lot of years with great rivalries. Yourself and Kelly Slater meeting in big heats, and you could feel just the atmospheric pressure. It changed when these two were making their way down the beach here.
Yeah, we we're just talking about before the auras that these two carry. You know, Phil's always going to bring something electric, something crazy out of this world, where Gabe has got like this Goliath aura where he's just like you know, he demands business and he demands presence. And so I'm really excited for this.
This is going to be so much fun. I mean, we're going to touch on a lot of numbers as we roll through this clash because it's super interesting when you look at these two. Medina, the most winning surfer on the CT now, 17 victories. Toledo has chased him down. And he had his last victory here on the Gold Coast up at Burleigh Heads, but he's on 16 championship tour wins. Medina with 3 world titles. Felipe trying to get his 3rd this season. And Medina up at the moment, looking to respond here. That punch has been undeniable and been scoring extremely well with the judges this season. And he just looks to tap back into the rhythm that's seen him take a win here. As he just explodes. There's nothing left of the wave, but still he finds the room to move and pivots so beautifully off the lip there to get himself a number of different turns to finish that one off. He's going to win the opening exchange here.
Well, he clubbed that thing down through the inside multiple times, almost beyond vertical. So much power into that pivot, as you were referencing, Rondog. The 3 times world champ, 2014, 18 and 2021. I was actually, Joey and I last night were watching reruns of his first victory here at Snapper Rocks. And, you know, that was a big one for him. And,
yeah,
he'd love to do it again.
Mick, take us through this one of Medina.
Yeah, it's sort of, you know, even just the nothing section there, he's still throwing fins. I really like this part. This is where you know when Gabe Medina's on, where he's calm and poised and he's just waiting. He's just biding his time. Sets up with that turn, then he goes into Noonatown.
It's mind-blowing, really, how he manipulates the board, controls it on the lip once he's up and drifting on the backhand. And this was Toledo. Projection, power floater, comes up to this section, clicks it, takes to the air, gets the grab, air rev, tail high. Perfect spin, little off on the regain, but just almost just sort of shimmied it back into position and was just a millisecond late to the final hit.
You could actually hear the shutters going off, everyone capturing that image, clicking on their iPhones there as Toledo took flight. But just a 5.5 for that opening ride, and I think there's obviously got be a little bit of restraint in that first exchange, Mick, because these guys have been dropping big scores all year.
For sure, for sure. It's almost like the judges pull back a little bit. Oh,
here we go. Toledo locked in, but just a little too deep on this occasion. Doesn't get the exit. Medina about to drop a good score here. Those numbers starting to fall in from the panel. And Medina's going to put himself out in front in just a moment. There it is, 7.33. So winning the opening exchange, and that was really a smaller wave, but just that crisp backhand doing its thing, going to work.
Just 0 mistakes. That's what it is. You know, sort of got to figure out how to take points off him because it's just it's so clean, and yeah. As I was saying before, the confidence in that downtime. Other people might sort of rush around and try and make something out of nothing. He was just so calm. He knew it was coming, and he just loaded up and used that huge bottom torso of his to blow the back out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Kaipo watching on out in the channel. Great exchange to kick things off here, Kipes.
Great exchange, but I love the continued form of Gabe Medina. Just looking so sharp. I spoke with Gabe's shaper yesterday, Johnny Cabianca, about his boards this year, and I noticed the boards, the noses are a little bit narrower than he's been riding and a little bit thinned out. Also, Johnny talking about sometimes how Gabe drives off of his front foot, and also Johnny understanding the balance points of Medina's board. So his new quiver this year looking sharp, and in addition to that, Gabe's made a switch to extra large fins this year. So all those equipment changes, those fine tunings, Ron, look like they're going for Medina. Here's Felipe Toledo taking it apart.
Yeah, a lot of spark in that transition to find the open face. Got a little disjointed for a moment, but this wave could run again, and Toledo's got the moves that can still surf this wave up into the score required to get himself into the lead. Just great variation as always. flexing big time. Only needed a low range 2 to jump up into first. He's going to easily do that. But the speed of Toledo, it's, you know, I think it's back to its quickest. He came onto the tour and was a wiry grom, sort of similar to yourself, Mick. You know, came on as a whippet and then quickly kind of grew into more of a greyhound, put a bit of a muscle on, but this was another solid ride, Rich.
Super creative, the way Felipe approaches the wave. Really energetic, really busy, but both these guys have a knack of making all these dynamic moments happen. One there, you can see just the slash to tail flare, and again, just kicks the release, gets the tail free. The fins exit the water, and then he regains composure again.
Yeah, super impressive. Going to get the score that he needs, but at the moment, Toledo's kind of found himself on waves where he's surfing those rides up. Medina found a bit more room to move, found some better scoring opportunities. So, you know, Felipe at some point is going to have to settle into this heat and get himself onto some set waves. But yeah, referencing his evolution, Mick, he had a similar thing. Came on as a wiry grom. Medina was much the same. These guys are evolved differently.
They did. I remember Gabe's body changed when he broke his ankle in Hawaii, went home for the off-season and just trained the house down, and he came back and it was like he was two different people. Like, you know, he had the bottom torso was so strong and crazy, but he was still pretty skinny up top, but then he's grown into that as well. Phil was just a tiny little whippet, and he would move so fast and he was so light. But then as evolution goes on, bones got a bit heavier, muscles got a bit bigger, and he was able to do the things that he could do on the very small waves in solid J-Bay. Like that one performance that he did at J-Bay that one year was just like, all right, we might as well give up.
Yeah, he was incredible. He's you know, the stigma of his wiry frame when he first came on, he carried it, even though he started getting a lot stronger. He was the greyhound that caught the rabbit. Yeah. And he actually got pretty big at one point, and he has so much power. He didn't lose the speed. I think for a couple of years he sort of wasn't at his best there, but he's put in a lot of work. He's looking as electric and elastic as we've seen him in some time, and obviously dropping the best heat score total of the year. It's just a sign of what's to come in 2026. 22.5 minutes to go. Thinking about the head-to-head record between these two competitors, you know, it is really interesting to look at. It's actually pretty tight. 8 previous battles and 5 going the way of Medina. 2 of those actually came on the same day. It was in a heat at the WSL finals or in a battle for a world title. But Phil is right there. Average heat scores, very comparable. Max heat scores. Here you can see that Toledo just gets the nod. But yeah, these are, as I mentioned before, this is the clash of the 2 best surfers on the championship tour at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. The stats don't lie. Very, very similar. In saying that, though, Felipe seems to have the nod on the Gold Coast at these Queensland events. He's got the 2 wins and also made the final series a number of times. Gabriel with just the 1 win here and a 3rd, and then kind of a whole bunch of rubbish after that. So there's something about the Gold Coast and this style of wave that Felipe really connects with. And he is match fit at the moment, as you said earlier. Boards look incredible. Marcio Zuvi making some adjustments just to accommodate that drop in weight. He's flattened out the tail rocker a little bit because of the extra output of power that Felipe's been putting into the boards. And just to clarify Kaipo's point, Medina going to extra large fins, but that's only on the side, the large fin in the center, so that he can keep that tail release.
Yeah, whatever he's got going on, whatever the setup is, it is working so well. You know, taking great results and performances from those first 2 stops. At Bells, he looked destined for the final, Mick. It was just a massive Hail Mary from Iago that stopped his run. So a 3rd place finish there, 2nd over in WA as we see Toledo up, finding some cover on the outside, building speed, opens the stance, takes to the sky, and you can almost put the house on it. In fact, you can. He's going to ride out Toledo, he's building at a 7.2 on his last wave. So now the pressure's on Medina. Gave that ride to Toledo, and now he's got to make use of this priority. Skids out on the lip there for a moment. And just waiting for this wave to steepen again before climbing up into the pocket with those vertical hits. And this one's going to get really tricky through this inside track. He's in there somewhere, but just got outrun in the end. But Toledo already jumped up into the lead. And I think he's going to win this exchange as well.
Yeah, super close on the opening exchange. That 7.3 v7.2. So Medina 0.1 of a point ahead on the first wave, and I think Toledo, he's going to get the better of the second.
The Greyhounds out of the gates quickly here, Mick.
Mate, I was just thinking just then, how do you like compete against these two? Because they've both got such weapons. Like, you know, sit up the top, get a little tube, and then you think it's a closeout, and
bumper.
He does this.
Yeah.
That was a great air too, because he did the full rotation. He was 360 in the air. Didn't get the grab, so the judges will pay attention to the rotation there. As we see the water angle here of Medina, got some great work done on the face. So powerful, connected, and even there, almost a little slip up. But as you said, Mick, he very, very rarely falls. He's so sturdy and solid on his feet. Comes through the inside track, it starts to really bowl out, and then runs away from him.
I just went too below sea level. Would have been hard to come out of that, but you know, if you get into that with a little bit of speed, sometimes it will just let you through, and the lips are a little bit thinner through there. You can sort of punch through the front and fake it a little bit, but yeah, man, they're both in form.
Unbelievable form. Yeah, since Slater retired, Medina moved to the top of, you know, basically the top of the stats list across every aspect of this Pro Tour. Average heat scores, excellent heats. He is the man. Excellent heats, he's had 119 of them. And Felipe in third place with 98. Geordie just above him, but Geordie obviously with a few more years, 4 more years than Toledo on tour. Here goes Medina now. So interesting, Toledo. Looks like he's sort of turned the momentum with his last 2 rides, and Medina looking a little more flustered now, taking a wave that really didn't look like it ever had any real points in it. But yeah, it's remarkable to look at that. And then there is daylight between those 3 surfers, Geordie Smith, Felipe Toledo, and Gabriel Medina for excellent heats. Wow, Medina is going to be right up against it here, because Toledo is unloading 2 monster turns, putting it right on the line through those first 2 sections. He's already got another good score on the way, but this one might eclipse it. The amount of energy transferred through those first 2 manoeuvres will be undeniable. The panel is going to have to reward him, and he's not done yet. Hammering this one down the line. Coming up against a surfer that, you know, I think people kind of regard as being more powerful. This has been a really big statement from Toledo. He's laid down a couple of the biggest turns we've seen in the event right there on one wave.
That was pure filth.
Pure filth.
Oh my God. That's the thing, when these guys get a sniff of the lead, they don't hold back. They just go harder and harder. And those first 2 turns were absolutely ginormous. You know.
Wow. Okay, numbers rolling in, Mick, but let's have a look at the Bonsoy replay here.
Oh my goodness, these 2 turns connected one after the other. The whole board almost skipped out of the face of the wave. It was hanging on by like the tiny back of what I think is his swallowtail, perhaps the tip of his fin, but there was just so much power. I noticed when Felipe took off on this wave, it almost looked like he widened his stance by 1 inch or 2. Almost like he was just going, I am going to give this an extra bit of power. And through the inside, just so connected, sizzling with each one of these turns.
It's taking what Ethan Ewing did earlier, Mick, and just putting the distortion pedal down and just playing the biggest riff ever. That was next level. That was high risk on a quality wave too.
Oh, it was amazing. That wave was the best wave we've seen in the last 45 minutes, and he did not hold back. I've always sort of like thought this about Felipe. He has this special place where he can do these turns on an arc, on a radius, way better than anyone else.
So he got barrel before and launched the big air rotation, dropped the 917, and the judges, they had to reward this one. I mean, this wave tapered off, but it was the work that he did on those opening sections, Rich. That's where the 9.77 has come from, as we see the IC score update across your screens.
Just unbelievable stuff. You know, you can't surf waves any better than this, I don't think. This is like right at the pinnacle of performance surfing at the moment. Yeah, sure, he didn't take to the air on the 977, but talking about being connected to power, flow, transition, just unbelievable stuff from Felipe.
The best of the best. Kaipo watching on from the water, and that last wave of Toledo's Kaipes, that was something special.
It was incredible. The speed and the angle of attack on that wave, you heard it already. You've acknowledged it, 9.77. Check out the water angle where you could really see the explosion of Felipe Toledo. Somebody ring the alarm, because Toledo's on fire right now.
Oh, he sure is. Just an unbelievable combo. A lot of release. And yeah, I mentioned before, Toledo, he's sitting at the top, or coming into this event, was sitting on top of the stats list right across the board. He had the best ride, but that has changed now. And Toledo, he owns the two biggest individual numbers of the year, and he's got them in back-to-back heats. 9.77, 9.17. This is the best heat score of the season. And he was really knocking on the door of a perfect ride then. If that wave didn't taper off, I think he would have achieved that perfect score.
I would have given it 10 anyway.
There was 5 points in each of those turns, wasn't there?
100%. Like, you know, we talk about being on edge. He was off the edge. The board was out of the water, just catching the nose and just pulling it back under him. They were phenomenal.
Felt like maybe the tip of his inside fin and maybe the back 6 inches of his tail were the only things connected to the water through both of those turns. It was remarkable. That water angle actually gives you a real good indication of just how much kind of board torque was going on there. Here he goes again.
It's an expression session, and it feels like Toledo is the only man out in the water at the moment. His coach, Luis Pinga, he was there with his notebook. I wonder what he's writing in it right now.
Well, he's stolen all the energy at the moment. He's kind of taken the wind out of Medina's sails. He's going to have to bounce back and try and figure out a way to get back into this heat. We know he can. He can produce magic. He's done it before.
Yeah, Pinga's just like, do that again next heat and heat after and heat after that.
And you'll be sweet.
Look at him, he knows it too.
Yeah, 12 minutes to go here. I don't think anyone ever feels safe, even if you've got Medina comboed and look for a two-wave total of 18.94. We're going to take a quick break. Toledo on final here in the heat of the contest so far.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, by Breitling, official watch and timing partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour.
Elite face-off happening out here at the moment. Gabriel Medina up against Felipe Toledo. And Toledo's been on one. And have a look at this. Just having some fun out here now. Really working this crowd as he just comes hammering down the line. So much speed. Pinpoint timing off the top as he continues just to mix things up. He's given us so much already. And he's not done yet. Throws the layback. Just having a good old time out here at the moment. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett and the three-time world champ, Mick Fanning. Mick, this has to be one of the best performances you've ever seen in the event.
That was, yeah, next level. How on edge he was, how much he went for it straight off the go button. You know, sometimes we see big 18-point heats or big numbers come in and it's due to barrels or something like that. He just totally created that himself.
Yeah, 9 minutes to go. And he climbs on the back of the ski. That was wave number 8, and it's going to be another solid score, but it will be a throwaway, 7.33. As we take in the numbers, CT by the numbers, 18+ heats here on the Gold Coast. Toledo on 5. Is that on 5 coming into this heat? He's about to add his 6th.
I think they just added it.
No, it's 5.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's so 3 coming into event. I mentioned before, coming into this contest, he had 98 excellent heats in his career. Well, now he's had 100.
Unbelievable.
So look at this.
He might have 2 18-point heats in the one go.
So this matches Medina's best ride. And just the speed is what's undeniable, Mick.
Man, it's a great feeling when everything just starts flowing like that. Like, he's not even thinking, he's just throwing his board to where he wants it and just sticking to him. Like, the connection that he has with these sharp eyes under his feet is, I reckon, second to none on tour.
Rich, Connor O'Leary came in from his heat before and said that, you know, there was some nerves about heading down in front of this crowd. These two surfers, maybe more so than any of the competitors on tour. You could probably throw Italo into the mix. Love to work the crowd. The more people on the beach, it seems like the better the performance from these two in particular. And Felipe's just really, you know, just dominating Medina. I mean, you drop the 917 and the 977 and you count his next scoring rides, he's still winning the heat.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. There's something about the Brazilian Storm in particular, how they do like to perform. I touched on this yesterday, actually. I don't know whether it's because they've just got so many people on the beaches in Brazil from where they surf on the daily, or whether it's just something that they've really tapped into is their energy of the spectators here at the events. But, mate, there is thousands, tens of thousands of people lined along the shoreline here, all through the scaffolding and all the vantage points, even behind the area at all the activations. This joint is jam-packed, and these guys are really playing up to it.
6.5 minutes to go, Mick. You know, as strong as Medina is in these moments in dealing with the pressure, what are the chances that he turns this heat around? Has he got to log a score to break combination in the next couple of seconds, or what?
Well, here he goes here. He's got a bigger wave. I think if he can get a few big turns out the back and then go for that Hail Mary, unfortunately that one's just gone nothing, didn't have enough draw off it. But I think if he had, oh, look at that wave, the second one.
Well, do you know
everyone wait for the second one.
I did think that Felipe actually did have priority, but here we go.
Well, Medina does get onto that second wave and starts with a reverse. It was a flatter section. He made good use of it. This wave's starting to steepen. Medina on the backhand hammers it. But that's all he's going to juice out of that ride.
You know what? If he had a section to go for a Hail Mary, he would have went for it and probably stuck it, and then he would have been...
Oh, my goodness. He's back at it. Toledo coming out of the pit. Big full rail carve. And he can afford to ride this one way down the line. Doesn't need to worry at this point about getting priority back. The pressure's on Medina, and he's just having a good old time.
Great.
It is a Toledo expression session now. as we get down to the 5-minute mark. We actually don't know how long he was inside that barrel before the cameraman picked up on it. Medina's in trouble.
Still so much of this event to watch unfold, and already we've seen a number of surfers in the top half of the draw as we established the quarterfinal bracket there drop excellent scores. But the way Toledo is surfing here at the moment, he could be equal with Medina with 17 Championship Tour wins as early as tomorrow afternoon.
Could be. He's looking like the man to beat at the moment, no doubt about it. It's just an incredible display of surfing. Ticking all the boxes in the criteria. Let's have a look. Just drags, sits in the pit. Beautiful vision right there. Comes flying out. I love the big layback rail gaff cutty. So good. And then does a bunch of work down the line here. Sprays his opponent. But even just that cutty after the barrel.
So sick.
That transition of upper body, you know, he dragged the back arm, transitioned onto the front arm. Just beautiful stuff. Just kind of rubbing Medina's nose in it a little bit there too.
And this is really key for Toledo, making it count when he's at these locations, Mick, where he's been super dominant, because it's going to be super interesting this year. We know that Piper's been a challenging way for him, even though he's had a 10-point ride at backdoor and chased down some pretty decent results there. You know, the surfers that are challenging him for the title this year, a couple of them are so strong at that final event, and with extra points up for grabs, he has to put some real space between himself and his title rivals if he wants to claim that third crown.
Yeah, I guess, you know, the one of the things, like when we were on tour, we would like try and win a world title before we got to Hawaii. So Andy and Kelly were out of it because they were so good at pipeline. And, you know, that guy in the yellow jersey, he is absolutely crazy in big, heavy lefts in any tube. You know, but then also you've got guys like Jack Robbo could take people out. But then dealing with wild cards and stuff like that too. There's so many different elements at pipeline.
It's so fun to consider. But at the moment, Toledo, after a couple of early exits in the first two events, is really concentrating on that big result. As we dive into the GWM recap, so many highlights to enjoy here, Rich.
Oh my goodness, Toledo, he started so strong with this barrel to full rote air, and that was the start of it. He just started to go crazy after that. And just have a look at some of these crazy power hacks. Two of them, in fact, one after the other. Board barely hanging in there. And now they're some of the most dynamic power maneuvers that you are ever going to see on a surfboard. It's really interesting, isn't it? It's while Toledo he's not as big as Medina, the output of power in comparison, it's very similar. Just because of his technique.
He's sort of sneaky tall though. Like, he doesn't look tall when he's on these waves, but you stand next to him, he's actually sort of tall.
Yeah, I think it's, like I said earlier, I think it's a hangover to how he appeared as a Grom when he came on the tour. And, you know, the first of anyone was here on the Gold Coast. The last of anyone was here on the Gold Coast. But he has a pretty stocky frame. And you mentioned, you know, Medina's quads and, you know, lower body. Felipe's kind of solid as well. You just don't see it. He's certainly not got the same frame as Medina, who's, you know, we were talking dog breeds earlier on. Medina's more an American Staffy. He's just so solid. And he definitely surfs with a lot more sort of punch. You know, I'd kind of compare it, Mick, to, say, Andy Irons and yourself. Andy kind of punched through sections. You really sort of had a sharper knife. You scalpeled your way through it. But sort of in the back half of your career in particular, there was a lot more power in your top turns as well.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Did well.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, Andy was the one. Like, especially when the waves got heavier, a lot of us were getting dictated to how to surf the wave. Andy dictated how to, you know, he dictated the wave, how he wanted to surf it, and that was incredible to watch.
So Medina, you know, he's still actually done some great surfing in this heat, but Toledo obviously on another level as he looks just to ride this one out, stringing together a number of well-timed hits. And he'll climb the roof, speed float down the line here. Again, this guy is just showing remarkable form this season. He's been so consistent through all 3 events. That's going to be probably up there as possibly his best ride.
That was phenomenal as well.
Felipe dropped another really impressive score. Almost went excellent again, a 7.77.
Well, they're his numbers. He is number 77 on his jersey. The Sharp Eye model is the 77 model. And this heat was always going to promise to be one for the ages. This is going to go down in history, this battle.
Yeah, it was looking like it was going to be Medina's heaviest loss, but he did get an excellent number on that last ride, 8.23, but it still didn't break combination. And Toledo is going to arrive at the beach to a massive round of applause, and this crowd is about to just swamp him here as he hits the shoreline. What a performance. He turns and gives thanks to the ocean that provided the canvas for him. But really, like you said, Mick, he didn't anti-irons. You know, he imposed his will upon really tricky sections on some tall walls out there.
Yeah, that was amazing. You know, when these guys get confidence, they just bring out all their bag of tricks. And he did airs, he did power turns, tubes, carves, did it all style. It was awesome to watch.
Yeah, had a couple of bad results too, Rich, in the lead up to this event. And meanwhile, his title rivals were on a heater. Yago, obviously Medina coming into this one as number 1. He stalled their momentum. He's doing a lot of people a favour in knocking Medina out of this contest, but he'll want to keep that roll going into the quarters now.
Yeah, definitely. It's not over yet. He's kind of got to reset after this one, come back down and prepare for what will maybe be our finals day tomorrow. But, geez, he looks like definitely the man to beat on the men's side.
Sure does. Mick, an absolute joy to have you in here for the call, mate. Enjoy the afternoon. Going to watch some brothers go at it in a second.
I know, I can't wait. Love it. Love brotherly rivalries. And, yeah, maybe they might punch on at the end of it.
Yeah, I don't think so, mate. But thanks for being with us. Stick around. Miguel Pupo will take on his younger brother, Samuel Pupo, right after the break. Look at the crowd down here on Sunday afternoon as we've just witnessed a magic performance from the 2 Brazilian greats, the 2 most accomplished surfers on the championship tour. Medina had the early momentum through those first two contests. Felipe Toledo was kind of struggling to get a big result out of the first two events, but that was magic. Vaughan Blakey joins us. Vaughan, one of the best performances we've ever seen here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, that was
one of the best performances probably in a championship tour heat.
That was mind-boggling what was going on out there, and I was sort of like walking around. I just went everywhere during that heat. I went down onto the beach. I was up in the athlete zone. I went up to the VIP deck, and the atmosphere was just off chops. It was so electrifying. Just when they were walking down for the heat, it was already like one of the big moments of the day. And by the time they got out there and, you know, Philippe started just firing off heaven knows what. He had it all in that one. But, yeah, by that stage, you know, the crowd was so involved. It's a magic scene down there. I've never, ever seen Snapper that packed. And it's amazing how into and surf smart everyone is. Like, they know exactly what good surfing is. It just lights up.
Yeah, Rich, have you ever seen Medina suffer a loss like that?
No, he normally controls things. There wasn't much he could do besides just put the white flag up at the end, because what do you do when Felipe's on an absolute heater like that? You know, you just couldn't stop him. So, look, I just think that was a really cool display of sportsmanship at the end there. You know, Medina wasn't salty at all. He was actually frothing and really happy. I mean, he was obviously cut that he didn't win, but he was just happy that they both put in a good performance and that the show was just a really, really cool one.
And with a 15.56 heat score total himself, Medina would have won a lot of heats in this round anyway. But we're going from one great clash on paper to another. Samuel Pupo up against his big brother, Miggy Pupo, and they have started with a couple of scores, and we're going to bring them to you in just a second. But these two have been two of the form surfers this season. Unbelievable, the big win down at Bells for Miguel, who's up at the moment and already hanging on to a really big number. Let's see what he can do with this section. His backhand's been electric. You saw him collect one of the most iconic trophies in the sport, or the most iconic trophy other than a world title. Yeah, it was incredible, and Miguel's continued that magic on his roll through Western Australia and here to the Gold Coast. He's been surfing great.
Yeah, he's well, both these brothers have really endeared themselves to Australian crowds on this trip in particular. You know, you win bells, you're instantly welcome to the family. Like, you know, you're immortal in this country if you do that. And Sammy has been, you know, showing up here to Snapper for years. He's had multiple finals here. He's won the Chang here before, but these two are just on. They're so on. The storm is so on.
Yeah, this one was during the break. So Miguel Pupo starting with a couple of big backhand hits.
Yeah, a couple of big vertical hacks on the backhand, just clubbing the lip. Brings it down through to the inside. Have a look at this wave reeling off now. And this is the sort of form that saw Miggy take the bell down at Victoria. Just sitting in the pocket of that one. But this backhand attack, he has just polished this perfectly over the last season. And then this is Sammy Pupo. This forehand flare. Oh, my goodness. Shades of his countryman, Felipe Toledo. And this guy has improved exponentially in the last 2 seasons. And he's had such good results out here, too, at the Challenger Series level, and now he is stepping up into championship form.
Yeah, that was a magic run to the Challenger Series win. He got a big score on that one, Sammy, 9.17. And then Miguel goes looking for his second score. This one came through at a 4.67.
Oh, man, these guys are on fire, and you can tell that they're actually having fun surfing against each other in this one. You know, there's no pressure here. They've had a brilliant start to the year, both brothers in the top 5. And they're letting it all hang out because they have surfed a heat before, and it wasn't so fun for either of them.
Yeah, they've had a couple of clashes. You're right, Vaughan. 2024, that was the really difficult one. It was going to decide who was cut from the tour, and Sammy beat Miguel. He was distraught after beating his brother in that one. Ultimately, they both got knocked off tour and got sent back to the Challenger Series. They both got back onto the CT as well. They also had a heat back in 2022, which Miggy won over in Portugal. So they're one apiece, and this will break the deadlock. Just under 26 minutes to go. Sammy taking the early lead. And as strong as Miguel's backhand has been this season, it feels like Little Bro goes into this one as the favourite just based on the location.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, mate, just given the scores that he's dropped over the last couple of years. We referenced that Challenger Series event that he won. Geez, he looked so good. And I don't know whether these guys sort of made a brotherly pact. It's like, okay, if we get back on the tour, let's never drop off again. Let's just lift that level. Let's put in the work and let's just drag each other along. And, I mean, both of them at the front part of this tour with 3 events in, they're kind of in the world title race.
Miggy in his 13th year on the CT, born. He's 34 years of age now. He's collected 2 of the most sought-after titles on the schedule.
Huge, yeah. And as I was saying, in doing so, you put yourself in this conversation of like favourite surfer status. You know, I think people love his story. You know, years and years of toil, falling off tour, watching the rest of the Brazilian Storm dominate from his generation as well. You know, close friends. When I first met him was actually on the beach at Bondi when he was just so young, with Gabby Medina was there as well. There was an air show down there, and you know, he had to watch all that, and he's won the 2 events that probably all the rest of the Storm desperately want to win as well.
It's a good point you make, and with each one of those wins, your aura starts to grow. It starts to just expel bigger and bigger and bigger. There's a presence when you start walking into the competitors area that resonates through the crowd, through your competitors, through the judges. You become, you know, a bigger figure within the tour, and these guys are both doing it at the same time.
The metric for how good a bloke you are when you win a championship tour event is how many of your rivals on the CT do a post congratulating you. I think Miggy converted 100%. Everyone on the CT seemed to get behind that victory. A shame, Rich, when you won Trestles in 2003, Instagram didn't exist, but a few faxes got around.
Well, the fax machine was running hot, Ron. I'll just tell you the hot story, mate.
23.5 minutes to go
they
here.
Ran out of paper.
Yeah, no, we were same thing though. Everyone was really, really happy to see you break through. Miguel's experienced that a couple of times now. But Sammy's sort of seems to be warming up. His confidence is soaring, and he looks ready to make that next step from championship tour event runner-up to event winner. And he could definitely pull it off here in this 3rd stop of the GWM Aussie treble. But he's going to have to get past that in form, undeniably in form, Felipe Toledo, who's with Jesse Starling.
Felipe, a 9.77 and a 9.17, the highest combined heat total of the entire season so far, against one of your good mates, your long-time sparring partner. That really was the matchup we were all hoping it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping for that matchup too, you know. When I've told you guys so many times before, every time that me and Gabriel hit the lineup, for sure it's going to be a good heat. You know, either he's going to get 2 big scores, I'm going to get 2 big scores. It doesn't matter who wins. There's always going to be very good numbers on the board, you know. And with Gabriel in form the way he is right now, that's the only way to actually shut him down, you know. Put 2 huge scores and hope he doesn't get a 10 or anything. So yeah, I mean, you know, Gabriel has been an inspiration for all of us. Even though we're pretty much the same age, I look up to him, and he's one of the toughest competitors, I think, on intelligence side, experience, and how precise he really is in every movement that he does. So yeah, that was my strategy, to go out and put 2 huge scores out there and yeah, control the heat.
You didn't hold back at all, and we really missed those matchups between you and Medina with his time off because of his injury. It just feels like no matter who it is and who you're coming up against, nobody can get in your way at the moment. You are easily the most informed surfer of the event. You've got such a good relationship with the Gold Coast. The beach is completely electric for you right now. Does it feel like a home, away from home?
It actually does feel a little bit like home, you know. We were saying before, I've seen this crowd in Brazil, but not in Australia. This is pretty special for us. You know, even though we surf against each other, me and Gabriel, I'm pretty sure we're both really, really happy with the crowd over here today and the support. And yeah, so just super grateful.
You and Gabby just exchanged a couple of words just prior. Can you give me a little intel into the conversation you were having?
Yeah, I mean, I basically told him, I was like, dude, sorry, but that's the only way to actually beat you, you know, out there. And the way you start the year, and I congratulated him. You know, I'm a big fan of Gabriel. We're really good friends, and I wish nothing but the best for him. And again, I told him, I was like, it's a long year. He started really well. I didn't, and you know, it's one day it's my turn, one day it's his turn, one day it's somebody else's turn, and what I'm doing, I'm just trusting the process, and yeah.
Now a couple words to your beautiful family back at home.
Thanks. Bom, queria agradecer a toda a galera que está aí torcendo no Brasil, minha família, meu pai, mãe, todo mundo que está na Califórnia também. Deus te abençoado, Deus está cuidando de tudo, Deus na frente sempre, com muita fé, muita dedicação. E agora, bora para a próxima aí. Maior respeito ao Gabriel por tudo que ele vem fazendo aí no circuito. Muito bom ter ele de volta e é muito bom fazer baterias como essa aí contra o Gabriel e os outros atletas também. Então, é isso, vamos que vamos para a próxima. Tamo junto.
Thanks for that unbelievable performance and your time, Felipe. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, his wife Ananda, the three kids, they be no doubt tuned in, watching this magic. Toledo is back in a big way in 2026. Two huge heat score totals back-to-back. And he is on to the quarterfinals. He's going to be taking on the winner of the heat unfolding out there at the moment. As the chant continues. And Sammy Pupo, he's on fire here. He's on his way back to the takeoff zone. We saw him catch a wave during the interview, Rich, and he went mad.
He did. He just went ballistic, actually. Opening turn, blasts it through the lip. Straight off the bottom, and the second one even more dynamic with a controlled fin drift. Gets right up high there again, so super creative with the approach. Snap to slide, big roundhouse wrap, and then a little extra work down the line, but so strong on those three opening maneuvers. And just looks so good. We have to give a nod to JS. Both the Pupo brothers riding JS Industries boards, and they are looking mental under their feet.
That was incredible. How vertical was that attack? Just punching it through the lip. Shut your lips, Rick. It was unbelievable. Like, just the speed, and like, you know, it's funny, like, we haven't seen the CT at Snapper for a little while. Sammy Pupo, you would say, is the best competitor we've seen at this joint, the most consistent over the past few years.
Yep.
Felipe just makes a bit of a statement, goes, oh, well, the big dogs are in town. But Sammy, being in the top 5, is like, yeah, count me in that conversation. And he's come back and answered beautifully to the heat beforehand. You know, like, it's funny. I was talking to Miguel and to Sammy. They don't really see each other as sort of traditional brothers like we do, Ronnie. You know, looking for any opportunity to tear each other's heads off. He has that sort of paternal relationship. Miguel, he sort of looked after Sammy a lot growing up. Sammy looked up to him. There's 9 years difference or something between them. So yeah, but they were both looking so forward to this battle, and they were both really hoping to bring out their best.
Well, we've got a brother who's 11 years younger than me and 13 years younger than you, and we don't have that rivalry with him either. I think these guys are far enough apart in age, 9 years between them, but Miguel has played that paternal role for Sammy being on the road, and yeah, I think he could sit back and probably be pretty content with Sammy progressing through this heat and vice versa. Obviously, these guys are both in a great position, though, to campaign for a world title, both surfing with exceptional speed. Sammy Pupo, when you look at the numbers, he's been really covering a lot of distance here. When we look at the dynamics for the Apple Watch, he's had one of the longest rides in the second round for a 6.67. Look at that.
Unbelievable stuff. So, you know, these guys, and when you actually think about the distance they travel too, it's not in a straight line. It's how they weave and draw all over these waves. So that is also a testament to just how busy and how much work that Sammy does on the wave. 442 meters. So almost half a K.
Yeah, remarkable. 16 minutes remaining here. And Sammy Pupo is going to add some some more meters to that list in this heat because he's had a number of rides and he's looking super sharp. Miguel Pupo chasing him, looking for a combo of 17.77. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back. We've got Sammy Pupo, his big brother Miguel, out there in the lineup at the moment with 14 minutes to go, but we're reflecting on some of the incredible siblings we've had campaigning together on the championship tour. The Ho brothers, the Paterats brothers, Bruce and Andy Irons, who even shared a final with each other, CJ and Damien Hopgood, Corey and Shay Lopez. That was your era, Rich.
Sure was, mate. And the Gadauskas brothers, fun-loving characters, Owen and Mikey Wright, flying the Aussie flag, and then Sammy and Miggy Pupo, Griffin Cross, Colapinto from the USA. It's surprising, actually, how many brother duos we've had on tour.
Mark Richards and Liam O'Brien.
Yes, a little bit kindred spirits.
Yeah. I think it's only Owen, Mikey, and then having Tyler on the women's side. That was a pretty unique one too. 13 minutes to go here, and things are going to be pretty difficult for Miguel Pupo, or so you'd think, but he just broke combination, dropping a 7.93 during the break. We'll get a look at that in just a moment, but he's back out there already. So big bro, not laying down just yet.
No, big bros don't lay down, Ron. You should know that better than anyone, mate.
Yeah, but eventually, little bro, he starts to hit a little bit harder, and he comes up.
Agree, mate. Agree to disagree. No, the funny thing is, Rich, I haven't beaten Ronnie at anything since we were about 15. I don't know what happened. Oh, that's right. I couldn't manipulate the rules and just change them at will whenever he started getting good at something. I'd make the rules, we'd start competing, and he'd start beating me, and I'd go, okay, you can't do that anymore. But, you know, yes, little bros just have that little bit of fire, don't they? A little bit of extra incentive to just get over the top of the big bro. We've seen that a few times throughout history, but this is interesting, isn't it? Like, Miguel is fighting back here.
Yeah, let's see what he can do with this one. Just the one turn, I think just putting some question marks in the mind of Sammy there. But let's have a look at the 7.93. This was during the break.
Okay, so on the back end, nice and vertical with a little drift on the second one. Miggy on the backhand. Geez, he's just placing the manoeuvre so perfectly, connecting with the lip, hits this little low road, and now accelerates down the line, keeps the momentum pointing up towards Surfer's Paradise as he just detonates that final turn as well. So that's his best score, the 7.93.
This storm is out of control
really
at the moment. It's out of control. Like, you know, the first three events, they've just looked like they're on a different level. You know, there's been a few crew who have stepped up and stepped into it, but yeah, it's been so impressive. Like, you watch these guys on open face, the bottom turns are so deep. You know, the foundation surfing is is just it's the platform on which all their success this year in particular has been built.
Yeah, the Brazilian Storm, though, they fell on that bottom side of the draw, and they've kind of been knocking each other off in this event. On the top side, just Mateus Herdy still alive in the event from the Brazilian crew, and you know their momentum's going to be stalled just a little bit, but their top performer, Felipe Toledo, has established himself as the man to beat. Sammy Pupo looking really good here too, but they could potentially meet if Miguel doesn't have something to say about it. But let's dive into the Stone and Wood slow-mo here of Sammy's last ride. Beautiful, beautiful vertical approach.
Yeah, stop it here. Actually, if you can rewind it again, I just want to highlight a difference to the approach from Sammy. Stop here. Watch this back arm extended, very similar to the approach of Ethan Ewing. But the difference is, as we watch and let the tape roll now, once we get up high in the lip, okay, stop it here. Look at the back arm from Sammy. In contrast, when Ethan did his manoeuvre, both arms were up here like this, and that was projecting the turn up above the lip a little higher. But with Sammy anchoring the arm in here, it actually stops the turn on the wave face and injects this whole bit of power through this rail line. And then if you play the tape now, you'll see it come through, flattens the board out, gets back onto that toe side rail through that turbulent water, straight up into the next one. And then on this one here, both the arms go up, and then he gets a bit more of a drifting flare. So really intricate details between the two, but again, just kind of highlighting that upper body movement and how it works in relation to the lower body.
Look fast in slow-mo.
It did, didn't it? It was beautifully executed by Sammy.
9 minutes to go. He's up again. Using his priority here. Looks over his shoulder for a second before re-engaging. Nice cut down into the bowl to set up this attack on the pocket once again. Just flying down the line here. Big float to foam climb. Few bumps in this one, and it just hasn't provided the clean canvas for combo, so he's going to get out of there. Miguel right behind him, chasing a 9.84. He's got some white water on the face, some suds to deal with as well. But again, his timing's been so spot on this year. There's a handful of surfers whose equipment has just looked so sharp underfoot, and it just looks like they can take those boards anywhere and it'll respond. And that wave just stepping out big time, doubling up on the inside. And
that wave was just folding over itself about halfway through it. It was threatening to bottom out the whole way. He did well to get a couple of extra manoeuvres done.
Heard Mick saying that, you know, you can tell when Gabby's in a good mood because he doesn't rush anything. Like Miguel's benefiting from that same sort of approach. He just looks so calm and relaxed. He never looks hurried or stressed out. I mean, he's chasing big numbers here, but he's still just relying on the surfing that has done so well for him throughout this Aussie leg. GWM Aussie treble. He's still in the running too, I believe. Take that Tank 300.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is a replay of Sammy Pupo. Big swoop. Just toying with the foam on the bottom turn, quick slash. Big power projection floater comes around to the foam climb. And then this wave starts to cut in half, so he's out of there. Just knowing that he's not building on his score. Looking to replace the 8-6 at the moment, so that's a big order. But mate, this is still brilliant surfing from his brother.
This is so cool that they've just had so much opportunity in this one. They're not sitting out there sort of waiting around or feeling frustrated. They're just completely going bad in this thing.
Look at the heat totals. Miggy's sitting on 15.43 and needs a 9.84 to get through. So, mate, that's just proves that these guys are both on fire, very similar to the previous heat with Medina and Felipe.
Yeah, massive heat score total for the front runner, but you know, a really healthy heat score total for the challenger as well.
Hear the athletes all the time, Ronnie, saying that if they come in and they felt like they put good surfing on, that they can cop the loss a little easier.
Yeah. Well, Miguel up at the moment. A well-placed floater there, but he needs a lot more. He needs a steep section, a set wave on the outside that starts with a huge combination, because Sammy he's lifted the bar on those opening sections. Full rail, power jams and just setting the fins free. He's looked absolutely deadly. For fans watching on YouTube, those streams will stop at the end of the round of 16. A new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond for everyone in Brazil. Coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL apps and Globo Play. For fans in the US, coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL apps and ESPN Plus. You don't want to miss it because we are going to get into the women's quarterfinals next. Adriana de Souza watching on, breaking things down with Gabriel Medina and Alejo Munez. Susie obviously coaching Miguel out there as well. I think Sammy, you know, despite the fact that he bowed out in the quarters to Gabriel Medina, you know, has been one of the sharpest competitors. That's down at Bell's. Been one of the sharpest competitors through the opening events, the GWM Aussie treble, third place finish. It's really only Medina that's been able to stop his run so far as the form surfer coming into this third event. But that's at venues where I feel like, you know, Medina's surfing kind of held a bit of an advantage. I think at Winky it played into Sammy's hands a little more, but here on the Gold Coast it's right in his wheelhouse. But, you know, I think we're going to see, you know, the two highest scoring surfers of the event now potentially meet in that last quarterfinal heat.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that earlier. And, you know, when Sammy came onto the tour, he was compared to Felipe. And even Miggy was saying that too, you know. My little brother, he was, you know, people think he's a bit like Felipe, but slightly different, a little bit taller, whatever. But, you know, he's sort of, Sammy's taken it and run with it and sort of carved out his own way of doing things. Sure, some of the maneuvers are similar, but he's got his own style about him. And both the bros, very cruisy on land, both quite unassuming and mellow. Man, they produce when they hit the water.
Yeah, this year more than any other. I mean, Sammy came on really strong back in 2022. Finished 10th in his first season, his rookie year. And I can remember him getting a couple of bomb waves at Pipe and really like the best waves that he'd ever had out there as a Grom, really. But he has had an on-off relationship with the Championship Tour since then. He's been cut a few times, but always managed to claw his way back into the CT with really strong performances on the Challenger Series. So I think he gets back there and there's a comfort factor. He believes that he's better than the field. And it's pretty undeniable the way he's been able to recover. A second place finisher on the Challenger, a first place finish and a fifth place finish on this last run to get back to the Championship Tour. And I think he's just had a gutful of you know, getting knocked down by the big names as one of the lower seeds. He's certainly setting himself up well for a good charge to the top end of the ladder as he takes off again and just continues to lean into a variety of turns. So much power. And just slicing through the face of these waves. These are tricky, tight pockets to fit your board into. And he's given it all today. Vertical hits with fin release, layback jams, and a number of big, powerful carves.
That was different again, and it was special. It was amazing, absolutely incredible. It actually, we got an audible response from you, Vorno, and with absolutely.
Is he still going?
That was just Vaughn trying to process his lunch.
Hey, mate, I was going to say, it looks like there's a 10-point canvas out here for one of these surfers. I had Miggy in mind because he's chasing a 9.84. Like, there's waves out there that you could just bash and get a 10 on for sure. Did we just maybe see it?
Maybe.
He's halfway down to Greenmount. He's had another one of the longest ride. Matt Myers, his coach, puts his hands together. The Breitling 2-minute countdown is on. And the result is likely going to be inevitable here. Sammy Pupo is looking the goods. He's thinking of getting back out there for one more ride, a minute and a half to go. But he's covered a lot of distance there. He's trying to improve on an 8.6.
He's going to do that.
Mate, I'm just trying to think, has anyone surfed more this week than Sammy Pupo? When we turned up the day before the event, he surfed for 6 hours straight. He's so rashed up. He's got the longest ride that we saw on the Apple Watch. And now he's just ripped this thing from start to finish. miles down this entire bank. I just, that's as good as anything we've seen. I would rate that wave was Felipe's best as well.
I just like how he changed it up a little bit on the previous waves where he was coming around and we kind of highlighted it and broke it down where he was sort of toying with the lip and getting creative. This one he stuck to the face, but the arc was so tight and smooth and beautiful. It was like he was sort of turning in the radius of a 20-cent coin, man. It was just so beautiful.
Let's have another look at it here on the Stone and Wood slow-mo. The best regular footers, the winners at this venue, they have that variation on the forehand. They can punch the pocket with that vertical approach, and they can do this.
That was crazy.
Oh, my goodness, Rich, you weren't wrong. Vaughan, you said it too. It was going to be comparable with what Felipe dished up. It is. It's a 9.73.
That third turn was full tilt power on edge. You can't do a turn, a power hook better than that, I don't think.
Nah, and just hit the turbo button was pressed through the dashboard. Like, he couldn't have surfed any harder on that thing. Wow, so sick.
That's the best CT heat we've seen Sammy Pupo put together. Unbelievable stuff. A monster heat score total of 18.9, just shy of Felipe Toledo's 18.94 in the previous heat. And those two will now fight it out for a place in the semi-finals.
What time's that? When are we coming down? Well, find out now.
Let's put the lights on and keep running this thing through tonight because we don't want it to stop. Just two incredible heats that we've just witnessed. The Brazilian Storm, man, these guys, something's going on. Who's going to stop them?
I don't think I've ever been thirstier for a Stone and Wood post show. Unbelievable stuff. Great heat score totals from both brothers. But today, Sammy Pupo, he takes the advantage 2-1 in the head-to-head history with his big bro as we get set for quarterfinal action with the women hitting the lineup. Gabriella Bryan, the world #1, taking on Nadia Eristabe.